Our story kicks off in the frosty north as a lone carriage approaches the imposing Phoenix Castle. Inside sits the beautiful Yelena, her uncle Count Delkin beside her. He announces the arrival of the new Grand Duchess. When the doors open, Yelena is stunned. The mansion's interior isn't a frozen wasteland, but a breathtaking magical garden, thriving against the cold. Her uncle declares this her new home, and she quietly agrees. As she steps forward, she thinks about her fate to marry the Northern Grand Duke, a man she has never even seen. The castle staff immediately starts gossiping about the new Grand Duchess. Whispers fly that she's a barbarian from a backward island, someone traded for magic stones. Her uncle, Count Delkin, warns her that Northerners are distant, but Yelena reassures him it's okay. She knows their words have some truth, but she's determined to do anything for her tribe. With a quiet resolve, she lowers her hood. She introduces herself as Yelena, hoping they can all get along. The maids are stunned into silence, completely shocked by her breathtaking beauty. Suddenly, the staff erupts in panic as a towering figure steps into the hall. He is Theo de Phoenix, the Grand Duke, covered from head to toe in the grim results of a recent hunt. With a cold smirk, he extends a stained hand to his new bride, clearly trying to scare her. But Yelena doesn't flinch. She calmly takes his hand, looking at him with curious eyes. Thrown off, Theo drops a bombshell: there won't be a wedding. Why? Because he's already had 3 marriages before this one. Theo explains what happened to his 3 previous wives. With a dark smirk, he reveals they either ran away or met a terrible end. His message is clear: she's next. A secretary named Euless then leads Yelena outside to a lone, spooky tower, informing her she'll be living separately from the Duke. When Yelena asks where her room is, Euless drops another bomb. The only room available is in the attic, at the very top. All other floors are empty. As the wind whips around them, Yelena realizes she's being completely isolated. With Yelena banished to the creepy tower, Theo kicks back with a drink. His secretary, Euless, confirms she's in the attic, just as ordered. But Euless is confused. He knows the whole hunt was a fake, so why the dramatic, messy welcome? Theo just smirks, explaining it was a warning. He wanted to crush any hope she had of a happy marriage. She's meant to be a forgotten duchess, locked away and ignored. Curious? Euless asks if the new bride broke down and cried from the harsh treatment. Euless nervously reports back, and it's not what Theo expected. The new duchess didn't cry or scream. She smiled. The news makes Theo almost choke on his drink, completely dumbfounded. He can't believe his ears. Meanwhile, Yelena is absolutely overjoyed in her new attic room. To her, this dusty space is the biggest and nicest room she's ever had. Instead of feeling banished, she warms her hands by the magic stones, feeling grateful that the villagers will be warm now, too. Her simple happiness is the one thing Theo never saw coming. A flashback reveals why Yelena is so unbothered. On her home, Luet Island, it was always spring. But when a sudden cold wave hit, panic spread. Her people had never known winter. Her father protested her decision, forbidding her to marry a man she'd never met. But Yelena was firm. The emperor offered a deal: magical heating stones, which were impossible for them to get, in exchange for her hand. As the only heir to her tribe, it was a huge sacrifice, but she declared her mind was already made up. Her father pleaded with her not to go, but Yelena was firm. She explained that this was exactly why she had to leave. It was her duty to protect her people. Back in the present, she steels her resolve, convinced she can handle this new life. She reminds herself that her uncle Delkin is nearby for support and that the secretary, Euless, seems kind enough. When she thinks of Theo, she doesn't recall the gruesome welcome. Instead, she blushes, warming his big, warm hands. On her island, hunters are respected, and she sees his power as a strength. Yelena giddily concluded that her husband was a responsible, reasonable man, feeling certain they would get along just fine. But as she reached for one of the precious magic stones, she lost her footing and stumbled. Scrambling to catch the valuable item, her foot hit a loose board, revealing a hidden door in the wall. Completely caught by surprise, she couldn't stop herself from tumbling right through the secret passage. She landed with a thud on the other side, groaning from the unexpected fall. Yelena tumbles out of the passage and lands on a stunning, moonlit balcony. Standing before her is Archduke Theo, who demands to know what she's doing there. Startled, Yelena stammers an explanation about trying to catch a magic stone. Theo is completely baffled. This woman was supposed to be curled up and crying in that dusty attic, not appearing before him like this. Ignoring his confusion, Yelena gracefully curtsies. She introduces herself and says she truly hopes they can get along. As she looks up with a brilliant smile, Theo is captivated, feeling like he's seeing her for the very first time. Theo reels internally, completely baffled. This woman was supposed to be holed up in the attic, crying over her fate. But instead of tears, she offers him a graceful curtsy. With a brilliant smile that lights up her face, she formally introduces herself as Yelena. It hits him then. This is the first time he's truly seen her. His gruesome welcome party had completely obscured her features. He suddenly notices a sleek floral scent, her slender frame, and her jewel-like eyes. The tough archduke is stunned, a blush creeping up his neck as he's captivated by her beauty. Theo's brain shortcuts. He forces himself to get a grip, reminding himself she's not a wife to be loved, just a placeholder Grand Duchess. He vows to never let his guard down and decides he must treat her even more harshly from now on. Steeling himself, he calls her name, fully intending to scold her. Yelena shivers and looks up, but instead of the cold words he'd planned, he asks why she's wearing such thin clothes in the cold. He immediately curses himself for saying his concern out loud. In this world, legends speak of a saintess, the only human capable of wielding a goddess's power. For centuries, she was just a myth until a method to steal that divine power was discovered. 2 months ago, a secret letter from Count Delkin fell into Theo's hands, revealing a shocking conspiracy. His new bride, Yelena, is the prophesied saintess. The emperor planned to use their marriage to perform a soul-binding ritual called the royal engraving, then use her as a sacrifice to seize her power. But there's a huge flaw. Theo is the only royal who has never been engraved. Count Delkin's letter reveals the grim truth. The royal engraving is a soul-binding contract. He points out that Theo's 3 previous brides either ran away or met mysterious ends. With a smirk, the emperor confirms he had them all eliminated to clear the path for the saintess. This forces Theo to remember his past. As the Grand Duke and the emperor's nephew, he was branded a war fiend. After his mother's death, he was sent to the battlefield at just 15. He learned to survive by being ruthless, knowing any hesitation would lead to his own demise. Theo remembers his brutal past, where he was forced to numb his soul just to survive the battlefield. He returned from war not as a hero, but as a monster everyone feared. His previous wives all met tragic ends, yet he felt nothing, resigning himself to an empty life. But the emperor's plot gave him a new purpose. To his aid Ulysses' shock, Theo calmly declared he would marry the saintess. Ulysses questioned marrying a woman meant for sacrifice, but Theo revealed his simple, brilliant plan as his wife. The emperor can't touch her. He will simply refuse to ever perform the engraving. Theo smirks to himself, already imagine the emperor's shocked reaction when his plan fails. Later that night, he finds Yelena standing on the balcony under the moonlight. He clenches his fist, reminding himself that she needs to fear him. But before he can say anything, she turns with a worried look, asking if he's cold. Thrown off, Theo puts on a stoic front, claiming he's a heartless man who feels nothing. Yelena's cheeks flush red as she looks away, completely flustered. Misreading the situation, Theo thinks his intimidating act finally worked. Thinking his intimidation tactic is finally working, Theo doubles down. He points to a bridge connecting their balconies, laying down the law from now on. She can't go anywhere or do anything without his permission. He leans in with a smirk, warning her that nothing escapes his sight, not even a little white squirrel that tries to run away. But his threat flies right over her head. Yelena blushes, thinking he put her in the attic just to be close to him. Overwhelmed by this supposed act of caring, she suddenly gets dizzy and stumbles backward over the edge. Reacting in a flash, Theo lunges forward and snatches Yelena out of the air, pulling her safely into his arms. He's completely thrown off by how light she feels, almost like holding a tiny bird in his palm. He fully expects her to be terrified, to push him away like everyone else has. After a stunned moment, he lets her go. But instead of flinching in fear, Yelena looks up and genuinely thanks him for saving her. Theo freezes, absolutely floored. His monstrous touch didn't scare her away. She actually thanked him for it. Theo's mind is completely reeling. His past wives, his people, even his enemies, they all trembled in fear before him. But Yelena is the first person to ever look at him without an ounce of terror. He remembers their first meeting, how she took his battle-stained hand without hesitation. A new strategy forms in his mind. Instead of scaring her away, he'll give her what she desires. He suddenly asks if she needs the magic stones. Stunned, Yelena realizes he knows her reason for the marriage and worries he hates her for it. Theo's brain short-circuits. He thought she came for magic stones, but now she's saying she doesn't need them. He demands to know what she really wants. Theo braces himself, expecting her to ask for a divorce or help escaping now that her goal is out of reach. He clenches his fist, ready to refuse her flat out. But her request is something he never saw coming. With a hopeful smile, she asks if they can have breakfast together. Completely floored, Theo demands she repeat that. Yelena beams, happily asking him to share a meal. Completely bewildered, Theo demands she repeat what she just said. With a dazzling smile, Yulina happily asks if they can have breakfast together. His mind reels. She doesn't want money, magic stones, or military power. All she wants is a simple meal. He's so utterly baffled by this. White squirrel, like girl, that he seriously would go gather acorns for her. But his long, shocked silence is misinterpreted. Yulina's hopeful expression crumbles as she apologizes, assuming his lack of response is a definite no. Yulina's face falls. She just wanted to break the ice and make things a little more comfortable, but now she's worried she'll never be able to get close to him. Just as she's spiraling, Theo interrupts her thoughts, bluntly stating that he doesn't usually eat breakfast. But before her hope can completely die, he offers an alternative lunch would be better. The next morning, Theo is already hard at work when his aide, Euless, enters looking completely exhausted. Euless complains that Theo woke him up at an ungodly hour and demands to know why he gave an urgent order to replace the head chef at dawn. Euless smirks, telling Theo it was about time he made a change, correctly guessing this is all because of the Grand Duchess. A flustered Theo tries to play it cool, acting like he just remembered their lunch date. But Euless sees right through it, realizing his master is starting to care for his wife. To give the couple space, Euless suggests sending Count Delkin away on a 3-month mission. Theo's eyes gleam. 3 months without Delkin near Yulina. A possessive grin spreads across his face as he immediately agrees to the plan. Looks like trouble's brewing. Yulina sits down for tea with Count Delkin, who immediately gets way too personal, asking if she and Theo have sealed the deal yet. A beet red Yulina stammers that nothing like that has happened, explaining Theo was just being considerate. Delkin's friendly mask drops. Annoyed by her innocence, he clenches his teeth, deciding he needs to coach her himself. He coldly tells Yulina that if a husband avoids his wife, it means he doesn't actually like her, leaving her completely stunned. Count Delkin's friendly act evaporates. He reveals that the island's prosperity depends entirely on her ability to capture Theo's heart and bluntly tells her to get his attention fast. A mortified Yulina asks how, and Delkin gives her some seriously inappropriate fashion advice, suggesting she wear revealing, flowy clothes designed to make a man interested. After he leaves, Yulina steps onto a balcony to get some air, still reeling from the creepy conversation. As she sighs in the chilly air, she suddenly spots something that makes her freeze. Out on the cold balcony, Theo suddenly appears behind Yulina, draping his jacket over her shoulders. He warns her she'll get sick, leaving her completely flustered by the unexpected gesture. Noticing the sleeves are too long, Theo suggests cutting them. Yulina panics, insisting she can just fold them rather than waste a perfectly good outfit. Theo smirks, amused by her practicality. But then his expression turns serious. He asks if she met with Count Delkin, and when she confirms, Theo reveals that he knows exactly what the two of them really talked about. Theo admits he heard the whole conversation from the hallway. A flashback shows him listening in as Count Delkin told Yulina to get his attention quickly, even suggesting she wear revealing clothes to capture his interest. Back in the present, Theo's expression is unreadable. He tests her, asking why she's hesitating. He points out that if she succeeds in impressing him, she'll get the riches Delkin promised. Yulina goes completely still. Then, blushing furiously, she blurts out that she's just really hungry and hasn't eaten since morning. Yulina blurts out that she's the type of person who absolutely has to eat breakfast. Just then, her stomach lets out an embarrassingly loud rumble. Theo freezes, completely caught off guard by her honest answer. A deep blush creeps across his face as he wonders how she's so captivating with just a hungry tummy. He thinks she's way too cute. Later, Theo summons his aides, including his personal physician, David. The doctor is practically buzzing with excitement. It's the first time the Duke has ever called for him personally. The physician, David, reflects on his time treating knights on the war front. He's learned that emotional wounds are far more difficult to heal than physical ones, and no one is more emotionally closed off than Duke Theo. That's why the personal summons is so alarming. In Theo's office, David asks if the symptoms are severe, and Theo confirms they are. Ready with his notepad, the doctor asks for details. With a completely serious expression, Theo leans forward and announces that he believes he's been cursed, leaving his aides absolutely stunned and confused. His aides are completely lost. Theo clarifies the source of his curse, explaining that he's raising something. David, the physician, guesses it's a new horse. Theo shakes his head. It's a special kind of titmouse. He describes it as white, fluffy, and having a sweet floral scent. It's absolutely adorable, he admits, but he's convinced this bird is casting a spell on him. When David asks for his specific symptoms, Theo slams his hands on the desk, flustered. He blurts out that he just wants to see her all the time. His aides stare and leave. Titmouse. David asks, completely thrown. With a dead serious expression, Theo confirms it, insisting the bird has definitely cast a spell on him. The doctor is floored. He was expecting a grim diagnosis, not a magical bird problem. But then he realizes this is the first time the Duke has ever acknowledged an emotional shift. This is progress. Playing along, David dramatically declares that Theo has likely been cursed. Before trying an antidote, he suggests a test. Theo should show this titmouse to someone else to verify the spell's power. David lays out his genius plan. If this titmouse is truly casting a spell, then everyone should find her just as cute. But if they don't, then Theo will have to accept that his feelings are his own. The Duke calls his name, making the doctor freeze. To his shock, Theo cracks a slight grin, admitting it's the best treatment suggestion he's ever received. David is absolutely glowing with pride. Later, his other aide, Eulith, expresses doubt. He claims that if it were a real curse, he'd be affected too. Theo simply says they'll find out soon enough. Eulith reminds Theo that the hunt with those annoying nobles is just around the corner. An idea sparks in Theo's mind. This is the perfect chance to test his curse. He announces he's taking the Duchess with him and tells Eulith to get her ready. But then he stops him, adding a specific request: make sure she's dressed warmly because she seems sensitive to the cold. Eulith agrees, but internally he's sweating bullets. How will the Duke handle it if everyone else finds her just as adorable? A few days later, they arrive at the hunting grounds, and Eulina is mesmerized by the stunning winter wonderland. As they walk, Eulith offers Eulina a hand warmer for the cold, which she happily accepts. He then casually drops a bomb. The Duke plans to formally introduce her to the other nobles at the cabin. Eulina's bright mood vanishes instantly. She starts spiraling, consumed with anxiety. She doesn't know any noble etiquette and fears they'll hate her for being a commoner. Noticing her distress, Eulith smoothly changes the subject. He points to the river and says that once it freezes, she can go skating. Eulina, who has never heard of it, earns a kind promise from him to gift her some skates. Eulith leads her into the cozy hunting lodge, but the warm vibe disappears instantly. The second they step inside, a group of nobles swarms Eulina. One guy lays it on thick, calling her more beautiful than the moon and declaring Theo the luckiest man alive. Overwhelmed by the intense compliments, Eulina freezes as they all agree. Eulith quickly steps in, sternly reminding them to respect the Grand Duchess. But the nobles just sneer, whispering nasty rumors that she was sold for magic stones. One even has the audacity to offer her his own. The slimy noble keeps going, telling Eulina to give him a shot and bragging he has enough magic stones to buy an entire island. Before Eulith can lose it, a hand grips the railing upstairs with crushing force. It's Theo, and he looks absolutely furious. He comments coldly that it's been noisy for a while, and the whole room freezes. The nobles who were just running their mouths now look like they've seen a ghost. Theo calmly descends and orders Eulith to take his wife upstairs. One guy nervously asks about the hunt, but Theo shuts him down cold, canceling the entire event. With terrifying speed, Theo grabs the slimy noble, his eyes absolutely livid. He snarls that the hunt is cancelled because none of them will be in any condition to go. Questioning the man about his hidden magic stones, Theo's grip tightens until the noble cries out in pain. Theo then throws him to the floor. He gives the terrified man a chilling offer: bring back every single magic stone he owns, and he might be allowed to live. The final warning is for everyone: spread rumors about the Grand Duchess again, and he won't be so merciful. The terrified nobles scramble out of the lodge, apologizing as they flee Theo's wrath. Upstairs, Eulina is completely shaken. She's never been so humiliated and feels powerless for not speaking up. Hearing the chaos, she worries that Theo might have gotten into trouble because of her. The door suddenly opens and it's him. Eulina flinches, her mind racing with shame. She's convinced he must see her as weak and unworthy. But instead of anger, Theo catches her calmly and gently calls her Grand Duchess. Instead of anger, Theo calmly asks to see Eulina's right hand, explaining he thought she was injured. Confused, she looks down and sees the red marks for the first time. He reveals a special ointment made from healing stones and gently applies it, a soft magical glow appearing on her skin. He softly asks if it hurts much. But Eulina just apologizes, her voice full of worry. She tells him she knows those high-ranking nobles must have been important to him and feels guilty for causing such a huge problem. Eulina keeps apologizing, convinced she's ruined his important connections. But Theo isn't having it. He holds her hand firmly and sets the record straight, telling her that in this duchy, she answers to no one but him. He completely flips the script on the rumors, clarifying that he gives out magic stones because she is the Grand Duchess, not the other way around. Promising to always listen, he gives her total freedom within the castle. Then, he drops the ultimate declaration: he is the Grand Duke, and she is his Grand Duchess, leaving Yelena completely stunned. Theo solidifies his promise, telling Yelena she has total freedom within the castle. After all, he is the Grand Duke, and she is his Grand Duchess. The realization finally hits her: this powerful, intimidating man is her husband. A deep blush spreads across her face, and she suddenly yanks her hand away. Theo is stunned, immediately assuming the worst, that she's horrified by the thought of being stuck with him. Trying to break the awkward silence, Yelena blurts out a question, asking if they're going hunting now, leaving him completely baffled. With the hunt on the table, Yelena presents her custom-made outfit, and Theo is absolutely floored. He's only ever seen her in loose, baggy dresses, so this stylish, form-fitting look completely catches him off guard. The Grand Duke is so visibly flustered that he has to cover his face to get a grip. Mistaking his shock for disapproval, Yelena gets nervous and asks if she looks weird. Snapping out of it, Theo quickly reassures her that's not it at all, before asking a more important question: has she ever actually been hunting? Yelena proudly declares she knows how to use a pop gun, leaving Theo completely baffled. She admits that while she's tried hunting, she's never actually succeeded, usually just ending up watching squirrels instead. An amused smile touches Theo's lips as he thinks to himself that it makes sense. She couldn't possibly hunt a creature that resembles herself. Deciding to pivot, he says hunting might be tough without a pop gun and instead offers his hand for a walk. Yelena happily accepts, and the two finally enjoy a quiet moment strolling through the gardens together. As they walk, Yelena notices the beautiful flowers have no scent. Theo explains they're grown with magic stones, making them artificial and lifeless. Disappointed, she suddenly brightens and gets closer to suggest they head elsewhere. As she does, Theo catches her pleasant fragrance, a faint blush creeping onto his face. He thinks it's a good thing the flowers are scentless, as it allows him to appreciate hers instead. Lost in thought about her beauty, he's snapped back to reality when Yelena excitedly asks if this is where they're go skating. Theo confirms her guess, adding that they can ride sleds once the river freezes. But Yelena has a more basic question: what even is Ari skates? He explains they're shoes with blades for gliding on ice. She thinks it sounds fun but admits she's worried about the cold, since this is her first real winter. With sparkling eyes, she asks if he'll teach her skate and sled. Taken aback by her directness, Theo agrees. He then notices her shivering and, feeling a pang of guilt, immediately starts removing his jacket for her. But before he can, Yelena pulls out a pair of gloves. Theo chides her for not wearing them sooner, but she just laughs, explaining they were a gift from his secretary, Eulith. With a sweet smile, she adds that she thinks Eulith is a very kind and gentle person. This statement completely blows Theo's mind. His brain flashes to this real Eulith, a ruthless tactician who kicks nobles out assemblies and nags him endlessly. As Theo internally screams at her naive perception, Eulith gets a sudden chill, wondering if he left a window open. As Yelena praises his secretary, a sudden shiver runs down Theo's spine. He instantly connects the dots: the gift. Eulith gave her a gift, and now she thinks he's a saint. This sparks a brand new mission for the Archduke. He decides he needs to give her a present, too, something that will make Yelena see him as kind and gentle. Back in his room, he sifts through priceless jewels and tiaras, rejecting every single one. Nothing flashy feels right. He's determined to find the perfect gift to change her opinion of him. After much searching, Theo finally chooses the perfect gift: a pair of gorgeous red earrings. At that moment, Eulith walks in to report that he's stripped a bunch of nobles of their positions. Looking at his ruthless secretary, Theo sarcastically calls him kind and gentle, pointing out the gloves he gave Yelena. A flustered Eulith suggests the Archduke should give her a gift too. Theo reveals that's exactly his plan. He holds up an earring and Eulith's jaw drops. It's a priceless keepsake from Theo's own mother. Eulith practically begs Theo to reconsider, reminding him it's the only keepsake he has left from his mother. But Theo is unbothered, coolly stating that since Yelena is staying, there's no problem. In his mind, this meaningful gift is far better than some oversized gloves. Deciding to act now, he stands up and walks towards a bookshelf. But then, in a total power move, he tosses the priceless earring box to Eulith. He sarcastically tells his kind and gentle secretary to deliver it. As Eulith catches the box, a thought hits him. Yelena really does seem more lively lately. Turns out, Theo couldn't let Eulith deliver the gift after all. Clutching the precious box, he walks to Yelena's room himself. He raises a hand to knock, but a sudden crash from inside makes him pause. The door swings open, and Theo is completely stunned. Yelena stands before him, looking radiant in a simple gown. He stammers a greeting, completely flustered. A strange heat rushes through him, and he wonders if she's cast another one of her spells on him because he's totally losing his cool. Yulina is completely stunned to see the Grand Duke at her door. Mortified, she apologizes, explaining she thought he was a servant and is just wearing simple pajamas from her homeland. But Theo barely hears her. He's completely captivated. Acting on pure impulse, he blurts out that from now on, she can only wear that outfit in front of him. Realizing what he just said, he tries to backtrack, stammering that he actually came to give her something. He nervously holds out the box, but Yulina recoils in shock. Yulina just brushes off his possessive outburst, sweetly saying it doesn't bother her. But inside, Theo is completely short-circuiting. He's convinced she's cast another spell, one so powerful it can manipulate his body. Trying to play it cool, he says she can wear whatever she likes, though he secretly thinks she looks like cotton candy. He finally presents the gift box. Yulina opens it to find a pair of stunning ruby earrings. In total disbelief, she asks if they're really for her, and a flustered Theo confirms they are. Yulina is completely stunned by the earrings, but her shock quickly melts into pure joy. Knowing that Theo picked this out just for her makes her absolutely radiant, and she tells him how grateful she is. A rare, gentle smile crosses Theo's face. He's just glad she likes them. This one small gesture fills Yulina with hope. She thinks that if she can keep getting closer to him, maybe they could finally become a real couple. She later asks if he's alright, since he looked feverish. But a flustered Theo just insists he runs warm. We meet Yulina's personal maid Ray, who has one heck of a backstory. She joined the army at just 12 years old, taking her sick brother's place on the front lines. While other knights mocked her, Theo himself stepped in, personally teaching her how to wield a sword. They became an unstoppable duo on the battlefield, leading their army to a decisive victory. Ray even became an honorary knight for her incredible bravery. But seeing Theo suffer alone, she gave up her title to stay by his side as his loyal maid. Ray admits she was worried Yulina might run away, but the new Duchess quickly wins her over with praise for her hairstyling talent. Seeing Yulina's gentle heart, Ray feels a surge of hope that she can finally make Theo happy. But that hope shatters at breakfast. Yulina tries to make conversation, asking about his favorite flower and inviting him to tea. Theo coldly shoots her down, saying he's busy and will send tea to her room instead. This sudden frostiness leaves the staff completely baffled by his behavior. Yulina's mind races. Could his sudden cold shoulder be jealousy? The thought makes her blush. She quickly leans over to Ray, whispering a new plan. Meanwhile, the staff is in crisis mode over the Archduke's bizarre behavior, with the head butler, Euless, looking particularly emotional. Ray interrupts, telling Theo there's a problem at the training grounds. He agrees to check it out. Once he's gone, Euless approaches Yulina. He reveals a shocking secret. The earrings Theo gave her are the only memento he has left from his late father. Yulina is completely stunned. Euless drops a bombshell, revealing the earrings didn't belong to Theo's father, but to his late mother. The realization hits Yulina hard. He gave her something incredibly precious. Panicked, she asks Euless what to do, then whispers a secret plan that leaves the butler completely stunned. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Theo confronts Ray. He senses she's plotting something and asks if she's planning to betray him. But Ray doesn't flinch. She boldly asks why he's being so cold to Yulina, questioning if he dislikes her. Theo quickly denies disliking Yulina. But Ray sees right through his tough guy act, firing back that he's actually just scared Yulina doesn't feel the same way about him. He deflates, muttering that it makes sense. Why would she like a man who ignores her? Trying to save face, he awkwardly asks if Yulina ever mentioned wearing the earrings. Ray calls him childish, suggesting she's probably just saving the precious gift for a special occasion. The simple logic hits Theo hard. He realizes he jumped to conclusions and decides he has to apologize immediately. Yulina rushes to stop Theo, catching her breath as she presents the earring box. She reveals she knows the truth, they were his mother's only remaining treasure. Theo's shocked, asking how she found out. Feeling the weight of the gift, Yulina says she can't accept something so precious. Misunderstanding completely, Theo's heart sinks. He assumes they're a burden and awkwardly apologizes for pressuring her. Panicked, Yulina clutches the box, insisting he's got it all wrong. As Theo spirals, Yulina steps closer, finally revealing the real reason she can't wear the earrings. It's not because she dislikes them. It's because she's never had her ears pierced. The simple confession floors Theo, a blush creeping up his neck as he realizes how wrong he was. She explains she really wants to wear them, but was too scared to pierce her ears on her own. Looking him straight in the eye, she holds up the precious box and asks the Grand Duke if he would be the one to help her. Her cheeks flushed, Yulina admits she desperately wants to wear the beautiful ruby earrings. Looking him directly in the eyes, she holds up the precious box and asks if he would be the one to help her. Stunned, Theo asks if she is absolutely sure. Yulina confirms she's always wanted to try. She reveals a small mark behind her ear, explaining her father made it with a needle. Because of that experience, she says she can entrust this to him with complete peace of mind. Hearing her unwavering trust, Theo agrees and leans in close, ready to begin. With his face just inches from hers, Yulina's heart pounds so hard she's sure he can hear it. Theo warns her it's going to hurt, but he promises to be quick. With a steady hand, he finishes the task in an instant. But when a small drop of blood appears, Theo completely panics. He grabs her, asking if she's okay and getting ready to shout for a doctor. To his shock, Yulina stops him. With a determined look, she insists she can handle it, reminding him they can't stop now. There's still another ear to go. With a determined look, Yulina asks if she should pierce the other ear herself. Taking a breath, Theo insists he will finish the job. Once the task is complete, the brilliant ruby earrings are perfectly in place. She turns to him, her face glowing, and asks how she looks. Theo is completely captivated, quietly telling her she looks beautiful. Yulina promises to treasure his mother's relic. The mention of his mother triggers a forgotten memory, and the Duke is suddenly hit by a powerful emotion he hasn't felt in years. The Duke's mind is thrown into a chaotic storm as a painful memory rushes back to the surface. He sees a vision of his mother, lying still in the endless white snow. The scene then flashes back to their last conversation. His beautiful mother smiled, telling a young Theo that she would be back soon, and that he must protect the duchy in her absence. The small boy promised he would, completely unaware that it was a promise she would never be able to keep, and a mission that would haunt him forever. The Duke's mind flashes back to his mother, Karen Rose, a Grand Duchess who considered herself a knight of the people. He recalls her leaving on an imperial order to investigate the Eye of the Storm. The official story was that she died honorably for the duchy, but the horrifying truth was Theo finding her in the snow, begging her to wake up. His mother had sacrificed everything for the Baron North. In that moment, he vowed her death would not be in vain. There was no time to mourn, only time to become strong enough to protect her legacy. The Duke's thoughts spiral. He realizes the earrings were the only thing he could retrieve after his mother's tragic end, a cold relic he'd never assigned any meaning to. But now, seeing them on Yulina, he feels a sudden, overwhelming sadness. Staring at his wife, Theo admits to himself that her presence is a comfort. He takes her hand, softly calling her Yuna. She lights up, explaining it's her childhood nickname, and asks if he would use it. In a rare moment of vulnerability, Theo reveals he has no nickname, inviting her to just call him Theo. Yulina happily agrees, calling him Theo for the first time. Her heart flutters as she wonders if this means he finally sees her as his wife. Her imagination runs wild, picturing a perfect future, romantic walks, sweet nicknames, and even starting a family together. Snapping back to reality, she realizes it's all just a daydream. The next morning, Theo wakes up feeling more at peace than ever. He knows they've made progress, but admits there's still a long way to go. Later, Yulina is in the garden, sighing at the huge weeding job ahead. In the garden, Maylene explains that magic stones keep it warm all year, which is why the weeds grow endlessly. Yulina notices the flowers have no scent, a strange side effect of the magic. Thinking of her home, she lights up, excitedly describing Lou Island's sweet, smelling flowers and cute, star bugs. Her joy quickly fades as she recalls Count Delkin's warning to avoid visiting home so people won't talk. For now, all she can do is write letters. She remembers her last one, telling her fan of Theo was incredibly brave and the most handsome man in the north. Yulina blushes, mortified that she called Theo the most handsome man in the north. As Maylene asks if she's alright, Yulina spots Theo hiding in the rose bushes, having overheard everything. Maylene, noticing him too, tries to create a distraction by loudly commenting on the weeds. It's too late. Yulina realizes she'll have to be much more careful with her letters from now on. Stepping out from his hiding spot, Theo sits down. He gently tells her it's like to miss home, before asking what she meant about her letter. Yulina panics, thinking Theo completely misunderstood her. Her mind spirals. Is he already thinking about choosing another wife? But Theo's reaction is the total opposite. He internally declares that he will absolutely not allow that. He jolts to his feet, startling them both. Thinking fast, Maylene blames the noise on a giant mole, and quickly pulls Yulina away to see some flowers. As they leave, Theo's heart sinks. He believes she wants to end the marriage right after they started getting close. Clenching his fist, he makes a silent, resolute vow he will not let her go. From his window, Theo reflects on the past 2 months. Yelena has settled in perfectly. She eats well, compliments the food, and enjoys daily walks in the garden. But he can't shake the feeling that she's deeply homesick. The thought of her wanting to return to Luha Island, a journey that takes over a month, makes his stomach drop. He can't stand the idea of being separated from her for that long. Gripping his chest, he decides that it absolutely cannot happen. Suddenly, an idea strikes him with a flash of inspiration. Theo's grand solution hits him. He'll just build a replica of Yelena's hometown, right inside the duchy, and move all her people there. But he stops himself, remembering she's only here for magic stones. His thoughts darken. If Count Dukan or the Empire tries to take her from him, he grips a crystal dagger, vowing to get rid of them both. Suddenly, a knock breaks his menacing trance. Yelena calls his name, and his murderous expression instantly vanishes, replaced by a dazzling smile as he quickly hides the weapon behind his back. Theo suggests Yelena could visit his office, but she politely declines, not wanting to bother him while he works. Internally, Theo is a total mess. He knows that if this cute little thing kept popping in, he would never get any work done. His thoughts are interrupted when Yelena calls his name. She holds out her hands, presenting a small, delicate plant she found in the garden, and asks if he wants to smell it. Completely disarmed by her simple kindness, Theo agrees, saying he'll look for just a moment. Theo leans forward, but instead of just smelling the leaf, his lips gently brush against her fingers as he takes in the scent. Yelena's heart hammers in her chest, a deep blush coloring her cheeks as she whispers that it tickles. He explains the plant is a yas leaf, perfect for making tea to warm the body. Her face lights up with nostalgia, telling him how it grew in her village and how her father used to make it for her. But Theo isn't listening. He just asks if she wants to go back, already plotting to dump a mountain of magic stones on her to make her stay. Yelena shyly asks if it would be okay for her to go. Theo's mind jumps to the worst conclusion, asking if she really wants to leave him. But she clarifies she just needs tools to dry tea leaves and innocently invites him to come along. The word, together, hits Theo like a truck. He grabs her hand, agreeing instantly and announcing he'll have Euless pack for their month-long trip. A baffled Yelena has to explain she only meant the market inside the duchy, leaving Theo speechless at his own dramatic overreaction. Yelena beams with joy thinking about all the delicious food at the market. The word finally registers in Theo's mind, and he completely short-circuits, stunned by his own dramatic meltdown. The next morning, a maid helps Yelena get ready for the outing. She warns her that the market will be crowded, advising her to stay close to the Duke. Yelena agrees, though her mind is laser-focused on all the snacks she's going to buy. Outside, Euless waits with a grand carriage, telling her Theo will be there shortly as he helps her board. Inside the carriage, Yelena wonders if the Duke is busy, feeling happy that he's coming with her despite his work. As she thinks about the big crowds, she nervously considers asking to hold his hand for safety. Suddenly, the door swings open and Theo steps in, looking incredibly sharp. He apologizes for the delay. Yelena asks if he was busy, and he smoothly replies he's handled everything. In his head, though, he admits there wasn't much to do. He just wanted to look like a capable husband for her. Euless announces their departure, and the carriage sets off. Yelena can't help but notice Theo looks extra sharp today. He got a fresh haircut, and is even wearing the fancy scarf he usually finds uncomfortable, clearly trying to impress her. He casually asks what she needs, and she explains she's looking for a basket and net for her tea leaves. As they travel, the carriage suddenly hits a massive bump, lurching to a stop. The driver yells an apology about a rock on the road. The jolt sends Yelena flying from her seat, landing directly in Theo's lap as he instinctively wraps his arms around her. With Yelena suddenly in his arms, Theo's heart starts hammering. He's completely captivated by her sweet floral scent, and for a moment, the world outside the carriage disappears. Yelena looks up at him, just as flustered, her cheeks bright red. An overwhelming urge washes over Theo. He wants to hold her, and he never wants to let go. He leans in closer, the space between them shrinking. Suddenly, Euless's panicked voice yells from outside, asking if they're okay. Deciding to savor the moment, Theo conveniently pretends he can't hear a thing. Instead of answering, Theo cheekily covers Yelena's ears to block out the shouting. Blushing, she looks up and asks if they should reply, but it's too late. Outside, Euless just assumes they're fine and tells the driver to move on. Once the carriage is rolling again, Theo helps Yelena back to her seat. Feeling bold after the close moment, she decides it's now or never to hold his hand. But Theo is one step ahead, taking her hand in his. They both instantly freeze, blushing furiously as their hearts start to pound. The moment their hands touch, the world just stops. Theo and Yelena both freeze, blushing furiously as their hearts start hammering. Just as they're lost in this new feeling, the carriage door swings open. David announces they've arrived at the market, only to find them sitting stiffly on opposite sides, looking like they just had a fight. Baffled, he lets Yulina out. She steps onto the street but is shocked to find it completely deserted. She turns to Theo and asks why there's no one around, and all he does is agree. Yulina's eyes light up when she spots a tea shop, and she eagerly suggests they go check it out. But before they can, Count Delkin steps in, reminding Theo he has a strict 2-hour limit. Turns out, the reason the market is empty is because Theo had it shut down just for their date, forcing everyone else to wait outside. Delkin sighs at the trouble his boss causes, but as he watches the couple, he can't help but feel relieved. Despite the chaos, it's clear Theo is much happier these days. Oblivious to the quiet streets, Yulina excitedly drags Theo toward a snack stall. The vendors immediately freeze, looking completely overwhelmed. This confirms Theo's worst fears. He realizes closing the market was the right decision to shield Yulina from how people react to him. He can't stand the thought of her ever looking at him with fear. But Yulina is lost in her own happy world, spotting the fruit skewers Ray told her about. She enthusiastically asks Theo to try them with her, grabbing a huge display of strawberry skewers and surprising the young vendor. The young vendor is completely frozen, convinced the terrifying Archduke is here to punish her for forgetting an errand. But Yulina, radiating pure joy, just asks for help choosing the best fruit skewer. The vendor is stunned, her fear melting away as she's mesmerized by Yulina's beauty. After Yulina admits she likes oranges, she turns to Theo for his opinion. His solution: buy them all. Yulina bursts out laughing, telling him they'd spoil their dinner, and sweetly suggests just get the strawberries and oranges for now. Theo softly tells Yulina to do as she wishes. As the vendor hands over the fruit skewers, onlookers whisper in disbelief. This gentleman couldn't possibly be the monster from the rumors, with the beautiful Duchess. He looks more like a romantic hero. Oblivious, Yulina notices the vendor looks pale and asks if she's unwell. The girl nervously claims her legs just gave out from standing. In a burst of kindness, Yulina offers to watch the stall so she can rest, turning to Theo for approval. He agrees instantly, leaving the terrified girl trapped. The young vendor makes a hasty retreat, leaving Yulina and Theo in charge of fruit stall. As they wait, Yulina's cheerful mood shifts to concern. She looks at the deserted streets and asks Theo why it's so empty, worrying that the vendor's fruit will spoil. Her simple words hit Theo hard. His attempt to protect her is hurting innocent people. Unwilling to let her worry, Theo gives a silent command. Instantly, the empty market floods with people. Yulina stares in amazement as the once silent streets erupt with life and chatter. A little boy points excitedly at the fruit skewers, but his father freezes, terrified by Theo's presence. Yulina, ever the sweetheart, offers the boy a taste of her strawberry skewer, which he happily accepts. Gaining some courage, the dad buys one for his son. Theo quietly tells them to enjoy it, leaving the man stunned and honored. As they walk away, Yulina tells Theo she had fun and wonders why people are so scared of him. Deciding it's his rank, she suggests they act more naturally and offers him a bite. In an attempt to share her treat, Yulina accidentally grabs Theo's hand, making the stoic Archduke freeze in shock. Unfazed, she quickly recovers and holds the strawberry skewer to his lips. He hesitantly takes a bite, a faint blush dusting his cheeks. Beaming, she asks if it was delicious, already planning their next outing. Still dazed by her warmth, Theo quietly agrees. As the sun sets on the lively market, they walk off into the crowd, their hands now linked together. Later that night, Theo is completely lost in his own little world, replaying the day's events. He keeps thinking about how Yulina held his hand first, a blush creeping onto his face. For the first time, he wonders if maybe, just maybe, she feels something for him too. He's so over the moon that he considers opening a special wine to celebrate. Just then, a knock at the door breaks his daydream. It's his aide, Ulyss, confirming that he bought all the leftover goods from the market, just as Theo ordered. Ulyss reports that Theo's secret good deed is already creating positive rumors about the Duchess caring for the people. Theo, still blushing, clarifies that she was just worried. But the warm atmosphere vanishes when Ulyss hands him a serious report. Count Delkin was seen secretly meeting a senior priest at the main temple. Theo's romantic haze instantly evaporates, replaced by a cold, sharp focus. He understands the danger this meeting implies. Ulyss nervously confirms the intel, revealing the operation's name. Trouble is definitely brewing. The Eye of the Storm isn't just a code name, it's a real place. A brutal, snowy mountain where a blizzard never stops. At its peak sits the main Daphne Temple, a place so exclusive that priests who retire have their memories wiped clean. Back in his office, Euless reports that Count Delkin was there seeking information about the Penthouse. Theo presses for details. Euless reveals the elder priest's shocking conclusion. He believes Grand Duchess Yelena is the saintess. Theo is left speechless, the weight of this incredible news settling in. The ancient forbidden texts tell of a legendary saintess, a radiant messenger from the goddess Daphne. Prophecy states that when she appears, she will bear red marks on her ears, and the world will finally understand why it needs her. Euless explains that after Yelena's ceremony, where she received those exact marks, the seasons on her home island began to change. On top of that, a rock with her people's script was found near the temple, inscribed with the word, protection. Euless then asks Theo if he saw a similar rock when he was there. Euless states his first plan is to contact the people on Yelena's home island. Theo listens, his expression unreadable. He taps the desk once, then his hand suddenly clenches a report, crumpling the paper. The name of the operation echoes in his mind, the Eye of the Storm. Meanwhile, Euless is completely exhausted, panting as he climbs a long stone staircase. He calls out for his sister Maylene. She appears at the top, looking down with a disappointed sigh. She asks if he's seriously struggling with a few stairs, suggesting he should try sitting and doing paperwork for a change. A new maid nervously asks Euless what the Grand Duchess is like. He describes Yelena as kind, gentle, and someone the Grand Duke cares for deeply. The maid gets excited, gossiping about their recent date and how good they look together. Flustered, Euless quickly shuts her down, warning her to be careful with her words and not be clumsy. He knocks on a grand door, announcing he's brought the new maid. A soft voice invites them in. Yelena turns from her vanity with a radiant smile, leaving the new maid completely stunned and speechless. The new maid, completely awestruck, introduces herself as Maylin Ardente and vows to do her best. Yelena welcomes her with a warm smile. Internally, Maylin is reeling, wondering why her brother Euless never mentioned just how stunning the Grand Duchess was. Eager to start, Maylin gets permission to assist Yelena right away. Seeing Yelena was in the middle of getting ready, she offers to finish brushing her hair. As she runs the brush through the silky white strands, Maylin can't help but gush about how dazzlingly beautiful Yelena is. Maylin gushes that Yelena's hair is enchanting, like the first snow. She's stunned when Yelena admits she's never seen snow because it never fell where she lived. Excited, Maylin shares a romantic legend. If you experience the first snowfall with the one you love, you are guaranteed to live happily ever after. As the maid finishes her hair with a bow, Yelena quietly reflects on this idea. A small smile touches her lips as she imagines a future with Theo, wishing they'd truly happy together like a real married couple. Strolling through the garden, Yelena gets an idea. She asks Maylin what locals do for fun, mentioning festivals or famous dessert shops. She explains that since Theo often travels for work, she wants to be able to explore the principality with him when he's back. Seeing the hopeful blush on Yelena's face, Maylin realizes her new boss is totally smitten. The excited maid promises to create the ultimate list of date spots. Yelena then suggests they go check out the White Tower and decorate some empty rooms together. Just as Yelena and Maylin are about to head to the White Tower, Theo appears. Yelena's face lights up as she calls his name. He asks if she's out for a walk, and, in a rare gentle moment, suggests they could walk together. Yelena would love to, but she explains she already promised Maylin they'd explore the tower. Realizing she hasn't been introduced, Maylin gets flustered and quickly presents herself. Theo recognizes her as his aide Euless's younger sister. He then asks Yelena what's so interesting about the tower, and she reveals their plan to decorate its empty rooms. This makes her wonder, and she asks him why it's called the White Tower when it's clearly made of black stone. Theo explains that the tower gets its name from how it looks covered in snow, which is how the locals know winter has truly arrived. Hearing this gets Yelena's hopes up. She eagerly asks when the first snow will fall, promising to ask him for a walk then. But Theo completely shuts her down. His entire vibe changes as he states it would be better if it never snowed. He flat out says he despises snow. The air goes cold as Theo reveals his deep-seated hatred for the color white, leaving Yelena completely stunned. Theo's voice is ice as he declares that all snow the same, shocking both Yelena and Maylin. But instead of getting upset, Yelena calmly accepts his words. Seeing how much he despises white snow, she simply still excuses herself and turns to leave. A panicked Maylin quickly follows her. Theo is completely blindsided by her quiet retreat. He reaches out, calling her name, but she doesn't look back. He's left utterly confused, wondering why she's suddenly acting this way and just walking away from him. In his office, Theo is interrupted by his aide, Euless, who has a report. He informs the Archduke that Yelena hasn't left the tower all day, taking her meals inside. Theo's mood instantly soars, and he slams his desk, demanding to know why she isn't going for her walks. Though shaking in his boots, Yulis bravely offers an explanation. He asks Theo to consider the color of Yulina's hair, white. Then, he asks about the snow outside. The connection is painfully obvious, Yulina avoiding him because of his hatred for white. Yulis bravely connects the dots for his dense boss, asking if his hatred for snow extends to Yulina's white hair. Theo explodes, demanding to know what he's talking about. The terrified aide explains that because people say her hair resembles snow, she probably thinks his harsh words were about her. Furious, Theo grabs Yulis, arguing it's not the same thing. He insists Yulina's hair isn't just white, it shines like sunlight. But Yulis makes it clear that doesn't matter, what's important is that she felt hurt. After Yulis excuses himself, Theo clenches his fist, determined. He can't leave this misunderstanding as is and decides he must see Yulina immediately. Determined to clear the air, Theo rushes to the tower and knocks on Yulina's door. He calls out, nervously explaining that he needs to speak with her face to face. When she lets him in, he's completely stunned. Yulina is buried in a giant, fluffy white blanket, resembling a round owl. Thrown off, he asks if he can sit, then questions if she's suffocating in the blanket. But from inside her personal fluff cocoon, Yulina simply insists that she's fine, leaving the Archduke at a total loss. From inside her blanket cocoon, Yulina finally asks the question on her mind, does he hate her hair because it looks like snow? In response, Theo steps forward and gently pulls the fluffy hood from her head. He flatly denies it, confessing he's never thought her hair looked like snow. On the contrary, he admits he's always found it incredibly beautiful. Her eyes widen in disbelief. Running his fingers through a silver strand, Theo swears it's the truth and sincerely apologizes for hurting her, pleading with her to please take her walks again. Yulina cuts straight to the point, asking Theo why he hates snow so much. He tenses up before dropping a bombshell: his mother died because of it. Stunned, Yulina listens as he reveals the tragic backstory. Years ago, their people suffered through brutal winters with no magic stones for heat. The Empire offered a deal: investigate the mysterious Eye of the Storm, and they'd get supplies. His mother, the Grand Duchess, went on that mission to save them. She promised she would return, but she never did. Theo drops the final, tragic detail: they couldn't reach his mother because she was completely buried in snow. That's why he hates it so much. He confesses that at just 15 years old, he tried to recover her body but was powerless to do anything alone. Yulina immediately apologizes, but Theo reassures her. He gently touches her earring, a gift from his mother, and admits seeing her wear it is a great comfort. As he leaves, Yulina asks if a drink again tonight. Busted. They've both been spying on each other through the door cracks. Yulina shyly asks if she can drink with him right there in her room. Theo is completely thrown off by the bold request. She explains that he looks so sad while talking, and she wants to comfort him. With a bright smile, she adds that she heard drinking can give you the courage to do things you otherwise couldn't. Stuttering, a flustered Theo asks if she's ever had alcohol before. She cheerfully admits to having one glass of wine on a ship and sweetly asks him to teach her. Internally, Yulina steels herself, realizing tonight she needs courage. Theo agrees. Theo returns carrying a basket with carefully selected wine and fruit, but he's taken too long. Catching his reflection, he makes a mental note that he's been slacking on his training and needs to get back to it. He quietly enters Yulina's room with the champagne he chose just for her, only to find she's already fallen fast asleep on the bed. Thinking she must be exhausted from cleaning, he decides not to wake her. Instead, he places a glowing light stone beside her and settles on the floor, content just to watch over her. As Theo watches Yulina sleep, he's totally captivated. He thinks she's beautiful with her eyes open, but somehow just as stunning with them closed. An intense battle rages inside him. One part wants to touch her, while the other screams that he absolutely must not. He spots a single strand of her hair near her lips, seizing it as an excuse. Telling himself he's just moving it, he carefully leans in. But just as his fingers get close, Yulina shifts in her sleep and makes a little puffing sound, completely unaware. Yulina slowly wakes up, wondering if she dozed off. As her vision clears, she gets a massive shock. Theo is sitting right there on the bed, just inches away. Startled, she blurts out his name and quickly apologizes for falling asleep. Theo, however, just gives her a smooth smile, telling her it's fine, and he didn't wait long. He pulls out the bottle of wine, suggesting they drink it now. But just as things are getting cozy, the maid Maylene barges in with a cheerful, "Good morning," and freezes, completely misunderstanding the very compromising scene. Completely misunderstanding the scene, Maylene gasps, her face flushing bright red. Mortified, she stammers a quick apology and bolts from the room. Yulina turns to a very annoyed Theo, pointing out that it must be morning. Caught in his lie, he claims the huge wine cellar made him lose track of time. Changing the subject, Yulina suggests saving the wine, but then changes her mind. She gently takes his arm, insisting she wants to taste the drink he chose so carefully for her. Visibly moved by her simple kindness, Theo softens and quietly agrees. Still flustered from the earlier misunderstanding, Maylene tearfully apologizes to Yulina, promising never to intrude again. Yulina reassures the worried maid, then cleverly changes the subject, asking about Theo's mother. Maylene's mood shifts as she describes the former Grand Duchess, Karen Rose, as a beloved hero. She explains that Karen Rose disappeared while investigating the dangerous Eye of the Storm, a place that helped their land prosper. The biggest reveal is that Theo, in a desperate search, personally rode into that treacherous storm to find his long-lost mother. Maylene explains that everyone was terrified Theo would disappear, too. Knights eventually rescued him from the brutal storm, but the incident left a deep mark. He became cold and distant, constantly throwing himself into battle. Hearing his tragic past, Yulina's heart aches with sympathy, and she quietly vows to take care of him. Later at a grand banquet, Yulina, looking incredible, finds Theo sitting by himself. He's completely stunned by her presence, barely managing to ask if she came for him. When she asks to sit beside him, he instantly agrees, completely captivated. Making conversation, Theo mentions he cleaned out the space under the White Tower. Yulina gently tells him that's not his job, but then she drops a bombshell. She plans to use it, so the room will be theirs. Theo's brain short-circuits, questioning what she means. She cheerfully explains that the windowless room feels cozy. His imagination immediately runs wild, thinking she's suggesting they share a room, and he gets completely flustered. But Yulina's true motive is far more innocent. It's a great place to avoid the snow. Theo is stunned silent, realizing he completely misread her intentions. Yulina cheerfully declares she hates snow now, proposing they hide out in their room when it first falls. Theo, ever the pragmatist, points out that would mean being stuck inside for half the winter. Undeterred, she says she'll just walk the entire tower instead. Her tone then softens as she reveals her true reason. She knows he gets sad when it snows and she doesn't want to leave him alone. Stunned by her genuine care, Theo admits he wants to know more about her. He then softens, confessing he wants to know more about Yuna, too. Yulina is surprised he wants to know about her. She explains her mother passed away early, and her distant father rarely spoke of her. To connect, they would light campfires, as the crackling flames seem to help him open up about his lost love. Intrigued, Theo suggests they should light a campfire in the winter, so they too can speak honestly about everything. Yulina quietly agrees, deciding that when the time is right, she will ask him the questions she's been holding in her heart. With a gentle blush, Yulina quietly accepts her new role as his wife. Taking the lead, Theo suggests they make a toast to the coming winter, and they happily clink their glasses together. But their peaceful moment is shattered when the doors fly open. Their butler, Ulyss, bursts in with an urgent announcement. Furious at the intrusion, Theo demands to know why he didn't knock. Ulyss explains that a guest has arrived for Yulina, a man named Asarum from the Apine tribe. Yulina's eyes go wide with shock before she excitedly exclaims that Asarum is her friend. Theo tells Yulina that since it's her guest, she should be the one to welcome him, adding that he'll go with her. But as a happy Yulina turns to leave, Ulyss nervously stops the Archduke. He clarifies that the guest is a man, and the information clearly catches Theo off guard. Before he can process this, Yulina rushes forward, excitedly calling out Asarum's name. The man, a successor from the Apine tribe, beams at her and calls her Yuna. Overjoyed, she grabs his arm, asking how he possibly got here. Asarum casually explains he came all this way simply because he missed her, all while holding her hands. Theo watches the two of them, his expression turning to stone. Inside, though, a silent, fairy rage builds as he sees another man touching his wife so freely. Completely oblivious to the murderous aura radiating from her husband, Yulina cheerfully introduces Asarum as her closest childhood friend. The man turns to Theo with a confident smile, extending his hand for a formal greeting and stating his name. Asarum's casual introduction immediately sets Theo on edge. The Archduke's eyes narrow, demanding to know what the man just said. Sensing trouble, Yulina frantically apologizes, explaining her friend finds formal speech awkward, before scolding Asarum to use proper etiquette. Not wanting to cause problems for her, Asarum decides to just shake Theo's hand. While Theo internally dismisses the man's ignorance, he decides he won't forgive the earlier hug. He seizes Asarum's hand, crushing it in his grip while forcing a terrifyingly sweet smile and saying it's nice to meet him. Theo's friendly handshake turns into a bone, crushing grip, and Asarum winces in pain. Annoyed, he turns to Yulina and asks in their native tongue if Theo is the beastly guy he'd heard about. Yulina quickly scolds her friend for his rudeness. Sensing he's being insulted, Theo demands to know what they were saying. To smooth things over, Asarum asks if he can join their meal. Deciding to play the generous husband, Theo agrees. He releases Asarum's hand and subtly steps between him and Yulina, quietly asserting his place. With a chillingly sweet smile, Theo tells Asarum to eat, emphasizing that he's his wife's precious childhood friend. The veiled threat makes Asarum sweat. At the table, Yulina innocently asks about her village. Annoyed by their friendly chat, Theo interrupts, asking if Asarum is done eating. Confused, Yulina thinks he's talking to her, but Theo clarifies he meant the guest. She quickly scolds Asarum for his bad manners, demanding he use the Archduke's proper title. Asarum reluctantly agrees, but under breath he thinks of Theo as nothing but a bastard. Asarum brazenly tells the Archduke he can leave now, since he and Yulina have a lot to talk about. A vein pops on Theo's temple, but he just smiles. He calmly states that he's not done and orders the butler to bring out more food. Internally, Theo is fuming, refusing to leave the two of them alone for a second. While he stuffs his face, an oblivious Yulina just comments on his big appetite. Asarum then tells Yulina he missed her every day, admitting he regretted letting her go. Theo's grip on his silverware tightens, barely controlling his rage. Internally, Theo dismisses Asarum's confession as disgustingly fake. Sensing the mood, Yulina tries to reassure her friend, insisting she's doing very well. She happily lists her new friends before turning to Theo, praising him for being incredibly considerate and kind. Completely caught off guard by her genuine gratitude, Theo softens. He tells her it's only natural and she can ask for anything she needs. Asarum observes their exchange, a calculating smile on his face. He's glad she's treated well, he says, admitting he worried she'd be treated like a savage. Asarum provocatively suggests that he and Yulina were basically fiancés back home. Theo, completely unimpressed, flatly tells him no. He calls the idea ridiculous, making it clear that whatever Asarum is thinking never happened and never will. Flustered, Yulina scolds her friend for his inappropriate comments. Backpedaling, Asarum apologizes and claims he was just testing the Archduke. He insists he had if Theo was truly a good person for her, leaving Yulina utterly confused by his bizarre excuse. Yulina is getting seriously annoyed. She just wants to be helpful to Theo, but her friend's bizarre behavior is making the whole situation incredibly awkward. Sensing the mood shift, Asarum apologizes to Theo, admitting his jokes went too far before thanking him for taking good care of Yulina. Theo coolly replies that it's simply his duty as her husband. Internally, Theo sees right through Asarum's act, recognizing the pattern of provocation followed by a fake compliment. He concludes Asarum is hiding a dark side. Asarum then stands, asking Yulina where her room is. Theo explains Yulina's room is in a separate building. Asarum gets excited, suggesting they stay up all night like old times. But Theo cuts him off, clarifying this guest room is on the 3rd floor of the main mansion. Undeterred, Asarum proposes sleeping with Yulina, claiming it's a custom from his home. That's the last straw. Theo grabs his wrist, flatly refusing. Seeing her husband fuming, Yulina gently tells Asarum to get some rest. Their sweet exchange only infuriates Theo, who is left silently seething with rage. Yulina smooths things over, insisting that since Asarum is her friend, he should be treated as a precious guest. Surprisingly, Theo softens, thanking her for her kindness. He points out her thin clothes and offers her warm tea, which she gratefully accepts. Later that night, Asarum walks alone down an empty hall, but he doesn't get far. Theo's voice cuts through the silence, ordering him to wait. The Archduke steps forward, demanding to know where he's going at this hour. Asarum simply turns and stares back, a cold look in his eyes. Theo warns Asarum not to use his name so carelessly, demanding to know where he's going. Asarum coolly explains he couldn't sleep and was going to check on Yuna. The nickname makes Theo clench his fist. When Theo asks when he plans to leave, Asarum gets a smug look. He says that seeing Theo's reaction makes him want to stay longer. He then drops a bombshell. The only reason he became his village's successor was so he could marry Yulina. A silent challenge hangs between them as they lock eyes. Theo warns Asarum that his patience has a limit. Unfazed, Asarum fires back that he feels sorry for Yulina, accusing Theo of always forcing things with his power. He shouts that it was people who desperately needed magic stones and had to use marriage as a threat. Theo coolly retorts that regardless, they accepted the deal. This makes Asarum snap, revealing he was always against the plan and suspected Count Delkin from the start. Theo mocks him, asking why he's throwing a tantrum now when he failed to stop Yulina from coming. Theo goes for the jugular. asking if Yulina knows that Asarum is just pretending to be a friend while hiding his true feelings. Asarum just scoffs, retorting that Yulina is the only reason he's holding back. Unfazed, Theo points and challenges him to a meeting at the training grounds tomorrow, a secret between them. Asarum grins, eagerly accepting the offer. The next day, Yulina is with her maid, Maylene, trying to choose a dress. During their chat, Maylene casually mentions that the castle staff is already gossiping about the arrival of her old friend. Maylene gushes about the rumors surrounding Asarum, describing him as noble and handsome. Yulina recalls that he was very popular back in their village for his skills and personality. However, she surprises Maylene by saying that when it comes to delicate looks, Theo fits the description more. She beams, explaining that while the Duke has a sturdy build, his features are truly beautiful. Maylene is floored, picturing the fearsome accusator, and nervously agrees. Yulina then asks where her other maid is, learning she's late because of an important event at the training grounds. At the training grounds, Asarum is already winning over Theo's knights. They laugh, finding his story about killing a bear with a small dagger hilarious. Bragging that he's the best warrior in his village, Asarum cleverly mentions that the maids have been asking about them. The flustered knights instantly start cheering for their new buddy. Suddenly, Theo arrives and the friendly atmosphere vanishes. Asarum smirks, mocking the Duke for being late and assuming he ran off in fear. Unbothered, Theo simply tosses him a wooden practice sword, ready to begin their duel. With wooden swords in hand, the duel is on. Theo coldly tells Asarum to be thankful they aren't using real blades. From the sidelines, the knights whisper among themselves, questioning how long it's been since the Duke last trained. Asarum smirks, taunting Theo for hesitating and promising to make sure he can still walk afterward. Annoyed by the Duke's unshakable calm, Asarum declares he'll wipe that smug look off his face. He lunges forward with a powerful swing, but Theo effortlessly blocks the attack, showing a clear difference in their skill levels. Asarum's powerful swing is stopped dead in its tracks. Theo blocks it without even breaking a sweat, showing the massive gap in their abilities. Seeing he's outmatched, Asarum switches to trash talk, bringing up Yulina. He claims a violent monster like the Duke can't make her happy and should stay away from her. He calls the estate a lonely cage, trying to get a rise out of Theo. But the Duke is like a stone wall, just coldly asking if he's done talking yet. Confident his words hit their mark, Asarum smirks. Done with the trash talk, Theo moves in a blur. A single, powerful blow sends Asarum flying, leaving him gasping on the ground. The Duke calmly informs him that he only gets 3 hits, and that's it. The onlooking knights are completely speechless. Asarum scrambles to defend against the next attack, but Theo's strike is so immense it shatters the wooden sword into splinters. Defeated, Asarum can only laugh from the ground, admitting that the rumors were true. The Duke is insanely strong. Asarum calls the Duke cold before declaring he's going to see Yulina, but Theo stops him dead in his tracks. He doesn't make a threat, he just tells the knight to wash up first because he smells. Later, a frantic Eulis rushes in, worried about the duel. He finds Theo cleaning up and panics at the sight of his injured hand. The Duke just calmly asks for some ointment, but internally admits Asarum was surprisingly fast and knew how to break an opponent's focus even if it wasn't nearly enough. Eulis is furious, demanding to know why Theo only hit the knight 3 times. But the Duke just smirks, revealing he let Asarum land those first hits on purpose. He explains that since Asarum feels like Yulina was stolen from him, taking a few punches was a small price to pay. Asarum's insults, calling him a violent monster who would only make Yulina unhappy, flash through his mind. That even if those words sting, Theo is resolute, he is never letting her go. Later, a cleaned-up Asarum tries to visit Yulina, only to find his way blocked by a massive pile of rubble. He can only stare, realizing the Duke is an absolute lunatic. Back in his office, Theo reads a report and instantly regrets his leniency. He thinks he should have dealt with Asarum more forcefully. His thoughts are cut short when the door slams open and the knight himself barges in, furiously shouting that he can't see Yulina. Theo, completely unbothered, calmly asks if he's ever heard of knocking. Flustered, Asarum can only stammer. The Duke then drops a bombshell with a smug grin in his room, and Yulina's are connected by a private bridge. The message is crystal clear. Asarum loses it, accusing the Duke of locking Yulina away. But Theo just shuts him down, making it crystal clear. No one sees Yulina without his permission first. Their confrontation is cut short when Yulina herself appears, innocently asking Asarum if he slept well. She then tells Theo that the tower stairs are completely broken. With a perfectly straight face, the Duke spins a tale about a repair accident, leaving Asarum floored by the blatant lie. Before Yulina can get suspicious, Theo takes the blame himself, shooting a smug look at his rival. Theo gently takes Yulina's hand, telling her not to worry. He shoots a smug look at Asarum, who is absolutely fuming. Oblivious to the tension, Yulina cheerfully asks if the two men were talking. She gushes that she figured they'd get along and must have become friends overnight, looking to Theo for confirmation. While a stunned Asarum can barely speak, Theo coolly agrees with her. Yulina, thinking she interrupted, apologizes and tries to leave, but Theo immediately stops her, asking exactly where she's going. Yulina beams, announcing she was about to go gardening with her maid. Protective as ever, Theo tells her to let the servants handle it, worried she might get hurt. But she insists it's for exercise. Hearing this, Asarum eagerly volunteers to help. Not about to be one-upped, Theo immediately declares he's joining too. In the garden, Yulina finds the perfect spot for a tea table and asks for their opinion. Forgetting their rivalry for a second, both men enthusiastically agree, praising her excellent taste. As Theo and Asarum glare daggers at each other, their silent war is interrupted by the knight Ray, who rushes over apologizing for his tardiness. Yulina's face immediately lights up as she greets him, gushing that he looks amazing in his training uniform. A flustered Ray thanks her and asks about the help she requested. She just points to the two rivals awkwardly pulling weeds in the background. Yulina cheerfully explains that Theo and Asarum are helping decorate, leaving Ray speechless as he notices Asarum is actually quite skilled. A female knight eyes Ray with suspicion, not a fan of his flashy appearance. But when Yulina praises his amazing training skills, Ray gets completely flustered and blushes bright red. Seeing his reaction, the knight blushes too, clearly charmed. Another guard interrupts, telling Ray to stop chatting and help with a tree. But the knight stops him, pointing out that Theo and Asarum are right there. Though Yulina worries they're tired from their earlier spat, she sweetly asks if they could chop some tree stumps for her new flower garden. Asarum smirks, asking Theo if chopping wood is too much for him. Playing it cool, Theo says it's nothing, but when he grabs the axe, he can barely lift the heavy tool. Asarum immediately mocks him for struggling. Theo just challenges him to do better if he's so confident. Bragging that he's chopped hundreds of trees before, Asarum takes a mighty swing and splits the stump in one perfect shot. The massive effort leaves him stumbling and gasping for air. Annoyed by their antics, the knight Maylene steps forward, declaring she'll do it herself. Without even breaking a sweat, Ray splits a massive tree stump in one clean swing. Yulina is completely starstruck, gushing about how cool he is. This lights a competitive fire under Theo. When a knight offers to help him, he snatches the axe away, insisting he's got it. Determined to beat Asarum, he channels all his frustration into one powerful blow, demolishing the wood. He immediately turns to Yulina, hungry for praise. But she just sees him looking pale and sweaty, rushing over to ask if he's hurt. His grand display totally backfired. Yulina gently grabs Theo's arm, her face filled with genuine concern. She tells everyone to stop working so he can go rest, reminding him he was up late. Her simple kindness melts him, and he agrees to head inside. But just then, Asarum swoops in and invites Yulina for a walk. Not having any of that, Theo immediately changes his mind, declaring he'll come too. Asarum smugly agrees that the sick Archduke should rest. Annoyed, Theo firmly grabs Yulina's hand, making it clear she isn't going anywhere with that guy. Clinging to Yulina's hand, Theo puts on his best sick guy act, desperate to keep her from leaving. Seeing his state, Yulina tries to postpone her walk with Asarum, but he impatiently hurries her along. The moment they're gone, Theo's protective jealousy flares up. He immediately summons his knight Ray and gives her a chilling order: assign spies to the pair. He demands a full report on everything they say and do. Theo's eyes narrow with suspicion. He's certain Asarum has a hidden agenda for getting close to his wife. Yulina and her escort take a walk through the stunning gardens, a place where magic stones keep flowers in bloom year-round. While she marvels at the sights, her guard is on high alert. He quickly spots Theo's men hiding in the trees, watching their every move. Yulina seems oblivious, simply commenting on how beautiful the trail is. But beneath her cheerful exterior, her thoughts drift to her past. A wave of sadness washes over her as she admits to herself that she desperately misses her home on Lua Highland. As Yulina takes in the calming scenery, her childhood friend reminisces that she has always loved taking walks. His smile fades as he recalls their happy past on the island, a time before the cold came and ruined everything. Clenching his fist, he reaffirms that this is the only way to save their home. Yulina spots a small cabin and asks what it is. Her friend identifies it as Theo's and suggests they go inside to be alone. Confused but compliant, she follows him in, completely oblivious to the eyes still watching them from the shadows. Inside the cabin, Yuelina's friend suggests they speak in their native tongue now that they're alone. They easily fall back into familiar conversation, sharing news from home and laughing about his stubborn father. The happy moment fades when Yuelina quietly asks how her own father has been doing. Her friend's expression turns serious. He hesitates for a moment before revealing the sad truth. Ever since Yuelina left the island, her father has become a recluse, rarely ever leaving his home. With a heavy heart, Yuelina asks her friend to tell her father she's doing well and that Theo is kind to her. But he bluntly refuses, telling her she can deliver the message herself. Yuelina is confused. She has to stay for a year to avoid suspicion about the magic stones. He cuts her off with a confident smile, revealing he's found a way. Elsewhere, Theo's aide Yulis enters a room and freezes. He finds a shirtless Theo, who immediately demands to know where Yuna is, leaving the aide completely stunned. Yulis is stunned by Theo's incredibly fast healing. Theo, ignoring his aide's stammering apology, cuts to the chase and demands the report from his spies. The aide nervously reads that Yuelina and her friend were seen walking together before entering the hunting cabin. The news instantly sets Theo off. He explodes, questioning why his wife would go into an enclosed space with another man. Yulis timidly suggests it was because it was cold, but Theo is furious as men just stood by and watched, leaving his terrified aide completely confused. Still furious, Theo demands to know what his wife and her friend did inside the cabin. Yulis nervously reports that they spoke in their native language, so the spies couldn't understand the conversation. However, he adds that the friend was seen pleading with Yuelina about something. The word pleading rings alarm bells in Theo's head. Meanwhile, Yuelina recalls her friend's cryptic message. He confidently told her he'd found a way for her to go home, then asked if she remembered the old island legend of the snow being, unrolling an ancient scroll. The ancient legend speaks of a snow being with hair as white as snow. If this person drinks from the river of memories, they regain their power and can save the island. Her friend reminds Yuelina that everyone back home believed she was this legendary figure. Yuelina remembers her father calling it just an old fairy tale, but her friend reveals a massive lead. He claims the holy water in the nearby temple is just like the fabled river. It glows blue and stays perpetually warm. This could be the breakthrough they need. Acerm admits his information came from a local source he doesn't fully trust, but he argues it's their only chance to save the island. He adds that he can't stand how people treat her like a magic stone thief. Moved by his words, Yuelina listens as he takes her hand, affirming his belief that she will one day lead their people. She agrees to speak with Theo about visiting the temple. As he leaves, he warns her not to mention the snow being, as an outsider would find it ridiculous. Later, Yuelina prays he's right, imagining her island finally free from the cold. Yuelina drifts into a happy daydream, imagining her father regaining his strength. Her thoughts then turn to Theo, and a warm smile spreads across her face. She starts to fantasize about them becoming a real couple, thinking about how he's taken her on walks and even seems to rely on her a little. But suddenly, her happy bubble pops. She remembers she promised to give Theo the yas leaves and totally forgot. Panicked that he might be waiting, she grabs the box and rushes out, hoping she isn't too late. Remembering her promise, Yuelina plans to quietly brew the yas leaves and leave without a fuss. But the moment she opens the door, she walks straight into a solid wall of man. It's Theo. Completely flustered, she looks up and asks why he's still awake. It dawns on her that he must have been waiting for her the entire time. She immediately apologizes for forgetting and asks if he waited long. While Theo stays silent, his mind is racing. He totally misreads her embarrassment, wondering if she's actually mad at him. Instead of clearing the air, they end up sitting in a super awkward silence, drinking the tea Yuelina prepared. Theo is totally kicking himself. He admits internally that he got so distracted by her face, he completely missed his chance to say anything. The real reason he was waiting by her door? He was curious about the guy she was talking to earlier and quickly hid when he sensed her coming. But he just can't bring himself to admit that. When he asks what she was up to, a flustered Yuelina blurts out she was just taking a walk. Trying to clear the air, Yuelina explains she'd been asleep all day and just went for a walk. Theo, clearly not buying it, asks if she enjoyed herself. She cheerfully replies that she did, adding it was nice talking with someone named Aserim. Wrong answer. Theo's face instantly darkens, and his hand clenches so hard his knuckles turn white. Completely missing the vibe shift, Yuelina then asks if they can visit a northern temple Aserim suggested. Theo shuts her down flat, coldly stating that getting into the Temple of Phoenix isn't easy. The mysterious Aserim tries to get on Theo's good side, casually mentioning he's a friend of the Grand Duchess. Later, the head butler Ulis presents Theo with a delicate white lace garment on a silver platter. He instructs Theo to give it to Yuelina to wear when she prays. For a split second, Theo's icy demeanor softens as he pictures her in it. But the moment is ruined when Aserim barges right in. He casually asks what the problem is, since he knocked, before recognizing the special cloth as a holy garment. Aserim gets bold, declaring he's going to see Yuelina and daring Theo to stop him. Not about to let that slide, Theo grits his teeth and announces he's going with him. When they get to her room, Yuelina opens the door looking absolutely stunning in the holy garment. While Aserim immediately compliments her, Theo is completely speechless, totally mesmerized by the sight. He suddenly walks right past Aserim and firmly takes Yuelina's arm, leaving her shocked and confused by his sudden move. In a surprising show of concern, Theo gently places a warm, fur-lined cloak around Yuelina's shoulders, telling her the path to the temple will be cold. While Yuelina is touched, Aserim immediately starts trouble, criticizing her small room. Yuelina calmly defends her choice, saying she finds it cozy. Not letting up, Aserim bluntly asks if she's staying there because she's scared of the Grand Duke. Annoyed, Yuelina immediately shuts him down, reminding him that Theo was the one who helped him get permission to visit in the first place. Aserim quickly backpedals with a weak apology. Trying to break the awkward silence, Yuelina suggests they go to the temple. She then quietly apologizes to Theo for Aserim's behavior, but he surprises her with a gentle reassurance. He tells her not to worry, promising that their annoying guest will be gone soon anyway. Aserim, walking ahead, gives a dark look over his shoulder. Later, at the magnificent Temple of Phoenix, their arrival causes a stir. A flustered priestess rushes forward, completely stunned and stammering as she asks what brings the Grand Duke to her doorstep. The high priest, Lambros, immediately confronts Theo, questioning why he's at a temple he claims to hate. Unfazed, Theo coolly orders the priestess to guide the Grand Duchess. The priestess slips up, blurting out that she forgot he was married since they never had a ceremony. This comment earns her a chilling glare from Theo, who darkly asks if she'd like to meet the goddess in person. The terrified priestess quickly apologizes, but then she's left speechless by Yuelina's radiant appearance, looking like a divine being. Before she can gush, Theo shuts her down with a silent warning. As the priestess offers to guide Yuelina to the prayer room, Theo suddenly stops them. In another surprising act of care, he gently places a beautiful lace veil over her head, explaining it's for noble women during prayer. Yuelina thanks him warmly before heading off. Once she's gone, Theo and Aserim are left alone in a waiting room. Aserim immediately gets down to business, asking if coming to the temple was Theo's true goal. He then reveals he's been digging into Theo's past, noting that the Grand Duke spent quite a while in the Bios Empire. Aserim smirks, sarcastically noting Count Delkin must have spent a fortune to help Theo out. Unimpressed, Theo asks if spying was enough. Now he's digging into his past too. Aserim casually takes a seat, claiming he only came to see Yuelina. He then confidently declares that she can't be happy here and would have been better off with him. Theo's face turns to ice. He bluntly tells Asarim to stop whining about his feelings for her, calling it disgusting. Snapping back, Asarim reveals he's done his own research on Theo's secrets. Asarim hits Theo with brutal accusations, calling him a demon whose sword destroyed nations. He then twists the knife, asking if Theo went insane after his mother's passing. Asarim smirks, wondering aloud if Yelena knows how vile her husband truly is. That's the final straw. Theo's control shatters, his face twisting in rage as he seizes Asarim by the collar and orders him to shut his mouth. Just then, the doors open. Yelena stands there in shock, calling out Theo's name and asking what he's doing. Yelena rushes in, shouting for Theo to stop. He immediately lets go of Asarim, who grabs his throat in discomfort. Worried, Yelena hurries to Asarim's side, seeing the red mark Theo left behind. While Asarim insists he's fine, Theo has already had enough. He turns his back and walks away without a single word. Yelena calls out to him, but he doesn't stop. Asarim angrily demands to know if Theo will even apologize, claiming he only asked him to take care of Yelena. Theo just gives him an ice-cold stare. Asarim tells Yelena she must be shocked and tries to get her to leave with him. But she isn't falling for it. She looks him dead in the eye and asks why he lied, revealing she heard the entire conversation from the start. Asarim is completely blindsided. Yelena turns away, coldly telling him not to call her Yuna because he has no right. She adds that even if things were different, she never would have married him. With that, she storms out, the door slamming shut, leaving Asarim to curse in frustration. Walking away, Theo is furious with himself for falling for such a cheap provocation. His mind isn't on Asarim, though, it's on Yelena. The memory of her shocked expression flashes through his thoughts, and in a moment of pure frustration, he slams his fist into a marble pillar, cracking the stone. He worries that she's finally seen the monster in him and will try to leave. But then, a dark thought takes over. He decides that even if she discovers his true nature, he won't let her go. He'll just have to keep her here. Theo spirals, convinced he must keep Yelena by his side, even if it makes her hate him forever. Just then, she storms in, shouting his name and demanding to know what he's doing. He prepares for her disgust, almost welcoming it. But Yelena isn't scared of him. She's worried for him. She grabs his bleeding hand and calls him an idiot, asking why he hit a wall instead of Asarim. As she frets about getting a doctor for his wound, Theo is left completely stunned by her unexpected and genuine concern. Still holding his injured hand, Yelena asks if he's scared of doctors. Theo sputters, completely flustered by the question. She smiles gently, admitting she was also scared as a child, but tells him he needs to be brave if he wants to heal. All he can focus on is the warmth of her hand. Trying to regain some dignity, he declares he'll see a shrine priest instead. To his surprise, Yelena beams, relieved. She happily pulls him along, and a blushing Theo quietly agrees, letting her lead the way. At the shrine, Theo dismisses the priestess with a single, terrifying glare. Yelena, completely unaware of his intimidation, simply explains that the medicine is what truly heals. Taking charge, she has him sit beside her and gently takes his injured hand, warning him it might hurt since the wound is deep. As she carefully tends to his knuckles, she blows on them to soothe the pain. Theo goes completely red, stunned by her gentle touch. She correctly guesses he was lying about not being in pain, and all the flustered Duke can do is mumble, "Maybe." Theo tells her to apply the medicine. As a drop hits his knuckles, a bright green light erupts from his hand, instantly healing the wound. Yelena is amazed, but Theo explains it's just divine power. His focus suddenly shifts. He gently takes her hand, pointing out it's covered in his blood because of him. That's when Yelena drops a bombshell. She heard everything. She confesses she came back when she couldn't find a guide. But instead of being angry at him, she apologizes for Asrim's rude behavior, completely siding with Theo. A genuine, gentle smile finally appears on his face. Still basking in the glow of their shared moment, Theo tries to regain his composure, dismissing everything as a mistake. Yuelina looks confused, but he tells her she never needs to apologize to him. With a surprisingly gentle look, he explains that he always feels far sorrier than she ever could. His strange, heartfelt words make her burst into a bright, happy laugh. But their peace is shattered when Asrim storms into the room, shouting her nickname, Yuna. He frantically asks how she could just disappear on him. Yuelina simply turns and calmly tells him to apologize first. Asrim tries to de-escalate, telling Yuelina they should just find the holy water. But she shuts that down immediately. She demands he apologize properly to her husband. Theo absolutely short-circuits. Hearing her call him husband makes his brain reboot with pink hearts and glitter, the realization finally hitting him. He is her husband. Cornered, Asrim gives in and apologizes for crossing the line. Trying to act cool, Theo says it's fine, but inside, he's completely giddy because Yuelina just publicly claimed him as hers. With the tension finally broken, Asrim formally thanks Theo for his generosity. But just as things calm down, the door flies open and Count Delkin stumbles in, looking terrified. He grabs Theo's advisor, Yuli's, ignoring his protests. He yells for everyone to listen to his urgent news. In a panicked voice, Delkin announces that all the holy water in the temple has completely dried up. The happy atmosphere instantly vanishes, replaced by cold shock as everyone stares at an empty, cracked basin. To grasp the full weight of this crisis, you have to understand the sacred water. It flows from a single main temple to 5 others, and its endless supply is seen as proof of the goddess's protection. Back in the Archduke's hall, Yulis looms over the kneeling priest and demands he explain himself. The priest confesses that 3 months ago, the real holy water just vanished. To stop everyone from panicking, the temple created a fake. But the fake water kept decreasing, forcing them to ban all outsiders to hide their terrifying secret. The priest admits their temple operates independently and hasn't communicated with the others. This worries Theo. If the holy water is gone everywhere, the Empire will make a move to seize the saint's power for itself. He realizes he has to protect Yuelina. Getting straight to the point, he asks the priest if she thinks Yuelina is the saint. Stunned, the priest can't deny the shocking resemblance. The narration then explains that a saint is a divine messenger sent to the world by the goddess Daphne herself. The priest explains a shocking detail. Since the goddess Daphne has taken root, a new saint shouldn't even exist. Taking charge of the situation, Theo strikes a deal with the terrified priest. In exchange for his silence about the fake holy water, she must report any news from the main temple directly to him. Later, the mood is tense at a dinner with their guests. One of them complains loudly that their entire trip was a waste, while his companion fumes that Theo kept his discussion with the priest a complete secret. The guest continues to complain, declaring he can clearly see that Yuelina is already planning to leave. Unbothered by the jab, Yuelina simply asks Theo if his wound has healed. He assures her the temple's medicines are special. The guest then cuts in, demanding to know why the sacred water vanished. Theo feeds him a cover story about a storage issue that will take 3 months to fix. The man calls the long wait strange, his suspicion obvious. Sensing an opening, Theo flips the script, pointing out that the guest acts like he only came for the sacred water. The guest tries to play it cool, sipping his drink and claiming he was just curious since it was said to be good for his health. He suddenly announces he's leaving the next day, and a surprised Yuelina asks why so soon. Before he can answer, his companion, Asrim, cuts in with a gentle smile. He apologizes to Yuelina for worrying her, adding that he regrets not being able to help. The tense dinner is abruptly interrupted as a bottle cork pops loudly, spraying everywhere. Alone after the tense dinner, Theo pours a glass of champagne, privately celebrating that his annoying guests are finally leaving. Staring at his reflection, he imagines Yuelina's smiling face and possessively thinks that he'll be the only one to see her from now on. His aide suddenly enters, questioning the Archduke's unusual choice of drink. Theo claims it's just to lift his spirits, but his good mood is obvious. The aide apologizes for interrupting but explains something important has arrived, placing a sealed letter on the desk for him to see himself. Theo scoffs at the letter, an invitation to a Southern Magic Stone Festival. Yuli's confirms it's a real event, but tells his boss that he absolutely has to go. This trip isn't about some party. They've finally located the old priest who knows the truth about the sacred water. The priest wants to meet in Sebring, and this festival is the perfect cover to travel south without the Empire getting suspicious. A sly smirk plays on Theo's lips as he suddenly asks Yuli's if his old flame, Camila, still lives there. Theo dismisses his teasing and orders Yuli's to prepare for their trip south. The next day, Yuelina is outside seeing her guest off. He expresses his regret for leaving so soon, admitting he was completely wrong about the north. He expected a barren land but found the food, room, and even the blankets to be incredibly comfortable. Yuelina nervously brings up her past outburst, but he reassures her. She then presents him with a thick stack of letters, asking him to deliver them to her father, revealing she's written one every day. Seeing the letters, the guest realizes Yuelina still misses her home. Just then, Theo walks over, asking if her friend is leaving. Before she can answer, he proudly announces he's prepared a huge gift of magic stones to be sent to her father. Yuelina's face lights up as she thanks him. The guest also expresses his gratitude, but then he suddenly pulls Yuelina into a warm hug, thanking her for the welcome. Theo freezes, looking absolutely furious. The guest just smiles, promising they'll meet again on a sunny day. As the carriage rattles away, Theo and Yuelina watch it disappear from view. Inside, her friend's cheerful mask drops completely. His mind is already on his true mission: get to the Bios Empire and track down the informant who told him about the sacred water. He glances down at the thick stack of letters Yuelina entrusted to him. A look of regret crosses his face as he quietly apologizes to Uni, vowing that one day he will make sure her letter finally reaches its destination. Back at the estate, Yuelina lets out a quiet, sad sigh. Theo immediately picks up on her mood and asks if something is wrong. Internally, they're both having regrets. While Yuelina wishes she had been kinder to her friend, Theo is furious with himself for being so cold. His jealousy takes over, and he darkly considers if it would have been better to just get rid of the guy. Shaking it off, he suddenly calls for a servant to bring something in. A chef appears, presenting a stunning dessert that leaves Yuelina completely surprised. Theo explains the dessert is made with chestnuts because they're in season, and he wanted to share them with her. He asks if she'd like a piece, and Yuelina eagerly agrees. The moment she takes a bite, her whole face lights up with joy. She thinks it's perfectly sweet and soft. Watching her reaction, Theo feels a warmth spread through him, finding her absolutely adorable. Yuelina praises their chef's talent, and Theo smugly decides the man deserves a raise. Then the mood shifts. He puts his cup down, announcing he must soon travel south for about 15 days. Theo worries if Yuelina will be all right alone for so long. Understanding his duties, Yuelina puts on a bright smile, reassuring him that she'll be perfectly fine with Ray and Maylene for company. She tells him not to worry and to just go. Her complete support leaves Theo a bit stunned, but he quietly agrees. Later, a man named David examines Theo's hand. He's impressed, commenting that the wound healed perfectly without a scar, all because someone gave him excellent first aid right away. David asks if there's anything else bothering him. After a pause, Theo says he has a squirrel. His aides, David and Yuli's, can't believe it. Again. They quickly realize he's using a code name for Yuelina. Theo's thoughts turn possessive. He's scared she'll run away and imagines locking her in a cage so she'll only look at him, calling it protection. But Yuli's challenges him, asking if the squirrel has ever actually tried to leave. When Theo admits she hasn't, Yuli's firmly states that he can't just assume she wants to flee. Yuli's understands the root of the problem. Theo has finally found something precious, and now he's terrified of losing it. Looking lost, Theo asks his aides what he should do. David, taking the squirrel code name far too literally, suddenly has an answer. He passionately explains that since she's an animal, Theo must make her recognize him as her master. His brilliant advice? Build a bond by feeding and petting her. While Yuli's face bombs in utter despair, Theo actually thinks it's a good idea and starts taking notes. Convinced his plan will restore the Archduke's humanity, David watches proudly as Theo takes notes. Later, Maylene finds Yuelina humming happily and asks about her great mood. Yuelina gushes that His Highness praised her. During their meal, Theo followed his aide's ridiculous advice to the letter. He told Yuelina she did a great job eating, then gently patted her head. He even complimented her beautiful, round eyes. The sudden affection leaves a completely flustered Yuelina to stammer a thank you, totally unaware of his bizarre taming strategy. During a nighttime walk, Yuelina marvels at the fresh hydrangeas, noting they usually wilt so quickly. Theo surprises her by calling her very smart for knowing that. A flustered Yuelina asks if he really thinks so, and he confirms, inviting her deeper into the garden. Later, she excitedly tells her maid, Maylene, that he praised her again for eating well. Maylene is completely floored. She can't imagine the cold Archduke giving compliments. She realizes with certainty that His Highness must truly adore the Grand Duchess. While brushing Yuelina's hair, Maylene tells her she has changed the Archduke for the better. She explains that before, Theo would just lock himself in his office and drink alone, never going out. Maylene concludes that marriage must have made him more responsible. The statement hits Yuelina, who suddenly remembers that she and Theo are married as a handsome image of him flashes in her mind. Inspired, she tells Maylene that while he's away, she has a plan. They head out to the overgrown garden, ready to start pulling weeds. As Yuelina heads out, she spots a couple of maids gushing over something fluffy. She startles them when she asks what they're doing. One maid gets nervous and explains she found an orphaned kitten that she sometimes feeds and plays with. Seeing the cute little animal, Yuelina gets flustered, but her excitement quickly wins out. With a huge smile, she asks if she can play with the kitten too. The maids are completely stunned but overjoyed by her simple, kind request, seeing a new side of their Grand Duchess. In the sunlit garden, Yuelina and the maids have a blast playing with the little black kitten. She laughs, surprised by how agile the tiny creature is. After they've had their fun, the maids call the kitten over to a bowl of food. As the kitten eats happily, the maids shower it with praise, telling it what a good job it's doing. Suddenly, Yuelina stops smiling. Those encouraging words, that specific way of speaking, sounds incredibly familiar. She furrows her brow, trying desperately to remember who else spoke to her just like that. As the maids praise the cute little kitten, something suddenly clicks for Yuelina. That specific tone of voice, she feels like she's heard it somewhere before, but the memory just won't surface. Before she can solve the puzzle, a maid interrupts, nervously asking for a favor. Since the head maid dislikes cats, she wonders if they could possibly raise the kitten near the incinerator. Yuelina immediately steps in with a better plan. She suggests they keep it behind the garden instead and promises to personally get the Archduke's permission, earning the maid's heartfelt thanks. Yuelina spots Theo and immediately runs over, calling his name. She nervously asks for permission to raise the orphaned kitten in the mansion's garden. Without a second of hesitation, Theo agrees, telling her to do whatever she wants. Yuelina's face lights up as she thanks him. In a surprising show of affection, Theo gently pats her head, calling her considerate. As Yuelina freezes in shock, It suddenly dawns on Theo why her innocent kindness feels so familiar. He's treating her exactly like the maids treat the cat, and the realization makes him blush. Caught in his blunder, Theo awkwardly offers Yuelina a sweet treat, asking if she wants one. The gesture makes everything click for Yuelina, and she explodes with embarrassment. She shouts, demanding to know what he's doing and accusing him of treating her like a pet. As Theo panics and tries to explain himself, she cuts him off. Red-faced and furious, Yuelina tells him to forget it and storms away, leaving a dumbfounded Archduke standing alone in the hallway, completely at a loss. In a total panic, Theo slams his hand against the wall, cornering a terrified aide. He desperately asks for advice, explaining that he offered Yuelina candy and now she refuses to even see him. As the aide stammers in confusion, Theo clarifies it was the Grand Duchess who stormed off. Exasperated, the Archduke explains that she isn't a squirrel you can just win over with a simple treat. Defeated, he slumps onto his throne and asks again what he should do, leaving his aide absolutely flabbergasted by the ridiculous situation. The aide completely loses it, internally screaming about why his boss compared the Grand Duchess to a squirrel. Shaking it off, he tells Theo to go apologize right now. Theo glumly explains that Yuelina refuses to even see him. Unfazed, the aide lectures him that marriage is about mutual care and affection. This is a total shock to Theo, who asks if that means he could receive affection, too. The aide confirms it, urging him to rebuild their bond. Theo nods thoughtfully, then decides he just needs a better plan to lock her up. Hiding in her room, Yuelina buries her face in a pillow, deciding Theo is pure evil. She realizes all his compliments and gentle gestures weren't for a wife, but for a pet. The humiliation stings, and she thought he was finally accepting her. Frustrated, she punches her pillow. But then her mind wanders to how handsome he looks while working and how reliable he seemed after the war. She snaps out of it, flustered by her own thoughts, just as a sharp knock sounds at her door. Theo hesitantly approaches Yuelina's door, asking if he can come in. He pleads with her, explaining he has a gift. Yuelina cracks the door open, still furious, and demands to know what he wants. He holds out a small pouch containing a glowing green orb, but she is not impressed. Thinking it's just another toy, she puts her hand up and asks if he expects her to play with it. Before he can explain, she flatly tells him she doesn't want it. Dejected, Theo backs off, saying he'll leave it with Ray. But as he turns to go, she stops him, asking when he started seeing her as a cat. Theo tries to explain himself, but Yuelina isn't having it. Firing back, she tells him to forget it and declares that he looks like a bear. This comment completely throws him off. He just glumly agrees, admitting he's clumsy. Yuelina nervously adds that he's big, which makes Theo suddenly intense. He says it's incredible she could sense his suppressed animal instincts. Realizing her mistake, she freezes. He then leans closer, earnestly stating he's never seen her as a pet. When she asks why he acted that way, he confesses it's because she's beautiful. Theo earnestly apologizes, admitting his attempts to express himself were clumsy. He confesses that watching her do simple things, like eat with enjoyment or go for walks, is just incredibly cute to him. Completely flustered, Yuelina fires back, asking if he'd like it if she petted him like an animal. Without missing a beat, Theo leans in and says yes, he thinks he would feel really good. This response completely breaks her composure. Realizing her heart is giving in, she panics, tells him she needs to rest, and slams the door shut, leaving him utterly stunned. Back in his grand hall, misunderstanding the entire situation, Theo decides he must assign a shadow to watch Yuelina all day to prevent her from escaping. Yuli stares in horror, seeing the sheer torment on his master's face as he makes this drastic decision. The next day, Theo stands by his carriage, ready to depart for his duties. An aide tells him it's time to go, and Theo reluctantly agrees, though he secretly wishes he could say goodbye to Yuelina first. Just as he turns to leave, she calls his name, rushing towards him in a panic. Yuelina gently places a finger on his chest, declaring she's been thinking. Yuelina shakes her head, declaring she can't just pet him. He's not cute, he's tall and handsome. Before a confused Theo can even react, she pulls him into a sudden, warm hug. Completely stunned, he can only whisper her name as she holds him close. Pulling back, she wishes him a safe trip and promises she will be waiting. Touched by her sincerity, Theo asks if there's anything she wants him to bring back. After savoring the moment, his carriage and knights are finally seen riding off down the road. As Theo's carriage pulls away, he's already lost in thought. A heavy sigh escapes him as he realizes he doesn't want to be on this trip. He just wants to go home to her. 3 days later, Yuelina and her maid, Ray, stand in the revitalized garden. Yuelina proudly asks what she thinks of her hard work. Ray is stunned by the beautiful transformation of the once barren land. She's touched that Yuelina did all this just for Theo and is certain he'll be thrilled when he finally sees it. Just as Ray praises her work, another maid named Maylene rushes over, completely out of breath. She excitedly holds up a formal invitation for Yuelina. It's for a tea party hosted by the prestigious Brown family, the leaders of Northern high society. Yuelina hesitates, unsure if she should go, but Maylene explains it's a huge opportunity. Not only will she learn more about the region, but her attendance will be a great help to Theo. That's all Yuelina needs to hear. Thinking of him, she agrees to go, thrilling her maids. Yuelina is buzzing with excitement for the tea party, happily planning a shopping trip with her maids for new dresses and gifts. Later that night, the piece of a remote is shattered when Theo and his knights burst through the doors. He loudly demands the owner bring out all the food they have immediately. His advisor, Ulysse, reminds him that his own impatience is the reason they're all so ragged. Because Theo insisted they hurry, they had to take a dangerous mountain path, which completely exhausted everyone in the party. Just as quickly as he demanded food, Theo changes his mind. He tells Ulysse they will leave at dawn tomorrow, dismissing any talk about the meal. As Theo heads upstairs alone, a confused Ulysse can only wonder if his master is just that tired. Inside his room, Theo is completely wiped out, collapsing onto the bed for a moment. But he ignores his exhaustion, focused on one thing. He pulls out a green communication stone, hoping Yuelina has checked it by now. Bringing the glowing orb to his lips, he whispers her name, asking if she can hear him. Uncertain if the magic is working, Theo stares at the glowing green stone. A moment later, Yuelina's clear voice answers him, amazed that it feels like he's right there with her. When she asks if the communication stone is precious, a flustered Theo quickly denies it and asks about her day. She happily tells him about the tea party invitation from the Brown family. Theo's expression hardens. He notes that they trade with a rival empire, but Yuelina, completely unaware of the political tension, just cheerfully plans to bake them a pie. Theo's harshness melts away. He tells her the pie sounds delicious. He panics, telling her to wait because he still wants to talk. Meanwhile, determined footsteps echo on the inn stairs, drawing closer. Meanwhile, a concerned Ulysse decides his master must eat, no matter how tired he is. He carries a tray of food up the stairs, but as he reaches Theo's door, he freezes. He can hear a woman's voice inside, even though the Archduke should be alone. Leaning in, Ulysse overhears a curious question. What is he wearing right now? A moment later, Theo's low voice replies that he is currently undressed. The loyal age short-circuits, completely stunned. Inside, a blushing Theo is just trying to sound charming for his wife. Theo's attempt at being charming backfires spectacularly. He tells Yuelina he's undressed, and she goes completely silent, blushing hard. Realizing his mistake, a flustered Theo blames the heat, claiming it's much warmer than the north. Yuelina just agrees, but her mind drifts to memories of his amazing physique. Lost in a thought, She accidentally compliments his muscles before catching herself and denying that she's been peeking. On the other end of the line, a clueless Theo is left totally bewildered by her sudden outburst. Trying to backtrack, a flustered Yuelina explains she's wearing pajamas. She innocently adds that because the attic gets warm, she sometimes takes them off while sleeping. This new information completely fries Theo's brain. His imagination runs wild, and in his agitated state, he grips a pillow so hard it rips open, sending feathers flying. Yuelina hears the loud tear and asks what's going on. Just as Theo stammers that it's nothing, Yulis walks in, shocked by the mess. Hearing his aide's voice, Theo panics, blames the noise on the inn, and quickly ends the call. Yulis points at the glowing green orb in the Archduke's hand, identifying it as a communication stone. He can't believe his master is using an artifact that only top royals can afford just to ask the Grand Duchess what she's wearing. As Yulis rants about the waste, a completely unbothered Theo tunes him out. With a sly smile, Theo thinks to himself that it's a good thing he brought 3 of them. Down in the kitchen, the head chef, Hans, announces the pies are ready, warning Yuelina away from the hot oven. A maid carefully pulls out the golden brown treats, and the staff marvels at how delicious they look. They compliment the pies on their perfect color and flaky crusts. Hans agrees that Yuelina's pie looks amazing but says the real test is in the tasting. Brightening up, Yuelina suggests they gather all the staff for an objective evaluation. While one maid seems hesitant, another enthusiastically agrees it's a fantastic idea. One enthusiastic maid dashes off to round up the rest of the staff. A short while later, Yuelina nervously stands before the crowd, thanking them for coming. She asks everyone to try her chestnut pie and give their honest feedback. As the staff digs in, Yuelina takes a bite of her own, and her face falls. She awkwardly asks if it's too salty, admitting she thinks she messed up. But to her shock, the maids love it. One insists it tastes delicious, while another praises the perfectly crispy crust, leaving Yuelina completely bewildered. A maid quietly explains why everyone is so impressed. Desserts are an expensive luxury, so for most of the staff, this is their first time ever trying chestnut pie. This realization hits Yuelina hard. She immediately turns to Hans and asks him to make pies for the entire staff. After the chef agrees, Yuelina makes a grand announcement. From now on, desserts are free for everyone and they shouldn't worry about the cost. She happily declares that the Archduke gave her permission to spend as much as she wanted. The staff is touched, telling her she didn't have to do that for them. Inspired by Yuelina's generosity, the maids rush to offer their help. One girl proudly states her father is a gardener and she can help with the grounds, while another remembers her childhood lessons in flower arranging. The staff excitedly agrees to pitch in. The scene shifts to the day of the tea party at the grand estate of House Brown. Lady Emily Brown makes one final, perfect adjustment to a teacup. She smiles, confident that her flawless preparations will leave the Grand Duchess with nothing to criticize. She's eager to finally meet this mysterious woman with snow-white hair. Lady Emily scoffs at the thought of a northerner like Yuelina, vowing to put the new Duchess in her place. But this isn't just about social climbing. Her friend, Giselle, arrives completely wrecked, sobbing that her life is ruined. She explains that her husband attended a hunt where he somehow provoked the Archduke, and it was all because of Yuelina. In response, Theo dealt with the man, confiscated their family's magic stone, and imposed a massive fine. With her family facing ruin, Giselle blames Yuelina entirely, solidifying Emily's plan for revenge. Ready for revenge, Lady Emily awaits her guest. Her friends arrive, confident their perfect garden party will crush the spirit of the barbarian Duchess from the north. They sneer, convinced Yuelina won't understand their sophisticated world. A maid announces the Duchess has arrived, and Emily smugly tells her to show her in. But when Yuelina enters, she's an absolute vision of grace and beauty. She greets them politely, leaving Emily and her friends completely stunned. Their arrogant plans crumble as they stare, jaws agape, at the radiant woman before them. The ladies are completely floored by Yolina's beauty. One of them admits that while they heard she had white hair, she's way more stunning than they ever imagined. Seeing her friends waver, Lady Emily silently commands them to get a grip and stay seated. Her plan is to deliver a cold, united snub, showing the new Duchess exactly how little they think of her. But before their petty scheme can even start, Yelena gracefully approaches Emily, extends a hand, and introduces herself with a dazzling smile, completely shattering their composure. Flustered, Emily awkwardly accepts her handshake. Trying to regain control, she directs Yelena to a lone seat at the absolute end of the table, a clear and petty insult. The other ladies smirk, certain this public humiliation would crush the Duchess's pride. But to their complete shock, Yelena simply agrees without a fuss, calmly walking towards her isolated seat. Their plan to rattle her isn't working out the way they expected. Seeing Yelena unfazed, one of Emily's friends tries a new angle. With a fake sweet smile, she points out there are 3 of them and asks if they could possibly get another chair. It's a social trap, meant to force Yelena to either look weak or commit a faux pas by demanding a seat for her maid. Emily waits with a smug grin, sure the Duchess will finally stumble. But Yelena, ever the picture of grace, tells her maid Ray that if she gets tired standing, she can just take her seat. The offer completely shatters Emily's composure. Lady Emily is absolutely seething. She twists Yelena's kindness into a personal insult, thinking the Duchess is calling her tea party worthless by offering her own seat to a maid. Clenching her fist, Emily realizes she can't let her guard down for a second. Another lady then tries a different approach, pointing out that this is Yelena's very first social event. With a fake sweet tone of concern, she warns that people might start rumors that the new Duchess doesn't get along with the other noble ladies, another thinly veiled social jab. Instead of being insulted, Yelena brightly confirms their jab is true. This is her first event because Lady Emily's was the very first invitation she ever received. She gushes with genuine excitement, saying it feels like she's visiting a friend's house for the first time. Seeing an opening, another lady sets a new trap, suggesting that if they're friends, they should call the Duchess by her first name. This is a massive breach of etiquette meant to humiliate her, but Yelena just smiles and happily agrees, once again leaving her opponents speechless. Yelena beams, saying it's lovely to meet them. Internally, Lady Emily spirals. This woman is completely taking control of her party. Realizing she's losing, Emily decides she has no choice but to use her secret plan, quickly suggesting they should drink their tea before it gets cold. As the maids serve tea, one of them accidentally stumbles, sending a full cup of hot liquid spilling toward Lady Teresa. But before the tea can hit her, Yelena's attendant, Ray, moves with lightning speed. She yanks Teresa out of her chair and into her arms, saving her from a nasty burn. After checking that the startled lady is okay, Ray tells Yelena she'll go get the gifts. Intrigued by her quick thinking, Yelena asks if Ray has a surname. Another lady scoffs, pointing out that she's just a maid. Yelena calmly drops a bombshell, revealing that Ray isn't just a maid, she's a knight. The other ladies are completely floored. Yelena explains that Ray earned her title for her outstanding skills fighting alongside the Grand Duke himself. The women can't believe it, wondering why a knight would be a servant. Another attendant explains that Ray simply prefers her current work. As Lady Emily panics over her mistake, Ray returns. Yelena presents a box to the guests, announcing she personally baked chestnut pies for everyone as a friendly gesture. One of the noble ladies asks in disbelief if Yelena really made the pies herself. Yelena just smiles and proudly confirms she did. Internally, Lady Emily lights up. She thinks Yelena just handed her the perfect weapon to paint her as unrefined. This is her chance to strike. The ladies eagerly take a bite, ready to tear her baking apart. But Emily is stunned, The pie is actually pretty good. As she scrambles to find a flaw, another guest loudly declares she can barely swallow it, and the others immediately agree. The social attack is on. One of the noble ladies immediately complains that the pie is too dry and the seasoning is overpowering. Confused, Emily thinks it tastes perfectly fine, but the social ambush continues. Another woman changes the subject, bragging about the amazing cake from her wedding, made by a famous chef. The group reminisces before putting Yuelina on the spot, asking about her own wedding cake. When an attendant tries to intervene, the woman dismisses her, claiming she's just curious. Yuelina's hands tremble in her lap. With a venomous look, Mrs. Brown leans in and delivers the final blow, asking if it was the Grand Duke himself who refused to hold a wedding. The direct hit leaves Yuelina speechless and visibly shaken. The cruel question leaves Yuelina speechless. The other ladies gasp with fake sympathy, one commenting that it's harsh even for a loveless marriage. The socialites then pivot to bragging, showing off their huge wedding rings and talking about their grand ceremonies. They rub it in, saying how sad it is to be unloved. The relentless bullying continues until an attendant has finally had enough. She slams her hand on the table, furiously asking if they haven't all gone way too far. Someone is finally standing up for Yuelina. Just as her attendant is about to explode, Yuelina gently stops her. She turns to the catty nobles and calmly agrees with everything they said. No ceremony, no groom. But instead of looking ashamed, she beams with a radiant smile. Yuelina declares she then cheerfully asks her maid for advice on how to earn Theo's affection, admitting that even holding hands was a huge step for them, completely disarming the bullies with her sincerity. With a blush, Yuelina proudly announces that she courageously held Theo's hand, causing the entire table to erupt in shocked gasps. Beaming, she tells them he must have liked it because he even asked her out again. Suddenly, one of her friends grabs her arm in a panic. She warns that for a man as stern as Theo, not rejecting her means he's actually furious. Completely unfazed, Yuelina casually adds that they also hugged last time, and she initiated it. The other ladies are left totally speechless, stunned by her innocent boldness. Yuelina drops another bomb on the gossiping ladies. She innocently reveals that she hugged the Archduke first to see him off. Instead of pushing her away, Theo actually told her he wanted to stay like that a little longer. The entire table is completely hooked, swooning over the romantic scene. Suddenly, one of the noble women gasps. She was so caught up in the story that she forgot her plan to get revenge for her friend. Looking at Yuelina's pure expression, she realizes this girl isn't malicious. In fact, her friend's husband is probably the real problem. Yuelina's sincerity completely changed the mood, turning the stuffy tea party into a comfortable chat among friends. Just as she's enjoying herself, a royal attendant interrupts, calling for Her Highness. He presents a stack of elegant gift boxes, announcing they are from Archduke Theo for all the ladies. The noble women open their presents and gasp. Inside are stunning, limited edition designer plates, with only 50 made per year. They are completely floored by the ridiculously extravagant gift from the supposedly cold and distant Archduke, a gesture clearly made for his wife's sake. The ladies are still stunned by the ridiculously lavish gifts when a maid has a light bulb moment. She realizes the presents were brought out late on purpose to make a bigger impact. Meanwhile, Yuelina is touched, thinking about how her busy husband still made time for her. This thoughtful gesture hits one noblewoman right in the feels. She stands up and admits her own husband has never been so considerate. Bowing deeply, she sincerely apologizes to Yuelina for her earlier rude behavior before quickly changing the subject back to the delicious pie. As the tea party winds down, the other noblewomen apologize for their earlier behavior, but Yuelina quickly insists she had a genuinely fun time. She teases them for acting like this is a final goodbye, smiling as she says she loved that they all listened to her. When one woman, Emily, begins to depart, Yuelina stops her. She ditches the formalities and asks Emily to call her by her first name, declaring that they are now friends. Emily is visibly touched and eagerly accepts Yuelina's invitation to visit her at the ducal estate next. As the successful tea party ends, the noble women depart, eagerly promising to share more stories next time. Riding home in the carriage, Yuelina reflects on the day with a peaceful smile, feeling happy to have found such an honest group of friends. Her maids, Maylene and Ray, praise her, saying she did an amazing job winning everyone over. Yuelina humbly suggests the ladies were kind to her first, but Ray gets fired up, retorting that she only held back because they apologized. Yuelina just sighs happily, admitting their initial gossip hurt a little, but she's overjoyed they eventually open their hearts. Still riding high from her social victory, Yuelina eagerly asks her maids how they should plan the next tea party. Meanwhile, Archduke Theo is in a business meeting with a porcelain merchant named Woodlight. The merchant tries to make small talk, mentioning Theo's upcoming festival appearance. Unimpressed, Theo cuts him off and asks what he's really after, reminding him that he'd already made his position clear. The terrified merchant stammers about wanting an investment, but Theo rises from his seat, curtly stating that he doesn't need to hear any more. With a look of pure ice, Theo dismisses the merchant, telling his secretary to handle it. The man stammers, but Theo cuts him off with a chilling glare, asking if he needs it spelled out. Claiming he has urgent business, the Archduke exits, leaving the flustered merchant with his aide. The secretary smoothly explains that His Majesty is simply tired from a long journey. The scene suddenly shifts, revealing a mysterious white-haired man holding a glowing green orb. He smiles, whispering Theo's name before asking if someone named Yuna can hear him through the device. Archduke Theo uses a glowing green orb, a magical communication device, to check in on his wife. With a rare, warm smile, he asks how her tea party went. Yuelina, holding a matching orb, lights up and reports that it was a huge success, gushing about how kind the other ladies were. Theo gets a little flustered as he tells her that he agrees with the rumors. She truly is kind and gentle. While he plays it cool, a flashback reveals he sent the device the moment he heard she was going, making sure she had a way to call for help. Theo privately notes that those ladies had never sent a proper invitation before, realizing they were trying to pull something on Yuelina. But seeing her so happy, he's just relieved everything went well. Yuelina then nervously confesses she spent a lot of money. She explains that she hired 2 kitchen assistants to make desserts for the staff. Far from angry, a blushing Theo tells her to spend as much as she wishes on things like that. When she hesitates, saying it's his money, he smoothly declares, "What's mine is yours." Yuelina is left speechless, her heart pounding. Yuelina daydreams about sharing tea with Theo, wishing they weren't so far apart. Wondering what he looks like, she impulsively whispers into the glowing orb that she misses him. The confession hits Theo like a ton of bricks, leaving him completely stunned as his heart pounds in his chest. Back in her room, Yuelina panics, realizing what she'd just said. Flustered, she fumbles the device, and it slips from her hand. The precious orb shatters on the floor, breaking their connection and leaving them in sudden silence. As the orb shatters, Yuelina completely panics. She remembers the warning. That was her last communication stone. Frantically, she apologizes to the broken pieces, asking if Theo can still hear her. Just when all hope seems lost, his voice calmly calls her name. Before she can even process it, he delivers a bombshell confession. He misses her, too. Yuelina is floored, beaming with pure happiness as she clutches a brand new, glowing orb. Our boy Theo didn't waste a single second, sending a replacement over immediately so he could answer her. The next day, Theo travels with his aide, Ulis, who struggles to keep up on a long flight of stairs. While Ulis complains about the location, Theo is practically buzzing with energy. His aide calls him out, revealing that the Archduke trained so hard last night he broke 6 wooden swords. A blushing Theo admits he desperately needed the distraction. He confesses that if he hadn't, his heart might have carried him straight to Yulena's side. They finally arrive at a private room, where a priest greets them, saying he's been expecting them. The priest, Perkos, welcomes Theo inside and serves him some hazel tea. Theo takes a sip and is shocked. It tastes just like Yas tea. His mind races, recalling that this is the same priest who supposedly leaked information about the saint to Count Delcan. He wonders if this man can really be trusted. Before Theo can speak, Perkos gets straight to the point. He asks if the Archduke is there because the holy water has vanished, confirming he already knows about the crisis. Theo is left completely speechless. Theo questions if the holy water crisis means the goddess Daphne is weakening, but the priest gives a vague answer. Not buying it, Theo presses him, stating that a high-ranking elder should know more. That's when Perkos drops a bombshell. He's actually only 25 years old. He cryptically explains that time flows differently at the eye of the storm. When Theo scoffs in disbelief, Perkos calmly states that whether he is trusted or not, it doesn't change the fact that he knows everything about the situation. Theo's mind races as he asks a critical question. If the saint restores the holy water, will her divine power then vanish? But the priest's response is far more horrifying than he ever imagined. Perkos calmly states that it may not be the powers that disappear, but the saint herself. Theo is completely floored by this revelation. Perkos explains that according to history, the saint faded from sight after her role was fulfilled. The terrifying implication hangs in the air. If Yelena succeeds, she might simply vanish. This thought had never crossed Theo's mind, and the sudden fear hits him like a physical blow. A sliver of hope cuts through Theo's fear. What if Yelena doesn't disappear, but just becomes a normal human? It would mean she could finally be free from the Empire. He imagines a peaceful future together, but the priest's chilling words bring him crashing back to reality. Perkos's tone turns ice cold, stating that his goodwill ends now. He admits he doesn't trust Theo one bit and only helped because of a debt to Theo's grandmother. He finishes with an ominous statement. This is not advice, but a warning. As two cloaked figures walk down a stone staircase, an attendant incorrectly assumes the prince is after the saint's power. But Theo suddenly stops, reminding the man of a favor he's owed. The Archduke's expression is firm as he gives a command. Contact Lady Camilla at once, because he will visit as soon as preparations are complete. Meanwhile, at a lavish estate, Lady Camilla waits for her guest. She muses that it's been 5 years since she last saw him. Annoyed by his sudden reappearance, she snaps her fan open, declaring that that boy is as reckless as ever. The door flies open as Lady Camilla storms in, shouting Theo's name. Her sudden entrance triggers a horrific memory. Theo sees himself covered in bloody bandages, confused and in pain. A priest explains the grim reality. His arm had been severed during torture and was only just reattached. Brushing off the life-threatening injury, Theo declares he must return to the battlefield while the enemy lets their guard down. Overwhelmed by the vision, he stumbles forward in the present, slamming his hand hard against the wall to steady himself. The traumatic memory plays out in full. Lady Camilla screams at a younger, heavily bandaged Theo, demanding to know if he's lost his mind. She asks if he's trying to become the murderous demon people claim he is. In her grief-fueled rage, she blames him for her son's death and for recklessly trying to follow him. Back in the present, Camilla is filled with regret. She knows she was too harsh. The scene then shifts, showing her at her desk, penning a letter. She writes a pointed question. Is he really going to marry Grand Duchess Karen Rose? The story cuts to a flashback of a different man. He argues with his mother, who taps a document sharply. She forbids him from going to the cold north, reminding him of his frail health. But he insists his feelings for Grand Duchess Karen Rose are pure. It isn't about power. He simply loves her. His heartfelt confession is met with a cold glare. His mother refuses to allow it. She gives him a brutal ultimatum. If he wants to leave that badly, then she will live as if she never had a son. 10 years later, a letter arrives from the north, and the woman's eyes widen. A servant offers to ready a carriage, but she coldly tells him not to bother, thinking she already considers that man a son who no longer exists. A moment of regret hits her as she wonders if things would have been different for Theo. If she had just accepted Karen Rose back then, maybe he wouldn't have chosen a life of war. Just as she is lost in thought, her butler announces that the Grand Duke has arrived, and a heavy door begins to swing open. Theo strides in to confront his mother. Sipping her drink, she coldly asks what he wants, sarcastically remarking that it's a shock he came to her first. Ignoring the jab, Theo gets straight to business, declaring he wants to make a deal and telling her to name her price. His mother reveals her trump card. She heard from a man named Perkos that he owes Theo a favor. Her demand is simple. He needs to tell Perkos to help her. The scene shifts to a high priest who realizes this power play is all about the Saintess. Theo's mother accuses him of using the political chaos to make a play for the throne. With a sick crown prince and a young princess, the timing would be perfect, and she assumes he plans to steal the Saintess's power to seize control. But Theo calmly puts his cup down, shattering her theory. He states he has no interest in the throne or the Saintess's power. His true goal is far more shocking. He's going to make sure no one can ever use that power again, not even the Saintess herself. The Grand Duchess scoffs, telling Theo that Perkos will never trust him as long as royal blood runs in his veins. She insists that words alone won't be enough to convince him. So, Theo makes a new proposal. She must promise to help Perkos by stopping the imperial family from stealing the Saintess's power. In return, he'll send Perkos to see her that very night. Agreeing to the terms, she asks what he wants. With a sly smile, she mentions his new wife and suggests he meet Princess Isolin instead. His mother pushes him to meet Princess Isolin, reminding him of their past marriage talks. Theo immediately refuses, but she reveals that arrangement is long dead. The princess's father called it off years ago, deeply insulting him. Pivoting, she asks about his current wife, Yuelina. She hits a nerve, pointing out that they don't love each other and never even had a proper wedding. The jab works. Theo remembers Yuelina sadly confirming this fact. Struck by guilt, he tells his shocked mother they'll do it. They'll have the ceremony. Slightly flustered, Theo clarifies that the wedding was only delayed and he will hold the ceremony when he returns. A sly smile spreads across his mother's face as she makes her demand. All she wants for her cooperation is an invitation to the wedding. Theo is baffled. He expected a request for money or power. She waves it off, reminding him she's already rich. Seeing he's been completely outplayed, Theo grits his teeth. He has no choice but to agree and send his cunning mother the invitation she desires. With the deal settled, Theo has one last question. He gestures to the garden, asking if his mother grew the beautiful flowers using magic stones. She explains that she doesn't, because that method would leave them without any scent. A plan forms in Theo's mind. Perfect, he says, standing up and declaring he'll be taking some with him. His mother is baffled, but Theo just smiles, announcing they're for his wife. He remembers promising to bring them back for her. The Grand Duchess is absolutely floored, unable to believe what she's hearing. Back at the estate, Yuelina hosts a beautiful garden party. Having decorated the entire area herself, she nervously asks her guests if it looks okay. One of the ladies, dressed in a sharp green gown, gives the setup a critical look. She mentally notes the clever use of a round table, which avoids any formal head seat. While she silently critiques the non-uniform trees, she ultimately decides the entire charming and warm atmosphere suits Yuelina perfectly. The other women agree, praising the cozy setup that makes it easy for everyone to chat together. As the party continues, one of the noble women, Teresa, bashfully asks Yuelina where Sir Ray is. Yuelina innocently asks if she needs him, but another guest, Mary, quickly outs her friend's crush. She playfully reveals that Teresa talks about Sir Ray constantly these days. Seeing how well everyone is getting along, another lady suggests they make a group name. Mary pitches tea pie, since they always have tea and pie together. It's an instant hit, and all the women cheer, loving the simple yet perfect name for their new circle. Just as the tea pie group celebrates, a maid interrupts the party with a quiet announcement for Yuelina. A Madame Giselle is waiting outside. Yuelina doesn't recognize the name, but her guests instantly grow tense. Teresa looks worried, wondering why Giselle showed up after she tried to clear the air about Yuelina. She explains to Yuelina that Giselle is a curious friend. Always welcoming, Yuelina insists they let her in. The gates swing open, revealing a stern-looking woman in purple who radiates an intimidating aura. Giselle claims she was just curious about what kind of person the Grand Duchess is. Teresa watches, hoping this meeting will clear up any misunderstandings. As Yuelina warmly welcomes the new arrival, Giselle introduces herself with a smug grin. But her politeness is paper-thin. She immediately starts criticizing the party, saying the garden looks like a playground for kids. She calls the flowers tacky and scoffs at the round table, condescendingly asking how anyone is supposed to know where to sit. Her mission is clearly to humiliate Yuelina. But the Teapai group immediately shuts Giselle down. One of the ladies slams her hand on the table, calling her out for being too harsh. The others quickly jump in, praising the beautiful garden and defending the decor. Giselle is completely baffled by their loyalty, wondering if Yuelina bribed them. Since her direct insults failed, she switches tactics. She brings up that Theo attended a festival he always skips, then pointedly asks if it was because of a Princess Isolin. Yuelina freezes, completely caught off guard by the unfamiliar name. Giselle explains that Princess Isolin is from a small kingdom famous for its beautiful royalty. Then she drops the bombshell. Theo once proposed to her. Yuelina is completely stunned. Giselle's crony adds that 5 years ago, Theo even protested to be with Isolin. Teresa demands they stop, but Giselle just smirks, saying it's all in the past. But she twists the knife, pointing out how strange it was for Theo to attend a festival alone. The implication hangs in the air. That's the last straw. Yuelina's friends erupt, ordering Giselle to leave immediately. Teresa steps forward, offering to escort the troublemaker out. Furious, Giselle demands to know who Teresa thinks she is to order her around. But Teresa's gaze turns icy as she delivers a chilling warning. Say one more word, and she will suffer the consequences. Suddenly intimidated, Giselle stammers that she was leaving anyway and quickly flees. Seeing Yuelina's troubled expression, her friends rally around her. One gently takes her hand, admitting her husband wasn't her first love either. The others agree, reassuring her that the present is what truly matters. Despite her friend's support, Yuelina can't help but wonder aloud if Princess Isolin is really that beautiful. The other ladies immediately shoot that idea down. They passionately declare that Yuelina is far more gorgeous, with one admitting her heart stopped the first time they met. Meanwhile, at the festival, Theo sips wine in a grand hall. His rare public appearance has a group of nobles buzzing. They see this as a golden opportunity to secure funding for a new business. Just then, an attendant approaches the Archduke, announcing that Priest Perkos has arrived. After receiving the message, Theo immediately decides to leave. However, a group of nobles tries to stop him, hoping for a business chat. Theo isn't in the mood. He shuts them down with a single, icy word. Enough. With a menacing glare, he tells them he's extremely busy and orders them to get lost. Just as things get tense, his aide Yuli swoops in. He cheerfully explains that Theo has prior appointments, but he's more than happy to discuss investments instead. While Yuli's masterfully wrangles the opportunistic nobles, Theo walks away without another word. Theo arrives at a private meeting, informing an official named Perkos that he's not there to enjoy the party. Perkos finds this odd, mentioning he heard Theo didn't get along with Lady Camilla, the person he's seeking. The official agrees to share his story, but only if Theo makes a stronger promise. Theo questions this, believing he's already made his intentions perfectly clear. But Perkos demands more than just words. He wants an unbreakable oath, one made with Theo's own life. The Archduke is taken aback, stunned by the extreme condition. Theo confirms his suspicion, asking if the man means the legendary Oath of the Gods. Perkos simply smirks, noting that the Archduke came prepared, and tells him to get on with it. The ritual is intense. A sacred cord imbued with divine power is wrapped around the wrist. Once the promise is recited, the soul becomes permanently bound to it. Perkos lays out the terrifying stakes. If the oath is ever broken, the person must repay it with their life. With a term set, he commands Theo to swear to protect the Saintess, clarifying that this also means he will never harm her. With unwavering resolve, Theo makes his declaration. He states that any man would make such a vow to protect his wife and swears to protect the Saintess, no matter what happens. The moment the words are spoken, the sacred cord on his wrist flares with divine energy, sending a jolt of agony through him. Perkos casually mentions that a blood oath is meant to hurt. But this is far worse than Theo expected. He cries out as he feels his life force being drained, the pain becoming unbearable before it suddenly stops. The ritual is complete. Perkos explains that the awful sensation of Theo's heart being squeezed is proof the oath worked. As the Archduke struggles to catch his breath, the official casually remarks that he seems quite good at enduring pain. He clarifies that only the oath-taker feels the agony. He merely infused a bit of divine power. Annoyed by the man staring, Theo cuts him off, demanding to know if he's finally ready to talk. With the deal sealed, Perkos's demeanor shifts as he begins to speak, mentioning ancient and forbidden texts. Perkos finally reveals the truth, stating that the problem isn't tainted holy water. Theo demands to know what he means. The official drops a bombshell. The holy water isn't drying up at all. Someone is stealing it from multiple temples for an unknown reason. Because of the divine oath, Theo knows the man can't be lying. When asked what he's found, Perkos explains his focus is on finding the culprits to protect the Saintess. He concludes with a grave look, stating that the Bios Empire is the prime suspect. Perkos reveals the scale of the problem. While the Bios Empire is a known threat, the huge amount of stolen holy water suggests more players are involved. Theo cuts through the speculation, directly asking if Perkos knows who the Saintess is. When the official feigns surprise, Theo lays out his logic, noting Perkos's past actions proved he was already certain of her existence. Realizing he'd been tested, Theo smirks. Backed into a corner, Perkos admits he knows the truth, but explains he can't act carelessly, as his every move is being watched. Perkos reveals his risky strategy. Instead of waiting, he willingly made contact with the groups hunting for the Saintess's power, pulling down his hood with a sly grin. Theo immediately understands. The official offered himself up as bait. Perkos confirms this was the only way, as approaching the Saintess directly would only raise suspicion. He gives Theo a final, stark reminder that breaking their divine oath is a fatal mistake, but the Archduke just smirks, completely unfazed. As he leaves, Perkos adds a strange request. If Theo hears the gods, he should pray for the world. After the intense meeting, Theo couldn't care less about divine blessings, dismissing the idea as nonsense. An image of Yulina's smiling face flashes in his mind. She is his one and only priority. He resolves that no matter who the enemy is, be it the Bios Empire or the gods themselves, he will never let anyone take her away. Later, Theo travels by carriage deep into a forest, knowing he'll soon have to switch to horseback. He glances at a protective spell he cast, confident in its power, and decides to rest before things get serious. Suddenly, Theo is no longer in the carriage, but is a child again, lost in a raging blizzard. He screams for his mother, his desperate voice swallowed by the wind. He clings to her still form, pleading for her to wake up and keep her promise to return. He tells her he protected the duchy well, just as she asked, and begs for them to go home now. But he knows this is a recurring nightmare. He tries to carry her, stumbling and falling in the deep snow until he collapses, unable to move, facing the same crushing truth. He was powerless then, and even in his dreams, he still is. Young Theo collapses in the snow, a tear freezing on his cheek as his own mind calls him worthless. Just as he surrenders to the cold, a brilliant golden light shatters the darkness of his nightmare. A gentle but insistent voice urges him to get up, telling him this isn't where he's supposed to be. A radiant, blurry figure with white hair appears, her voice filled with concern over how cold he is. Trapped in the dream, Theo can't see who she is, but she tells him to wake up, promising he doesn't have to hurt anymore. The figure in his dream cradled him, and for the first time, a gentle warmth cut through the nightmare's chill. Young Theo felt a deep peace, wishing he could fall asleep right there. But a sudden jolt threw him back to reality. He snapped awake in the carriage, breathing hard and clutching his head. It was that awful dream again. This time, though, a strange voice had been there, one he'd never heard before.
Who was it?
Suddenly, something clicked in his mind, and his eyes shot wide with a startling realization. Still reeling from the nightmare, Theo snaps back to the present and calls for his attendant, Yulith. He flings the carriage door open, looking pale and agitated. A concerned Yulith immediately asks if he's all right, but Theo shoves a bouquet into his hands, cutting him off. The flowers, which were under a preservation spell, are completely withered and dead. Theo admits it's his fault. Realizing a trip back would cause a week-long delay, he decides against it. He remembers how much Yuelina was looking forward to this and refuses to disappoint her. Back at the festival, Yulis leans in to whisper a juicy secret he picked up at the banquet. The suggestion makes Theo blush, as he can't completely dismiss the intriguing idea. Later that night, a spent but happy Yuelina flops onto her bed. She's buzzing with excitement, thinking about how surprised Theo will be. The mansion's garden is finally finished, and all the old carpets and curtains have been replaced. The staff are ecstatic, praising her for bringing the forgotten mansion back to life. Her last thought is a simple hope that Theo will be happy, too. Just as Yuelina is about to drift off, she springs up, remembering a special gift from her maid, Maylene. Earlier, Maylene had presented her with a luxurious night cream, insisting she try it. The maid blushes, explaining that the tea party taught her sincerity is more important than hollow gatherings. Deeply touched, Yuelina thanks her, saying she couldn't have gone without her help. Flustered, Maylene jokes that Yuelina is already dazzling enough. When Yuelina worries about the price, Maylene quickly dismisses her concerns, happy to have helped her lady. As Yuelina pats the special night cream onto her face, she wonders if it's time to take it off. Her thoughts are cut short when a voice calls out from her doorway. Who could possibly be visiting at this hour? She recognizes the voice instantly and opens the door to find Yulith, Theo's attendant. She's stunned to see him back so soon. He explains that because the Grand Duke traveled without stopping, they arrived much earlier than expected. His explanation trails off as he stares, asking what's on her face, making Yuelina blush in embarrassment. Ignoring her face cream, Yuelina asks Yulis if Theo is with him. Yulis explains that the Grand Duke is resting and suggests it would be better to see him tomorrow. Determined to look her best, Yuelina agrees. But then Yulis drops a bombshell. An important guest is arriving tomorrow evening. Yuelina's excitement turns to confusion when he reveals it's the princess of the Yisalan kingdom. She freezes in shock. Yulis reassures her that Theo is handling all the preparations, but as he leaves, he can't shake the feeling he forgot something important. As Yulis walks away, he tries to remember what he forgot, but quickly brushes it off as nothing important. Back in her room, Yuelina connects the dots. The princess of Isolin, she realizes this must be Theo's first love. The very next day, a massive ship pulls into the port. An exhausted Ulysse complains to Theo that he barely slept an hour, but the Grand Duke just gives him a cold. I see. Furious at his calm response, Ulysse reminds him that he also saw the state of the mansion, but Theo just agrees, offering no other reaction. The night before the princess's arrival, Theo and Ulysse stand in the garden. Ulysse is blown away, commenting on how vibrant Eulina has made the once dead grounds. Their conversation is cut short by a man named Kwon, Theo's personal shadow, who appears to give a report. He explains that the Grand Duchess has worked tirelessly to restore the mansion and, as a side note, has improved her pie-making skills. But Theo ignores all of this. His face is ice as he gives a chilling order. Make sure that woman, Giselle, never appears before him again. With his shadow gone, Theo turns to Ulysse with new instructions. He tells him to inform the Grand Duchess that he has returned, but went straight to bed. Then he adds a crucial message. The story about the Princess of Isolin was all a lie. A baffled Ulysse asks why he doesn't just tell her himself. Theo clenches his fist, explaining that because Eulina decorated the mansion for him, he can't show up empty-handed. He declares they're going to the dock at sunrise, leaving a defeated Ulysse to accept his sleepless fate. At the dock, a messenger approaches Theo and confirms his identity. He explains that he's here on orders from the princess of the Isolin kingdom, presenting a small, ornate box. Inside rests a breathtaking flower made entirely of sparkling jewels. Ulysse is amazed, realizing this must be the tribute Isolin planned to give the imperial family. Theo, however, is completely unimpressed. He simply asks, "So what?" before noting that the flower has no scent. His casual dismissal makes Ulysse explode, who yells about how much they spent on it. Meanwhile, Eulina is having a tea party with a group of noble ladies. They're all giddy, assuming Theo rushed home early just to see her. But Eulina has to burst their bubble, admitting she hasn't actually seen him yet. She explains he's busy because of a sudden royal visitor. The Princess of Isolin is arriving that very evening. The news sends the ladies into a total panic, screaming in shock. Amid the chaos, Eulina's expression darkens, her pink eyes turning cold as she processes the situation. One of her friends slams the table, furious about the princess's sudden arrival. Eulina calmly explains that she doesn't know the reason, only that the princess is an important guest staying for over 2 weeks. Another lady brings up the awful rumor that this princess might be Theo's first love. They declare the situation infuriating, but Eulina just smiles serenely, looking completely unbothered. One of Eulina's friends is not having it. Clenching her fist, she remembers how long Eulina has wished for love and refuses to let some princess interfere. She snaps at the others, telling them to get up. When they just stare, she shouts that this is obviously a provocation. That's all it takes for the group to spring into action. They instantly divide up the tasks. One will handle the dressmakers, another the makeup, and a third the jewelry. A friend named Emily puts a hand on Eulina's shoulder, telling her not to worry. They're going to show her exactly how to deal with a romantic rival. Emily is totally fired up, declaring that the mere thought of the Phoenix Principality makes her blood boil. Her intense energy is contagious. The mates immediately offer their support, one asking for lessons and the other promising to help if things get physical. Eulina looks on, completely lost, as Emily announces their first step, learning how to sit for tea. Meanwhile, Theo is alone at his office. He quietly places a stunning, jewel-encrusted lily on his desk, a thoughtful gesture completely separate from the social war brewing elsewhere. Theo lets out a soft sigh, admiring the gorgeous jeweled lily on his desk. He can't help but smile, hoping Eulina would love to see it. His quiet moment is cut short by a knock on the door. An attendant enters, and the two immediately get into a weirdly intense stare-down. He asks why she's looking at him like that, but she fires back that he's the one staring at her like she's a bug. She then informs him Yuelina won't be back until dinner, which clearly surprises him. He offers to go get her, but she coldly shuts him down, suggesting he should just wait for the princess instead. Theo is completely thrown off by her attitude, wondering if Ray lost all her fear after quitting as a knight. He asks her directly if she has some kind of complaint against him. Ray fires back that it's not her he should worry about. It's Yuelina, who definitely has problems. She then lets him have it, shouting about how long Yuelina waited for him while he never came to see her. With a final, cutting remark that she's disappointed in him, Ray storms out, leaving Theo frozen. A terrible thought dawns on him. Did Yuelina find out? Theo is totally spiraling, convinced Yuelina is mad because he didn't bring her the flowers. As he stresses over what to say, his attendant Yulis announces that she's on her way. Theo's mind races. Should he get down on his knees and beg for forgiveness? He decides if that doesn't work, he'll just ride nonstop for 2 days back to the south to get them himself. But before his insane plan can take root, Yuelina appears in a stunning red dress, calling his name. Theo is completely floored, his mind going blank. He stares at Yuelina, who looks absolutely radiant, and seriously wonders if he died and went to heaven. When she compliments him on looking handsome, his brain short-circuits. He decides no normal human could be this beautiful. She must be an angel. He assumes she dressed up for the important guest. But then Yuelina steps closer, placing a hand on his chest. She tells him she has a proposal, making his heart pound. A proposal? She calmly explains it's about the guest who is arriving soon. Theo tries to snap out of his daze, confirming that a guest will be arriving. Yuelina then drops the absolute bombshell. While their guest is visiting, she'll be staying in his room with him. The words hit Theo like a lightning bolt, and his brain completely short-circuits. He stares at her, dumbfounded, asking what she just said. His mind races, connecting the dots as a wild thought takes over. She wants to sleep in his bed? The idea is so overwhelming that our war-hardened Duke faints from pure joy while standing perfectly still. Turns out, Yuelina has a perfectly logical reason for her proposal. The guest is a princess from another country, and they can't have her finding out the Duke and Duchess sleep in separate rooms. It's all about appearances. Theo's brain finally reboots, and a blush spreads across his face as he eagerly agrees with her brilliant plan. Just as they make their pact, an attendant announces that Princess Letitia has arrived. Yuelina steels herself for the encounter, remembering her friend's sage advice. No matter what the princess does, just be sarcastic. As Yuelina holds his arm, Theo is completely flustered, wondering what this strange, warm feeling is. Just then, a graceful blonde woman arrives, introducing herself as Princess Letitia of the Isalan Kingdom. She politely thanks them for their kindness, but Yuelina's mind goes blank. Her plan to be sarcastic goes right out the window. It suddenly clicks. This isn't just any princess. This is Theo's first love, the woman from his painful past. Yuelina is totally speechless, caught completely off guard by this shocking reveal. With the shocking revelation still fresh, Yuelina composes herself to greet her guest. The young Princess Letitia is all smiles, calling the Duchess a beautiful angel. Theo smirks, clearly pleased with the compliment. Getting straight to business, Yuelina asks the princess for her age. Letitia happily announces that she's 11. The math sends Yuelina's brain into a tailspin. If Theo proposed to her 5 years ago, that means his first love was a 6-year-old girl clutching a stuffed bunny. The entire memory short-circuits Yuelina's mind. Yuelina's mind is blown. She grabs Theo, demanding to know if he really proposed to a 6-year-old girl. He stammers, trying to deny it, but Princess Letitia herself confirms she was the one. Utterly horrified, Yuelina looks at Theo like he's a monster. He quickly insists there were good reasons. Letitia explains that her small kingdom has amazing gemstone technology. 5 years ago, her king proposed a marriage alliance to gain Theo's favor and secure peace. Turns out it was all a political move that a younger Theo had no intention of following through with. A noblewoman explains a clever tactic from Theo's past. To avoid one marriage, he proposed to the young princess of Isalin, knowing her father would refuse. Since the princess was an ineligible child, the king was furious and vehemently shut down the talks. This move sparked a persistent rumor that the little princess was his first love. The woman admits this rumor surprisingly protected her small kingdom from outside threats. Yuelina, not at all offended by the story, is simply impressed by the young woman's maturity and insight. With the awkward proposal misunderstanding finally cleared up, everyone sits down for a formal dinner. Yuelina notices Princess Letitia looks super uncomfortable at the formal dinner. Realizing the young girl is struggling to fit in, Yuelina kindly tells her to relax. When Letitia still fumbles with her utensils, Yuelina gets a brilliant idea. She slides an easier set over to the princess and cheekily announces that Theo just loves proper table manners. A completely bewildered Theo questions this, but Yuelina just winks. Playing along, he eagerly picks up his own fork, making the little princess finally smile and relax. Yuelina makes friendly small talk, asking Princess Letitia if she traveled alone. The young princess explains that her nanny is staying with the staff and her family is far away. Yuelina gets a bit confused about another princess from a festival, but Letitia clarifies that was her older, married sister. Noticing the slight lull, Theo smoothly changes the subject, asking about her plans. Letitia brightens up, explaining she's on a school field trip to study the duchy's unique climate. Theo just smirks, calling the annual student visit a troublesome tradition. Theo notices something is off. Yuelina, who usually loves a good meal, is barely touching her food. He correctly guesses she's worried about Princess Letitia. Yuelina gently asks the princess if she dislikes the food, which startles the young girl into insisting it's delicious. Theo smoothly jumps in, reassuring Letitia that it's normal to lose your appetite after a long trip. Yuelina then cleverly offers fruit, suggesting they eat it together. This finally puts a smile on the princess's face as she agrees. Later, as night falls, the princess is still on their minds. After dinner, Yuelina can't stop thinking about how composed and adorable Princess Letitia was. Theo agrees, and a rare, soft smile makes Yuelina wonder if her husband secretly likes children. Later, they're alone in their shared room for the night. Theo politely asks if she wants to wash up first, which sends a flustered Yuelina into a blushing panic. She insists he go first, but as he turns, he spots a box. He recognizes it as a gift meant for someone named Yuna. In a moment of confusion, he grabs Yuelina's hand, calling her Yuna. Caught completely off guard, a deep blush spreads across Yuelina's face as Theo pulls her close. He looks pained and immediately apologizes, explaining that he failed to get her the gift she wanted, even after she beautifully decorated the mansion. Before she can reassure him, he reveals he brought something else instead. He presents a box, opening it to show a breathtaking crystal flower hairpiece. Completely stunned by the gorgeous gift, Yuelina gasps as her husband gently asks if she'll accept it. Completely mesmerized, Yuelina tells Theo the crystal flower is beautiful. He asks if she likes it, and her joyful thanks bring a faint blush to his cheeks. She beams, excitedly planning to show her friends, and mentioning a shopping trip with Mary for her upcoming wedding anniversary. But the mention of a wedding triggers a dark memory in Theo. He suddenly recalls promising an old woman he would send an invitation. An invitation, he now realizes with dawning horror, to his wedding with a woman named Yuna. Theo tries to cool his head in a luxurious bath, but his mind is racing with guilt. He sees himself as a failure of a husband, a man who couldn't even hold a proper wedding ceremony. A memory of Yuelina happily decorating the mansion flashes in his mind, and he berates himself for getting excited about sharing a room, feeling like a beast. He makes a new vow on the spot. He won't even dream of it until they are properly wed. Stepping out of the water, A fiery resolve fills his eyes as he declares he will do it for Yuna's sake. In a state of pure turmoil, Theo clutches his chest, his mind racing. After his bath, he tries to keep his composure, telling his wife she can wash up now. But he makes a critical mistake. He calls her Yuna. The wrong name hangs in the air, leaving Yuelina frozen with confusion. Before she can process it, the scene shifts to a snowy port. A man hurries toward a young girl, Princess Letitia, with an urgent message from her sister, the second princess. The young girl looks up, concerned. Meanwhile, Princess Letitia sits alone in a luxurious guest room, her mind racing. She's grateful her sister arranged for her to stay in a mansion instead of an inn, but she can't shake her anxiety. Lying in bed, she worries if she acted properly during dinner or brought shame to her kingdom, Isalin. She tries to focus on the upside. Being under the Grand Duke's care is a political win. But the pressure is immense, and a painful memory surfaces of classmates mocking her home, calling it an insignificant on the map. A sudden knock on the door startles Princess Letitia, pulling her from her anxious thoughts. A voice asks if she's sleeping, and she quickly says no. The door opens to reveal Yuelina, who enters with a warm smile and a tea tray, apologizing for the late visit. She explains she's brought a special tea made from yas leaves to help warm her guest up. Taking a sip of the savory drink, the young princess is amazed. She immediately feels a comforting warmth spreading through her body, calming her nerves. Yuelina sympathizes with the young princess, admitting that she also felt scared and couldn't sleep when she first arrived at the estate. This honesty surprises Letitia, who thanks her for being so considerate. Yuelina then brightens, suggesting a change of bedding might help and raving about the mansion's incredibly warm and fluffy wool blankets. After Letitia shyly agrees, she worries that she has nothing to offer in return for such kindness. Yuelina just smiles and asks the princess to help her tend the garden sometime, easily putting her guest's mind at ease. Princess Letitia is taken aback when Yuelina suggests they pull weeds together. A royal doing servant's work? It's unheard of. Things get even weirder when Yuelina cheerfully calls the wiggly worms in the garden cute, making the young princess recoil in horror. Despite her shock, Letitia graciously accepts the offer to help. Yuelina then slips up and calls her Letitia before quickly apologizing for being too informal. But the princess is delighted, insisting that the Grand Duchess should always speak to her so casually. Yuelina notices the young princess is still a bit intimidated and has a brilliant idea. With a bright smile, she suggests they get along like older and younger sisters. Princess Letitia is stunned by the informal offer. Yuelina then confesses she wants to be close because she finds Letitia so cute. This completely floors the princess, who has only ever been praised for being mature and composed. Realizing she might have been too forward, Yuelina gently adds that when Letitia is ready, she can call her big sister. Touched, the young princess quietly agrees. Thrilled, Yuelina announces that to get closer to Letitia, she'll start speaking casually immediately. The young princess beams, happily agreeing. Seeing Letitia smile, Yuelina thinks she's even more lovable than before. Since it's late and the servants have gone to bed, Yuelina has another idea. Spotting a fancy pen, she grabs a pillow and quickly draws a simple face on it. With a string tied around the top, she proudly holds up her creation. She presents the makeshift doll, asking Letitia what she thinks of it. Princess Letitia lights up, declaring the pillow doll looks just like a snowman. Yuelina is confused, admitting she's never seen one. Hugging the pillow, Letitia explains that snowmen have separate heads and bodies, just like her creation. Yuelina smiles warmly, realizing this means she just made her first snowman with the princess. Excited, Letitia suggests they make a real one out of snow next time. Yuelina happily agrees, asking the young princess to teach her. As the morning bells ring, their new friendship is sealed with a promise. In a bustling town, A man concealed in a black cloak meets another mysterious figure robed in white. To confirm his identity, the white-cloaked man is told to take a look. He pulls back his sleeve, revealing a hand covered in a grid of old scars. The man in black confirms he recognizes him, noting he wasn't expected so soon but was glad for his letter. He then asks if the man has been to the Phoenix Principality. Pulling down his own mask, he reveals his face, and the other man addresses him as Sir Asarim. In a dark, cavernous hall, the robed figure demands to know if his agent confirmed the Yeti's power. The man, Sir Asarim, reports that there was no river of memories or holy water present. His superior presses further, questioning if the Yeti visited the temple to pray. Asarim confirms they entered a prayer room. The robed man then asks what the Yeti's reaction was, if they heard a voice or saw something. The question strikes a nerve, causing Asarim to freeze as a look of sheer horror washes over his face, remembering something awful. Visibly shaken, Sir Asarim insists that the Yeti saw nothing in the temple. His robed superior isn't convinced, concluding that causality must be the reason for the failure. Deciding the trip wasn't a total loss, the masked figure says they need to check something. A dark, insidious energy suddenly erupts and slams into Asarim, making him flinch. The leader reminds him of his past words. Once Yuelina finds her power, she can return home with him. They then ask pointedly if that would be a good thing, leaving Asarim seething with conflicted rage. Sir Asarim desperately pleads with his superior, claiming he's running out of time and needs help. The masked figure coldly refuses, seeing no reason to assist him. However, they propose a deal. To obtain the Yeti's power, Asarim will need a power of his own, the power of darkness. Asarim explodes, shouting that he knows exactly what that corrupting force is. Unimpressed, his superior dismisses his concerns. They declare that the only thing that matters is claiming the Yeti, as they tap open a stone container, revealing a glowing blue artifact inside. The stone lid slides open with a heavy thud. Asarim stares, completely speechless. His robed superior pulls out the glowing blue artifact, its dark power pulsing. They get right to the point, asking if he truly wants Yuelina. The deal is simple. If he wants to claim her, he must drink the vial of pure darkness right now. Placing a hand on his shoulder, the leader warns him that this is the first and last chance their God will ever give him. With a sinister deal left hanging, the scene shifts back to the peaceful Phoenix estate. Theo stares out the window, his gaze landing on a young girl named Letitia. The sight brings back an unpleasant memory of a former wife, who bitterly complained that the child had ruined her first night. Back in the present, Yuelina apologizes for her absence. She explains she went to check on Letitia and accidentally fell asleep in her room, worried about the girl's first night in a strange new place. Yuelina wonders aloud how much hardship the young princess must have endured, but Theo scoffs internally, completely dismissing the idea. A dark aura swirls around Theo as he grapples with his thoughts, wondering how Yuelina can just ignore him. Outside, Yuelina tries to compose herself, seeing Letitia as a fragile little chick who needs care. Theo scoffs internally, trying to convince himself he's not some ordinary man who gets jealous over a child. But his confidence immediately shatters when he sees Yuelina doting on Letitia at dinner, asking her if the meat is tender. He stares, completely annoyed by the scene playing out before him. Yuelina happily compliments the exceptional meal, and a pleased Theo says he's glad she likes it. As he watches her, an unfamiliar feeling washes over him. He feels like an ordinary guy, realizing that mealtime should be a cozy, shared experience like this. Suddenly, another woman at the table mentions she's traveling to the Bios villa in the morning. Yuelina immediately turns to Theo with concern, asking if it's far. Caught off guard by the simple domestic question, Theo manages to reply that the villa is near the pier. Theo explains that Letitia's new residence is in a secure area for nobles, which makes Yuelina feel much better. She immediately starts fussing over the young girl, offering to pack snacks for her trip. As Letitia realizes it's time to leave, Yuelina suddenly stands up, announcing she's quickly going to the kitchen to get something she had prepared. She dashes off, leaving Theo and Letitia alone. The warm atmosphere evaporates instantly. Theo turns his cold gaze on the child and bluntly asks her just how long she plans to stay. The woman apologizes to Theo for any trouble she caused yesterday, explaining that Yuelina looked after her. Theo simply brushes it off, saying things like that can happen. Gratefully, she adds that thanks to Yuelina's kindness, she was able to sleep peacefully. Her words trigger a memory for Theo. He remembers Yuelina admitting that she was only able to adjust to her new life so easily because of his consideration. Hearing how his actions are seen by others leaves him speechless, a small, flustered smile appearing on his face. During a lavish dinner, a noble lady notes that Theo seems to be in a surprisingly good mood. Wanting to repay Yuelina's kindness to her, she decides to bring up a sensitive topic. She mentions hearing a rumor that the Duke and Duchess never had a proper wedding ceremony. Theo's expression immediately hardens, and he bluntly asks, "So what?" The lady nervously backpedals, saying it's common to omit ceremonies in political marriages. But Theo cuts her off with a simple no. He then declares with unshakable confidence that they will have a wedding, and it will be a very grand one. Theo explains that a grand wedding will prevent any careless gossip. Impressed, the noble lady thinks he must be incredibly romantic. She then points out that political marriages often skip a proper proposal, replacing it with a simple letter. Her eyes sparkle as she asks if he plans to propose to Yuelina. The question stops Theo in his tracks. In his haste to plan the ceremony, he had completely forgotten the most crucial first step. He now realizes that giving Yuelina a real proposal is what truly matters. The noble lady, seeing her chance, cautiously interjects. She explains that with 5 older sisters, she's seen every kind of marriage there is, from love matches to political arrangements. She enthusiastically offers to use her vast experience to help Theo with his proposal. Theo is stunned into silence, realizing how short-sighted he's been. He had completely underestimated her. This wasn't just some naive young lady. He now sees her for what she is, a serious talent, and exactly the kind of sharp mind his principality needs on its side. Theo's mind is racing. He can't let Yuelina's precious first moments be ruined, and the proposal has to be perfect. His imagination runs wild with over-the-top ideas, from bringing all her people to the duchy to gifting her every magic stone in the world. He then decides that since the marriage is happening no matter what, he'll at least let her choose how the wedding will be held. The noble lady simply tells him she understands and offers her help, privately wondering if her little push was a success. The noble lady tells Theo she just wants to see him and Yuelina happy together since it's obvious how much he cherishes her. But her motives run deeper than that. She knows the brutal rules of high society. Without a proper wedding, the gossip-hungry nobles would tear Yuelina apart, turning her into an outcast. The lady imagines them shunning her, leaving her completely alone. This is a painful memory for her. She's been through it all before and refuses to let Yuelina suffer the same cruel isolation she once did. Yuelina arrives, apologizing for being a bit late while carrying a tray. Theo looks up, stunned, as she presents a chestnut pie she baked herself. She reminds him that he mentioned wanting one before, so she decided to make it for him. The simple, thoughtful gesture hits Theo right in the heart. He's completely overwhelmed that she remembered such a small, passing comment. This act of genuine care fuels his determination. He clenches his fist, resolving that he absolutely must prepare the most incredible, heartfelt proposal for her. Just as things are getting good, the blonde noble lady tries to dip out. She makes a quick excuse about a forgotten assignment she needs to finish, but Theo catches on immediately. He realizes she's giving him and Yuelina some precious alone time. Yuelina, being her usual sweet self, offers her a slice of pie for the road. The lady accepts one, but Theo smoothly cuts in. Flashing a playful peace sign, He insists she needs at least 2 slices to fuel that sharp mind of hers. What a perfect wingman. The noble lady is practically glowing as she thanks them for the pie and heads out. Later that night, Theo is deep in concentration, scribbling away at his desk. You can practically hear the quill flying across the page as he plans the perfect proposal. His focus is shattered by a soft knock on the door. It's Yuelina, looking like a goddess in a flowing nightgown. She gently calls out his name, asking if she interrupted his work. His serious expression softens the moment he sees her standing there. Theo plays it cool, saying he was just lost in thought as he walks toward her. Yuelina asks if she's interrupting, but he immediately says no. The mood shifts as he gets closer, and she blushes, thinking this might finally be the night they become a true couple. Her heart pounds in anticipation. But instead of leaning in for a kiss, he gently pulls the hood of her robe over her head, telling her she'll catch a cold. While she's flustered, his mind is hilariously stuck on how perfectly sweet and salty her chestnut pie was. Yuelina playfully calls Theo out, pointing out he's mentioned how good the pie was about 10 times now. He just grins, admitting it was simply that delicious. The mood shifts when he gently takes her hand. Theo's mind races with the thought of them finally sharing a room, but he immediately resolves to protect her properly until the wedding. Yuelina, however, is on a completely different wavelength. Blushing furiously, she's glad she prepared for the possibility that tonight would be the night they become a true couple. Yuelina is wide awake, her heart pounding with anticipation. She thinks this is it, the first real step to becoming husband and wife. But Theo completely misses the memo. He gently tells her he'll be sleeping in the study, so she can rest comfortably. Yuelina is absolutely floored, letting out a shocked, "Huh." He explains that he knows she hasn't been sleeping well and figures it's his fault. When she points out there's no bed in his study, he just says there's a sofa. She offers to take it, but he immediately shuts that down. Yuelina is at her absolute limit. She grabs Theo's sleeve, pleading with him not to be like this. With a bright blush, she asks why they can't just sleep together in the same bed. This bold question completely short-circuits Theo's brain. His heart hammers in his chest as he wonders if she's implying something more. But Yuelina just beams, promising she'll sleep without bothering him at all. He immediately realizes she literally just means sleeping, and he's the one who is completely overthinking the situation. Internally, Theo tells himself to get a grip. She just wanted to sleep. With a gentle smile, he finally agrees to stay. Relieved, Yuelina suggests they talk for a bit before bed. He asks about her day, and she recounts visiting her friend Emily. She casually brings up Lady Giselle, another friend of Emily's who suddenly disappeared from the duchy. Theo plays dumb, claiming it's news to him, while privately crediting his subordinate for handling the situation so cleanly. Yuelina, completely oblivious, continues her story. As their conversation continues, Yuelina says she has something important to tell him. She explains that while he was gone, she worked hard decorating the mansion and tending the garden. Her reason was simple. If he ever had to travel far away again, she wanted him to have a beautiful, cozy home to think of, a place he would want to hurry back to. Looking at him with a gentle smile, she welcomes him home and softly admits that she missed him. Overwhelmed by her sincerity, Theo can only whisper her name, Yuna. Still reeling from her words, Theo says he has his own confession to make. Yuelina looks up, confused, as he gently takes her hand. He tells her that on every anniversary, he wants to be able to remember their wedding day and see her smiling brightly. Her heart hammers in her chest, completely overwhelmed by his sincerity. Looking her straight in the eye, he calls her Yuna. Then, he asks the one question that changes everything. Will she have a proper wedding with him? Yuelina thinks back on her journey. From the very first day, she was the Grand Duchess. She remembers meeting the man who was supposed to be her husband, intimidating and covered in grime. She was then assigned to a crumbling, dusty room. Nothing was her choice, but she recalls that it was all okay. She soon discovered that her husband, Theo, was a very good person. Looking back, she realizes that everyone she met in the duchy, from the staff to her new friends, was truly kind to her. Yuelina recalls her old belief that if they just let time pass, they would naturally become a couple. But she confesses she often grew impatient, wondering how long it would take for them to truly connect. That past uncertainty is gone now. Later, resting together, she mentions that winter is coming soon, and with it, the snow. Looking at Theo with a radiant smile, she asks him not to hate it if it snows on their wedding day, finally secure in the knowledge that they both feel the same way about each other. Yuelina is filled with pure bliss, thinking about how happy she is. Theo watches her with a soft expression and agrees, adding that they'd better hurry with their wedding plans. Later, as they rest in bed, he gently takes her hand while she sleeps. Theo had originally planned on slipping away to his study after she dozed off, but he immediately reconsiders. He knows that leaving now would be just like his old self, repeating the same mistakes. This time, he resolves to stay right by her side. Holding Yuelina close as she sleeps, Theo's mind is already on their future. He thinks about how, once they have their wedding, he can finally declare to the world that she is his wife. He decides to throw a legendary ceremony, an event so spectacular it will erase all her past sadness in one go. The next morning, Yuelina wakes up to find Theo still beside her. Noticing their hands are still intertwined, she bolts upright in bed, flustered. She asks if they fell asleep like that, quickly apologizing for his discomfort. Still blushing from the night before, Yuelina insists she's fine. But she suddenly remembers something important and bolts upright, exclaiming that she has to see Princess Letitia off to the villa. As she rushes to leave, Theo stops her with a calm, charming smile. He tells her not to worry about it. If she can't see her off now, he suggests, she can always go pick her up later. With a sly look, he adds that Letitia is one of their precious talents, making her feel at ease. Meanwhile, Princess Letitia's attendant looks on with concern, hoping the princess doesn't lose her confidence. Back at the mansion, the scholars are completely stunned when a new guest arrives unannounced. It's Princess Isol. They can't believe she actually came, whispering amongst themselves about how she even got there. The princess cheerfully corrects them. Her name is Esseline, and says she stayed at the incredible Light Villa. Hearing this, one of the scholars looks worried, asking if she had to sleep at a common inn. One of the scholars starts mocking Princess Isol, asking if she slept in a garbage dump since the duchy's inns are so bad. He even holds his nose, pretending he can smell it on her. The others snicker, but Isol just bites her tongue, knowing it's useless to fight back. Just then, a man steps in, putting a stop to the bullying. He introduces himself as Miquelon, a teacher from the Imperial Academy. He hands out guides, preparing to explain the fortress wall experience scheduled in 2 days, but is immediately interrupted by a scholar. A scholar interrupts, but it's Princess Isol who speaks up, shyly admitting she didn't get a guide. The other scholars jump at the chance to mock her, waving their papers around and telling her to come get one herself. Before she can move, Miquelon simply hands her a copy. But his kindness is a total facade. Internally, he scoffs at her presence, thinking a princess from a small kingdom only got in through connections. He believes she should be married off to a powerful noble, not wasting time with education. He then coldly gets the class back on track. Miquelon taps his pointer and begins his lecture, but a scholar immediately starts bad-mouthing the duchy. He claims its systems are disorganized and its magic stone development is far behind the empire's. Princess Isol silently disagrees, remembering how the mansion's food was delicious and her room was perfectly warm. Miquelon adds to the poor image, warning them about beggars and robbers in the outer villages. Taking his cue, a scholar named Lucian asks with a smirk if the duchy is even worse than Esseline's tiny kingdom, leaving the princess completely stunned. Lucian continues his verbal assault, smugly stating that while the duchy is lacking, it's still part of the empire. He says Princess Isol's tiny kingdom can't even compare. The other scholars burst out laughing, mockingly dubbing her the backward princess. Isol clenches her fists in her lap, trying to hold back tears as the taunts escalate. One bully gets right in her face, snapping his fingers and demanding to know why she's ignoring him. He cruelly asks if he needs to call her mommy, pushing her to her breaking point. Just as the abuse escalates, Mikulon the teacher sighs, thinking the situation has gotten out of hand. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the noise. The bully, Lucian, turns and demands to know who the newcomer is. The imposing man calmly states that he is Princess Isol's guardian. Lucian just scoffs, mockingly asking if he's the guardian for the backward princess. But Mikulon freezes, recognizing the man instantly. He stammers out a greeting, asking the Grand Duke what he's doing here. Ignoring everyone else, Theo glares down at the terrified teacher. Theo grabs Mikulon by his collar, demanding to know why the teacher just stood by while a brat insulted his talented ward. The teacher chokes, absolutely terrified. The other scholars are frozen in shock as the reality of the situation sinks in. Lucian begins sweating, remembering all the horrifying stories he's ever heard. Whispers spread about the Northern Grand Duke, the monster who takes misbehaving children away. In their minds, he transforms into a horrifying demon with razor-sharp teeth, the legendary man who supposedly eats people alive. They are staring at their worst nightmare. A man from the Empire scoffed, questioning if the notorious Grand Duke was the one rumored to eat people. Suddenly, a terrifying presence descended. Archduke Theo materialized, his eyes burning with fury. He seized the man's face, his voice dangerously low as he demanded to know who gave this brat the right to frighten his people. The scene cuts back to the aftermath, where Yuli's is sobbing, admitting she was wrong. Theo coldly asks if she's crying before his gaze lands on Yuelina. He addresses her formally as Princess, the air thick with tension. With a final push, Theo sends Yuli's on her way. He tells the startled girl her sister is waiting outside. His expression then darkens into something terrifying. He makes a chilling vow: if anyone dares to bully her again, she must tell them the Grand Duke will come for them. He promises to deal with them so thoroughly they'll become dust. The threat leaves the girl trembling, but she manages a small okay. Meanwhile, Yuelina waits anxiously by the carriage, sad that she couldn't say a proper farewell earlier that morning. Yuelina waited anxiously, her thoughts cut short when a small voice cried out, calling her sister. She turned, completely stunned. The young girl ran and threw herself into Yuelina's arms, hugging her tightly. Taken by surprise, Yuelina's cheeks flushed as she slowly embraced the child. A different name escaped her lips in a confused whisper, asking if she was someone named Letitia. A little while later, sitting together in the carriage, Yuelina gently placed a hand on the girl's shoulder, asking if she was feeling all right now. The young girl, Letitia, sheepishly explained that seeing Yuelina brought on tears of pure relief. Yuelina's heart went out to her, realizing how tough it must be to travel so far alone. She promised that back at the manor, they would eat delicious food and get plenty of rest. As they continued talking, Yuelina gently asked why Letitia had called her sister. Flustered but overjoyed, they both confessed they wished they were real sisters. From a nearby doorway, Archduke Theo silently watched the heartwarming scene unfold, his expression unreadable. Theo found Yuelina and Letitia relaxing in the back garden. Beaming, Yuelina excitedly shared that Letitia had called her sister. A rare, warm smile touched Theo's lips as he teased, asking if that made him her older brother. The sweet moment was interrupted when Letitia presented a document from her teacher, a list of precautions for visiting the walled village. Theo quickly snatched the paper, his expression hardening as he read aloud about the dangers of thieves and potential kidnappings. Yuelina paled with worry, but Theo simply smirked, assuring her that everything would be fine. A little flustered, Yuelina suggests they head back to the manor to get something delicious to eat and take a walk. Watching the two girls bond, Theo sulks to himself, thinking that taking Yuelina out for food was supposed to be his job. Letitia then explains she has a big exam after the field trip and needs to study. Gathering her courage, she asks Yuelina if she could buy her a special lemon cake from the town square to give her energy. Yuelina immediately agrees, happy to help. Thrilled, Letitia thanks her and heads off to study. As Letitia cheerfully left them to their mission, a thought sparked in Theo's mind. The kid was a genius. She had orchestrated this whole thing just to give them time alone. Finally by themselves, Yuelina softly called his name. Theo's heart skipped a beat, thinking this was the perfect chance for a date to the town square. But his plan hit a snag when Yuelina, beaming with excitement, suggested they go somewhere completely different. Theo was left utterly baffled, wondering what on earth she had in mind. Their carriage rumbled to a stop inside the walled village, Yuelina's surprise destination. Theo gently helped her down, telling her not to be concerned, but to immediately speak up if anything felt wrong. Before she could take in the sights, a young man with bright turquoise hair came sprinting towards them, shouting for the Archduke. He skidded to a halt, completely starstruck. Stuttering in disbelief, he asked why His Grace would possibly come all the way to such a humble place, looking utterly shell-shocked by their unexpected visit. The turquoise-haired man's eyes shot wide open. His intuition screamed that this radiant woman had to be the new Grand Duchess. He immediately dropped into a deep bow, introducing himself as the general manager of the walled village. Yuelina smiled kindly, explaining her curiosity led to the sudden visit. Overjoyed, the manager assured her it was no trouble at all. He eagerly confirmed they were here for the academy field trip and promised everything was running smoothly. As he led them away, Yuelina couldn't help but wonder if this was his first time managing such a big event. Yuelina noticed two workers arguing. One snatched a tool, insisting the mixture had to be smeared on thick to look realistic. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a glob of dark muck flying through the air. Puzzled, Yuelina asked the manager what on earth they were doing. He grinned proudly, explaining they were smearing dung on the walls to prepare for the field trip. The Grand Duchess's world stopped turning. Her face went pale as the disgusting reality crashed down on her. They were using actual animal waste as decoration. Theo issued a shocking command, ordering the manager to scatter the filth thoroughly to make the area look disgusting. The manager eagerly agreed, proudly explaining that with all the garbage they were collecting, the streets would soon look just like a sewer. He even asked if he should call over the people in charge of pickpocketing. Completely baffled, Yuelina tugged on her husband's sleeve, asking why they were intentionally making the town dirty. With a sly smirk, Theo simply reminded her that he promised it wouldn't be dangerous, not that it would be clean. The manager proudly explained the village's success, all thanks to Theo. He revealed that the men mined precious mana stones from the nearby mountains while the women skillfully crafted them into beautiful jewels. The whole town worked together, protected by none other than Theo's former elite knights, ensuring total peace and security. He beamed, telling Yuelina she had nothing to worry about. But she was still confused, asking why the Academy's official guidebook painted such a negative picture. Theo knew the grim answer. It was the exact image the Empire wanted the world to see. An aide laid out the grim truth. Because the Empire refused to acknowledge the duchy's prosperity, they were forced to make the town look dirty for visiting Academy students. Theo added that he fully compensated his people, covering cleanup costs and lost wages, thinking it was better for Yuelina to see this for herself. But she started to tremble, grabbing his arm tightly. She asked if this deception was truly necessary, her voice filled with an unexpected anger. She declared that she didn't like it at all, leaving Theo completely stunned. Yuelina's anger finally exploded. She yelled that if rumors of a filthy duchy spread, all the blame would fall directly on Theo. One of his knights listed all the amazing things Theo had done for his people, but Yuelina couldn't be swayed. She argued that visiting children would see the fake mess and believe their lord was flawed. As she fiercely defended his honor, Theo had a stunning realization. This woman wasn't just upset, she was angry for him, and he was completely speechless. As Theo watched her fiercely defend his honor, he had a single, overwhelming thought. She was unbearably adorable. He gently tried to calm her down, telling her not to be so upset. But before she could protest, he pulled her into a sudden, firm embrace. Holding her close, he quietly promised that he would fix everything, just as she wished. Completely flustered and pressed against his chest, Yuelina shyly asked if he really meant it. Looking down at her, Theo confirmed without hesitation that of course, he did. Their tender moment was abruptly shattered by the onlookers. An older man snapped at one of Theo's knights, scolding him for his lack of awareness. He pointed out that their graces were right there, personally tending to their people. It suddenly dawned on the villagers, this wasn't just a business transaction. Their lord truly cared for them. As the townspeople teared up with gratitude, the mortified knight rushed forward. He frantically announced a change of plans, declaring they would now see the pride of the village. Later that night, a council meeting concluded, but Theo was completely zoned out. His aide, Yuli's, snapped his fingers, trying to get his attention. When asked if he was even listening, the lovesick Duke just mumbled, "More or less." That was the last straw. Yuli's exploded in frustration, yelling that Theo's answer wasn't good enough. He ranted about how Theo had suddenly demanded a lemon cake, forced him to wait in a massive line, and then disappeared to the village without saying a word, leaving his aide completely in the dark. As Yuli's fumed, Theo was a million miles away, a dreamy smile playing on his lips. He was reliving his perfect date with Yuelina, tasting village food and buying blankets for their carriage. He finally tuned back in, but only to ask if the lemon cake got to her. Yuli's confirmed it was a big hit with her and the princess. He then reported that the villagers were grateful. A confused Theo asked why. Yuli's explained that because of his genuine actions, they no longer had to put on a fake performance for him. Yuli's watched the lovesick Duke, who was dreamily mumbling Yuelina's name. The aide reflected on how much his master had changed, all thanks to the Duchess. Snapping back to the present, Yuli's remembered he had something to tell Theo. With a cheeky grin, he announced that he was going to marry the Grand Duchess. After a moment of stunned silence, Theo clarified that they would be holding a wedding ceremony. When his flustered aide asked why all of a sudden, the Duke simply ordered him to prepare for it immediately. With a confident smirk, Theo pointed at his aide. He declared that he wanted the wedding done before the first snow and ordered Yuli's to handle it well. As the door clicked shut, the aide panicked. He realized with dread that early winter had just begun. It could snow as soon as tomorrow. Yuli's was immediately buried under a mountain of tasks, remaking the banquet hall, designing invitations, arranging flowers, and selecting guests. The pressure mounted until his writing quill snapped clean in two. He couldn't believe Theo expected him to pull off this impossible feat. A carriage rattled to a stop. Inside, Yuli's watched a visiting princess, realizing the Duke had his eyes on her. Suddenly, Theo appeared with a new order. Yuli's was to be her personal guard. The aide could barely question it before Theo's friendly grin vanished. He grabbed Yuli's collar, his voice dangerously low. He warned that if the Empire snatched this talent away, Yuli's own neck would be the price. The chilling memory made Yuli's fidget nervously as he sat across from the Duke, unable to speak. Yuli's spotted a dense philosophy book and decided to test the young princess. He quizzed her on an obscure passage, noting that respect and trust are different. The girl instantly recognized the line. However, she then revealed the book's true conclusion, that respect and trust are ultimately the same. Yuli's was completely floored by her insight, wondering if the standards at her academy were always this high. Deeply impressed, he invited her to a reading circle, but the princess modestly declined, certain she had nothing to offer an intellectual like him. Yuli's adjusted his glasses, completely won over. He now understood why her grace found this girl so endearing. Seeing his distress, she excitedly offered to help with the Duke's wedding, having seen her sisters marry. Desperate, Yuli's asked if it was possible to prepare everything in just 1 week. The girl suggested a brilliant idea: rebrand the event. Instead of a lavish party that could be seen as shabby, they would hold a simple ceremony and donate the massive budget to the people as winter relief. The sheer genius of the plan left Yuli's utterly stunned. Yuli's was in absolute awe. He admitted that without the princess's sharp mind, he would have been completely lost. Overcome with gratitude, he got her attention, his voice cracking with emotion. With tears streaming down his face, he swore that the doors of the duchy would forever be open to her. The princess was totally stunned by his intense reaction. Meanwhile, a stern-looking man watched from a distance. He recognized the aide helping the princess into her carriage. It was the Grand Duke's secretary, the man who truly held the power in the duchy. Count Delken watched the carriage depart, baffled as to why the Duke's powerful right-hand man was escorting a seemingly minor princess. Later, as knights and aides gathered, Maylene suggested sending the soldiers away to avoid crowding the villagers. She warned that the town was dangerous, leaving Delkan confused. A young aide, David, then arrogantly tried to demand a knight for himself. Delkan immediately shut him down, leaning in to whisper a chilling threat. If he didn't behave, the Grand Duke himself would come for him. The young man froze, paralyzed with absolute terror. David protested, whining that the village was dirty and dangerous. Count Delkan just scoffed, asking if the aide truly understood where he was. This wasn't just any town. It was the duchy, the personal domain of Lord Theo de Phoenix. His voice grew cold as he reminded the terrified man that the Grand Duke had never lost a single battle. With a chilling smile, Delkin told him to report things exactly as they are. Back at the manor that night, Yuelina excitedly told Theo that she thought Letitia was a genius. Yuelina excitedly showed Theo a report from Letitia, amazed by her neat handwriting. He asked what it said, and she proudly read that the townspeople's goals all served the duchy. As Yuelina gushed about Letitia's cleverness, Theo was touched by her genuine delight. His mind drifted, imagining a future with a child who looked just like her. A vision of them as a family, mommy and daddy, flashed in his mind. Then, his thoughts took a turn, realizing they first needed a passionate newlywed life. He smirked, deciding they'd have to train hard for their wedding. As Theo leaned in close, Yuelina's heart pounded, feeling his warm breath on her skin. She nervously asked if he wasn't standing a bit too close. Ignoring her, he simply murmured her name. Flustered, Yuelina made an excuse, saying she needed to return the report to Letitia. But as she quickly tried to step away, she lost her balance and stumbled. In a flash, Theo caught her, pulling her securely into his arms. He calmly told her it was fine as her mind went completely blank, trapped in his embrace. Trapped in his arms, Yuelina nervously stammered about Letitia's report. But Theo wasn't listening. He pulled her flesh against him, inhaling her sweet scent and thinking it was absolutely lethal. He was supposed to wait until the wedding, but his control was slipping. Yuelina's own heart was beating out of her chest. She'd always dreamed of being held by him like this. Overwhelmed by the moment, Theo leaned in. Just as their lips were about to touch, he suddenly jerked back, covering his mouth in shock at his own actions. Completely flustered, Yuelina could only stammer. But Theo wasn't done. He smoothly took her hand, his voice a low rumble. He asked if she knew that a wedding ceremony includes a kiss. Before she could process his words, he brought her fingers to his mouth, his intense gaze locking with hers. He declared that a kiss was merely the appetizer. Yuelina's eyes widened in shock, whispering his name as her mind went blank. He then pulled her into a quiet, firm embrace against a moonlit window, asserting his control over the moment. The next morning, Yuelina wakes up feeling completely exhausted. The previous night's tension had clearly taken its toll, causing her to pass out without even realizing it. While her maid, Maylene, gets her ready, Yuelina can't stop replaying the near kiss. She regrets stopping Theo, wondering if she should have wrapped her arms around him instead. Maylene notices her shifting complexion and asks if she's alright. Shaking her head clear of the embarrassing thoughts, Yuelina quickly insists that she's perfectly fine, though her flustered expression says otherwise. Yuelina asks Maylene if getting to her room was difficult, but the maid assures her the stairs will be fixed by tomorrow. Maylene then asks if Yuelina heard about Theo. Blushing furiously, Yuelina quickly pretends she was asleep, her heart still pounding from the night before. Maylene happily explains that Theo started working out early this morning and plans to continue every day. She innocently wonders if something requiring strength has come up. Suddenly, Yuelina's eyes widen as a mortifying thought enters her mind. Was he building his stamina for them? Maylene cried out, pointing at Yuelina's completely flushed face and asking if she was sick. Yuelina quickly insisted she was fine, even though her cheeks were burning. With her mind still reeling from Theo's new workout routine, she tried to change the subject. While Maylene brushed her hair, Yuelina asked about wedding customs in the Grand Duchy. The maid was confused, figuring the other noble ladies would have already explained everything. But Yuelina pressed on, clarifying that she wanted to know the exact, step-by-step order of the ceremony. She needed to be prepared. Maylene laid out the wedding plan. A prayer from the high priest, followed by vows, and then a massive banquet for greeting guests. But the real work, she explained happily, would begin after the ceremony. Yuelina was stunned. She would have to oversee all household affairs, attend countless parties, and even manage the estate's finances. As the official Grand Duchess, she'd be recognized at Theo's side. The sheer weight of her future responsibilities was completely overwhelming, and Yuelina's shoulders slumped in defeat. Her quiet life was officially over. Yuelina voiced her doubts, wondering if she could really handle her new role. Maylene gently reassured her, saying she was already doing great, but warned there was still a lot to study. Thinking of Theo's incredible dedication, how he fought wars and worked tirelessly for his people, Yuelina felt the pressure mount. She couldn't just be a wife. She had to be a true Grand Duchess. Then, a brilliant idea hit her. She would tackle it one step at a time. Pumping her fists, Yuelina declared her new mission. She would start by actively mastering the role of wife. Maylene laughed, telling Yuelina she suddenly seemed full of energy. Meanwhile, Theo and his men surveyed a massive, dusty hall. Count Delkin declared it would be the wedding venue, but it needed a serious cleaning first. Yuli's, Theo's sharp aide, began listing tasks, polishing every piece of glass and hiding the trophies Theo had conveniently lost from the Imperial Palace. Ignoring the jab, Theo asked about the invitations. Yuli's confirmed the guest list was exclusive, but Theo made a surprising call. If the servants wanted to attend, they were welcome. Yuli's was surprised by Theo's order to invite the servants. Theo simply stated that Yulina would like it. His aide quickly agreed, noting it fit the wedding's theme. Yuli's then asked if they should also invite the Imperial House of Bios and the infamous Madame Camilla. Theo's expression went ice-cold. He ordered an invitation sent to Camilla too, a sly grin spreading across his face. He knew she was too far south to make the week-long trip in time, making it the perfect power play. Noticing his aide's hesitation, Theo coldly asked if he had a complaint. Yuli's immediately started sweating, laughing nervously that he was just very excited. Their conversation was cut short when a butler announced the Grand Duchess's arrival. Yulina rushed toward her husband with a radiant smile, asking if he'd been waiting long. Completely flustered, Theo stammered that he hadn't. He was privately relieved. She wasn't scared after yesterday's incident, but bothered by his inability to control his own impulses whenever she was near. Yulina shyly confessed she came just because she wanted to see him, leaving Theo completely stunned. Taking his hand, she got serious, confirming that after the wedding, she would officially be the Grand Duchess. She then announced that while they hadn't fulfilled their duties as husband and wife, she wanted to start now. The Archduke's entire face turned fire engine red, his mind going completely blank. When he finally stammered out a question, Yulina clarified she meant her public duties, like managing the household. Realizing his massive misunderstanding, a flustered Theo quickly agreed. Theo tries to let her off easy, telling Yulina not to worry about household duties since his staff has it handled. But she isn't backing down. She declares that after the wedding, she will be the Grand Duchess. Until that day comes, however, she hits him with a stunning proposal. How about they live as lovers? The war-hardened Archduke is completely short-circuited. His face flushes bright red, and his heart pounds in his chest as her unbelievable question echoes in his mind. Theo is still reeling from her lover's proposal. Yulina calmly explains they've technically been husband and wife since they first met, and he can't argue with her logic. She then grabs his lapel, getting closer. She promises that after the wedding, she'll do her best to fulfill all her duties, including her marital ones. The Archduke's brain completely fries. He thinks about how he tried to deny everything, yet here she was, creating this time for them to be real lovers. He whispers her name, and she sweetly promises to do her best too. Yulina beams at him, a genuine thank you lighting up her face. The Archduke, still a little flustered, tries to get back on solid ground. Clearing his throat, he brings up wedding preparations, asking when would be a good time to call a designer for her dress. Before Yulina can answer, his aide suggests it might be difficult. Yulina looks confused for a second, then sheepishly confesses she already made plans to go dress shopping with her friends. Just like that, the romantic mood evaporates as a dark energy flares around Theo. Yulina excitedly explains her friends rented the most famous dress shop in the duchy just for her. The appointment is tomorrow, and she can hardly contain her joy. But as she speaks, Theo's good mood evaporates. He grits his teeth, forcing out a simple "I see." Yulina notices he looks pale, but he quickly insists he's fine. His aide, Yuli's, watches with skepticism. Later, a brooding Theo summons Yuli's to his office and bitterly questions why anyone even needs friends, prompting his exasperated aide to ask how many times he plans on saying that. Yuli's, having had enough, bluntly tells Theo that his sour attitude is exactly why he has no friends. The aide then schools the Archduke on proper husband etiquette, explaining he should respect her time with friends. Besides, it's tradition for the groom not to see the dress early. This simple logic completely breaks Theo. He slumps onto his desk, suddenly overcome with emotion. The fearsome Archduke starts crying, admitting he just really wants to see Yulina in her dress. Yuli stares in disbelief, praying for the Duchess to return quickly. At the famous dress shop, the owner, Daisy, sighs heavily. She's annoyed about being roped into handling the Grand Duke's wedding right after finishing her latest collection. The timing is a nightmare, and she's already swamped. Still, she knows this is a massive opportunity for her career. Daisy mulls over the rumors she's heard about the mysterious bride-to-be. All she knows for sure is that the woman has pure white hair, and her imagination paints a picture of a grim, almost ghostly figure walking down the aisle. To avoid a wedding day disaster, she decides the dress needs a vibrant, lively color. Just then, the shop door chimes and Yulina's friends arrive, announcing the bride-to-be is on her way. The ladies admire the stunning gowns, and Daisy proudly explains they are all unreleased pieces from her newest collection. Since time is short, she will alter one of them to perfectly suit Yuelina. As the ladies chatter, Daisy silently judges them. The rumors weren't kind. They painted Lady Emily's group as selfish and two-faced. Daisy suspects this whole visit is just a scheme. Suddenly, the shop door chimes and a woman in a radiant yellow dress walks in. It's Yuelina. Daisy's jaw drops. This is nothing like the ghostly figure she imagined. Yuelina warmly greets her friends before turning to the designer. With a brilliant smile, she grabs Daisy's hands, exclaiming she's heard so much about her. The designer is completely stunned by the Duchess's sunny disposition. Daisy's mind is completely blown. This woman isn't a ghost. She's the perfect muse. Her pure white hair and flawless skin are the exact image of Snow, the highlight of her entire winter collection. Daisy wonders if everyone else is blind, unable to believe they called someone so beautiful a corpse. Suddenly, inspiration strikes like lightning. Snapping out of her daze, Daisy grabs Yuelina's shoulders. She excitedly introduces herself as the designer, vowing to contribute everything she has to the Duchess's beautiful, spring-like wedding. Daisy is officially all in. Yuelina beams, thanking Daisy and expressing her excitement to work together. Bursting with newfound energy, the designer assures the Duchess to leave it all to her. She quickly ushers the group over to a rack of shimmering dresses, explaining they're just for reference. Daisy announces that the moment she saw Yuelina, inspiration struck hard. For her, there is only one option: a pure white wedding dress. Yuelina's friends exchange worried glances. A custom white dress must be made from scratch, and they realize there simply isn't enough time before the wedding. Dismissing the ladies' concerns about time, a fire ignites in Daisy's eyes. She dramatically removes her glasses, announcing it's been ages since inspiration has struck her so powerfully. The other customers are completely stunned by her intense aura. With unwavering confidence, Daisy declares she will design the dress today and start production tomorrow. She proclaims that perfection is her pride and promises Yuelina a dress unlike any other in the world. Moved by this incredible passion, Yuelina smiles warmly and agrees, telling Daisy she's counting on her. Daisy explains her vision for the dress. While winter is often seen as cold and bleak, she wants Yuelina's gown to radiate a unique warmth. Yuelina's friends are completely sold on the idea, gushing about how perfect it will be. Just as the creative session gets going, a knock interrupts them. An employee peeks in, apologizing profusely. She asks for a moment to deliver some dresses to a Lady Eska. Yuelina graciously agrees, but her friends instantly exchange worried looks. That name alone seems to promise trouble is just around the corner. Just then, a friend suggests that Yuelina should meet the famous Countess Eska. As if summoned, a woman with striking dark purple hair appears. After learning she's in the presence of the Grand Duchess, the Countess is visibly surprised for a moment. She quickly recovers, offering a formal introduction. Yuelina, ever so sweet, greets her with a bright and welcoming smile. The Countess apologizes for the interruption, explaining she just wanted to check on her dresses. But Yuelina waves it off, cheerfully insisting she doesn't mind at all. As Lady Eska's assistant hands her a package, Yuelina quietly observes, thinking the Countess seems incredibly kind and warm. After Eska departs, Yuelina's friends gush about her stellar reputation. They explain how difficult it is to maintain such dignity in high society. One friend then remembers seeing Lady Eska doing volunteer work in Wall Town, and another clarifies that her family's quarry is located there. Completely impressed by her character, Yuelina admits she'd love to see her again. Hearing this, one of her companions immediately promises to arrange a future meeting for them. Just as the conversation wraps up, the shop bell rings again. Annoyed, the designer turns to shoo away the new customer, but her words die in her throat. Standing in the doorway is none other than Archduke Theo himself, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He coolly remarks on the coincidence of meeting his wife, Yuna, right there. Utterly stunned, a deep blush spreads across Yuelina's face as she stammers his name. He explains he was just getting formal wear tailored, while his poor aide cringes at his master's terrible excuse. Theo's aide is losing his mind, unable to believe Yuelina actually fell for such a cheesy excuse. Taking charge, the designer ushers the whole group into a private viewing room. As Theo coolly takes a seat, Yuelina's friends whisper amongst themselves, completely starstruck to be this close to the infamous Grand Duke. They find it odd for a fiancé to tag along, but no one dares to question it. With a dramatic flourish, the designer pulls back the curtain, revealing Yuelina in a breathtakingly beautiful gown, leaving everyone speechless. Yuelina's friends erupt in praise, declaring that the yellow gown is stunning on her. Blushing, she turns to the one person whose opinion she truly wants, asking Theo what he thinks. The stoic Archduke is completely floored. His mind races as he compares her to an adorable baby chick, frantically trying to find words like cute or dazzling. Overwhelmed, a deep blush spreads across his face. Mistaking his stunned silence for disapproval, Yuelina's expression falls. Before he can find his voice, the designer quickly whisks her away for the next outfit. Later that night, Theo sips a drink, but his mind is completely elsewhere. The day felt impossibly short as he recalls the fashion show. He saw Yuelina transform from a mermaid princess in blue to a delicate lilac flower, and then a stunning rose in pink. He remembers her getting so exhausted from the endless fittings she had to lean on him for support. A crazy thought crosses his mind. He should just buy all the dresses they missed. As he's lost in thought, Yuelina quietly walks in, calling his name. Yuelina approaches Theo with a measuring tape, explaining that her designer offered to make a suit that perfectly matches her dress. All she needs are his measurements. Theo casually dismisses the idea, telling her he already has plenty of suits. But the words catch in his throat as a horrible realization hits him. His mind flashes to a vision of his mother, her voice filled with disappointment. She asks if he really planned to wear an old suit from a previous failed marriage. He then imagines Yuelina, hurt, telling him to remarry his ex-wife instead before turning her back on him completely. A wave of panic washes over Theo before he catches himself. He quickly lies, claiming he doesn't have any formal wear and needed a new suit anyway. Internally, he thanks his late mother for the divine intervention. He then invites her to measure him and casually starts taking off his shirt. A flustered Yuelina asks what he's doing. He coolly explains that you have to remove your clothes for accurate measurements. Overwhelmed, she suggests having Yulis do it, but Theo firmly refuses. As she nervously approaches his bare chest, she suddenly stops, asking if something is wrong. Yuelina clarifies that it's not his bare chest that stopped her, but the scars crisscrossing his skin. She gently asks if they hurt. Theo dismisses her concern, telling her they don't hurt anymore. But Yuelina presses, insisting they must have hurt in the past before asking if he has to go to war. She acknowledges his duty as a duke, but then declares with raw emotion that as his lover and his wife, she doesn't want him to go. Her heartfelt plea leaves Theo utterly speechless. Stunned by her heartfelt plea, Theo finally relents. He softly agrees to her request, telling her so be it. A hopeful Yuelina immediately asks if that's a promise, and he confirms it is. He realizes her concern isn't just pity, it's the genuine worry of a lover and wife. Instead of scolding her for it, he turns and makes his own condition. He demands that Yuelina promise him one thing in return, that no matter what happens in the future, she will never leave his side. With a radiant smile, Yuelina immediately accepts his condition. Of course, she would stay. She promises that she has no intention of ever leaving him. Internally, Theo marvels at how bright she is, desperately hoping she'll keep her word. Yuelina lifts her hand, ready to seal their deal with a pinky promise. But Theo gently catches her hand in his. He asks her if her previous offer, to be his lover until the wedding, still stands. The question hangs in the air, full of unspoken hope. Blushing, Yuelina shyly agrees that her offer still stands. But instead of sealing their pact with a simple promise, Theo pulls her into a tight embrace. He whispers that lovers don't make deals like that. His eyes burn with a new intensity as he declares that as her lover, he is going to give her his all. Later, Yuelina is completely out of it while having tea with Maylene. Noticing her dazed expression, Maylene asks if she's okay. Lost in her memories of Theo, Yuelina almost drops her spoon with a clatter, causing her friend to cry out in shock. Maylene notices her friend is completely in a daze, asking if she's feeling unwell. A flustered Yuelina quickly insists she's fine, but internally, she's mortified. After their passionate night, she's so embarrassed she can't even look Theo in the eye. But Maylene's mind goes to a darker place. She grows suspicious, thinking something must be wrong. Trying to be helpful, she chalks it up to wedding jitters, reassuring Yuelina that it's normal to feel strange before the big day because so much is about to change. Yuelina admits that while they're technically married, it never truly felt that way until now. Lost in her thoughts, she confesses that whenever she sees Theo, her heart pounds and her face burns hot. At the mention of the Grand Duke, Maylene's eyes widen in a sudden flash of understanding. It all clicks into place. Yuelina isn't nervous about the wedding. She's completely smitten with her groom. A bright smile spreads across Maylene's face as she declares she has the perfect solution. Yuelina just needs to get to know Theo on a deeper level. Maylene pushes a fancy red invitation across the table. It's for an exclusive literary salon, a high society gathering for poetry and culture. She explains it's the perfect way for Yuelina to get to know the duchy, but there's one major catch. Guests must attend with their spouse. Maylene grins, calling it the perfect excuse for Yuelina to finally get closer to Theo. As Yuelina nervously clutches the invite, wondering if he'd ever agree, a panicked maid bursts in. The Grand Duke himself is here to see her. The maid urges Yuelina to see the Grand Duke immediately. Capitalizing on the moment, Maylene announces she'll arrange her own ride, ensuring Yuelina has to go with Theo. A flustered Yuelina is left speechless as her friend makes a quick and graceful exit. Left alone, Yuelina wonders why Theo suddenly appeared. But Maylene, sipping her tea with a smug grin, already knows. She confidently pictures her plan's success, Yuelina and the Grand Duke making their grand entrance at the literary gathering together. Her matchmaking scheme is falling perfectly into place. Riding together in the carriage, Theo casually explains the confusion with Yuelina's dress measurements. He tells a flustered Yuelina that they were already taken care of and sent to the tailor. After she meekly agrees, Theo then suggests they make another promise. Yuelina's cheeks flush as he softens the word to a favor instead. This suddenly considerate side of him is completely new. Caught off guard by his gentle tone, she nervously asks what kind of favor he could possibly want from her, the question hanging in the air with unspoken potential. Theo's big favor is shockingly simple. He just wants her to tell him whenever she goes out. A relieved Yuelina quickly agrees, surprised by his consideration. Remembering her friend's plan, she pulls out a fancy red envelope, an invitation to a literary gathering from the Eska family. Theo takes it, his expression turning thoughtful. He recalls Count Eska as a harmless, devoted husband who always rushes home to his wife. Seeing the perfect opportunity, Yuelina summons her courage and timidly asks if he will go to the event with her. Yuelina explains that for this particular gathering, she was told she must attend with her husband. She adds that joining the literary salon would be really helpful for her. Internally, Theo hits the panic button. He knows nothing about literature and wants no part of this. But sensing his hesitation, Yuelina looks at him with wide, pleading eyes. She timidly asks if he'll go, but only if he's not too busy. Her earnest request catches him completely off guard. A blush spreads across his face as he stammers, unable to form a response. With a blush creeping up his neck, Theo finally answers. He tells her that of course he'll go. It's a couple's event, after all. Yuelina's face lights up, and she thanks him excitedly as their carriage rumbles on. Meanwhile, Maylene, Yuelina's sister, stretches at her desk. She's relieved their trip to the capital was postponed, meaning she can finally relax and wait for the wedding. But just as she settles in, a sharp knock echoes from her door. She wonders who could possibly be visiting so late at night. The late-night visitor shocks Maylene. It's not a maid, but Archduke Theo himself. She's completely confused about why her brother-in-law is at her door. With his usual intense gaze, Theo explains that he couldn't sleep and asks to speak with her for a moment. Hesitantly, she lets him in. Wasting no time, Theo gets straight to the point. He sits down and immediately asks her what she knows about Lady Eska's famous literary salon. It seems the Archduke is doing some late-night homework for his upcoming date. Maylene explains she's never been to Lady Eska's gatherings, but literary salons usually involve discussing books and poetry. A curious Theo asks if it's different for couples. Maylene doesn't think so, but then it clicks. He's trying to prepare for his date with Yuelina. Putting the pieces together, she tells him that her sisters often mentioned a specific book at these events, a masterpiece titled The Understanding of Love. With a knowing look, she suggests that his secretary, Yulis, would almost certainly own a copy for him to study. Theo is genuinely impressed. Maylene is bright, and her advice was exactly what he needed. Changing the subject, he asks if she's comfortable in the mansion. Maylene enthusiastically confirms she is, explaining that Yuelina and her people are taking amazing care of her. They bring her books and have even taught her self-defense. Realizing how much Yuelina's circle has already helped her, Theo decides to offer his support, too. He completely shocks Maylene by casually offering to pay her entire tuition for the prestigious Bios Academy. She is left utterly speechless. Flustered, Maylene insists his offer is completely unnecessary, explaining she could never accept such a massive sum of money. But Theo won't take no for an answer. He calls it an investment, telling her to repay him once she becomes great, and it doesn't have to be with money. He wants her to absorb all the knowledge she can and bring it back to benefit everyone. With a serious look, he tells her she possesses an extraordinary gift. Maylene is floored. For the first time, someone has truly recognized her potential. Overwhelmed, Maylene realizes she finally has people who truly believe in her. Fired up with a new sense of purpose, she promises Theo she'll study like her life depends on it. She's going to absorb all the knowledge from the academy and bring it back to help everyone. A rare, proud smile touches Theo's face as he tells her to work hard, but warns her not to burn herself out. With a passionate yes, she accepts his terms. As night falls, the scene shifts to the next day. The carriage rumbles to a stop before a massive, starlit mansion. The door swings open, and Yuelina emerges, looking stunning in an elaborate pink gown. Count Delkan and the entire staff are waiting, bowing deeply as Theo joins her side. With a warm smile, Delkan formally addresses them, welcoming the Duke and the Grand Duchess to the magnificent Esco estate. Standing together for the first time as a united pair, the Archduke and his new wife present a truly breathtaking sight, a powerful and elegant couple. Arriving at the magnificent Esco estate, Theo and Yuelina are welcomed by their hosts, the Count and Countess. The Countess thanks them for accepting her invitation, and her husband adds that the pair looks wonderful together. He gushes over how Yuelina's red dress brings out her dignity perfectly. Not to be outdone, Yuelina returns the compliment, admiring the Count's own stylish clothes, which makes him blush. With the pleasantries exchanged, the Count gestures them inside, announcing that everyone else has already arrived. It's time for the grand couple to make their entrance. As Theo and Yuelina step inside, another nobleman greets them, expressing his honor at seeing the reclusive Archduke. Yuelina's eyes widen as she spots familiar faces in the crowd. It's her friends, Emily and Mary, along with their husbands. They rush over, thrilled that she could make it. The hostess, the Countess, smiles contentedly, announcing that all her guests have now arrived and suggests they take their seats. Once everyone is settled, servants bring in the food, and the Countess calmly directs them to set the table, thanking them for their hard work. As the Countess invites everyone to eat, guests praise the delicious-looking food. Her husband proudly announces that his wife made everything herself, which earns her even more compliments. Hearing this, a competitive glint appears in Theo's eyes. He suddenly declares that his wife, Yuelina, is also an excellent cook. Yuelina is completely stunned by his sudden boast. Theo continues with a smirk, telling everyone that her chestnut pies are so good, you'll never forget them. Mortified, a blushing Yuelina grabs his arm to shut him up. Flustered, Yuelina tries to silence Theo by loudly praising the Countess's delicious cooking. The Countess smiles, saying she'd love to try Yuelina's famous pie. Unfazed, Theo smirks and adds that her glazed chestnuts are incredible. Completely mortified, Yuelina shoves a piece of fruit into his mouth to shut him up. The sudden public display of affection leaves them both blushing furiously. Seeing her chance, the hostess smoothly transitions, announcing that instead of a book, she will share a short folktale with the group. The Countess captures everyone's attention, asking if they've heard of the Blue Wolf. The men at the table nod, saying any hunter would know the name, but Yuelina is clueless. Theo quietly explains it's a rare wolf from the cold northern regions. The hostess smiles, announcing she will tell a tale about its loyalty. Her story begins long ago, with a poor but happy family in a snowy mountain cabin. One day, their peaceful life was shattered when thieves invaded their home. Desperate, the parents urged their child to run, sacrificing themselves to save him. The Countess continues her story, describing the child running barefoot deep into the dark, snowy forest. As the bitter wind howled, the cold began to take its toll, numbing his hands and feet until his skin cracked. Utterly exhausted and freezing, the boy finally collapsed unconscious in the snow. Just as his life was about to end, a magnificent blue wolf appeared. Believing the boy was its own orphaned cub, the wolf gently carried him back to its den. Raised under the wolf's care, the child grew up strong and wild. The Countess's story reaches its climax. When the boy came of age, the blue wolf chose him as its master. Together, they hunted down the very thieves who had destroyed his family. With his revenge complete, the child returned to the mountains, finding a new home with his loyal wolf. The Countess explains that a blue wolf's eyes turn red when it bonds with a human. The other guests are captivated, but Theo cuts in, adding that the wolves are not only rare but can also change their size to hide themselves. Count Delkan dismisses the tale, but the Countess turns to Yuelina for her thoughts. Flustered, Yuelina admits she felt sad for the orphan child, but was happy he found a new family with the blue wolf. To lighten the somber mood, the Countess suggests a dance. As the other guests chime in, telling Yuelina not to feel pressured, a hand is suddenly extended to her. It's Theo. He looks at her gently and asks his wife, Yuna, if she will dance one song with him. Yuelina nervously tells Theo that she's never danced. With a gentle smile, he reassures her that it's fine. He will lead. He even offers a solution, telling her to just place her feet on his if she struggles. Yuelina worries this will make it harder for him, but Theo's response is smooth. He admits it might, but he promises he won't let his wife fall. All she has to do is trust her husband. Her heart thumps as she agrees, and he gently takes her hand, leading her to the center of the floor. As they move together, Yuelina discovers that dancing is actually fun, even if she can only follow his lead for now. Theo reassures her, asking what's wrong with that and telling her she's doing quite well. Feeling bold, Yuelina declares that once she properly learns, she'll be the one to lead him. A soft smile appears on Theo's face as he replies that he'll look forward to that. They glide across the floor, completely absorbed in the moment, as the other guests watch the stunning couple in the center of the room. As the evening winds down, Count Delkin chats with the other noblemen, remarking on what a wonderful time he had. Nearby, the ladies ask Yuelina how she enjoyed the salon. With a happy smile, she tells them it was really fun. One woman confesses she's wanted to invite Yuelina for a while but was nervous, knowing the Grand Duke rarely attends social gatherings. Another lady agrees, surprised he even came. But Maylene just smirks, confidently stating that she was certain he would be there, implying she knows exactly why he came. The lady who was nervous before opens up, explaining that she isn't from the duchy either and understands feeling out of place, which is why she wants to befriend Yuelina. Another woman reveals the lady is Madame Eska, who fell for her husband in the capital and followed him all the way here. The other women, including a delighted Yuelina, are totally charmed by the romantic story. Yuelina beams, thanking Madame Eska and telling the group she loves their company and that they can invite her anytime. Yuelina tells Madame Eska she seems like a kind person and spontaneously invites her to the upcoming wedding. Shocked, Madame Eska asks if it's okay for her to attend. With a warm smile, Yuelina insists, telling her it would be an honor to have her there. A few days pass, and it's now the day before the ceremony. Alone in his room, Theo clasps his hands tightly, his expression tense. He can't believe the wedding is already tomorrow, and the reality of the commitment is clearly weighing on his mind. Theo paces his room, a total bundle of nerves. He wonders why he's so anxious when they're practically married already. To calm down, he considers pouring a drink, but immediately stops himself. He can't risk ruining the ceremony by showing up with a puffy face. He vividly imagines Yuelina looking disappointed. As he spirals, Yuelina's soft voice calls his name. She appears in the doorway and asks why he's still awake. With a gentle smile, she explains that she was waiting for him so they could go to sleep together. Theo gently touches Yuelina's damp hair, pointing out she forgot to dry it again. He grabs a towel, insisting he wants to be the one to do it. As he tenderly dries her hair, he leans in closer, his voice dropping as he murmurs that she smells different tonight. A quick flashback reveals her maid, Maylene, had mischievously added a rare, long-lasting lilac oil to her bathwater. Maylene had smugly noted the scent would last until the next night. Back in the present, Yuelina's face explodes in a blush, realizing her maid's romantic scheme. Yuelina immediately frets, wondering if her comment was too suggestive. Totally flustered, she quickly suggests they should get some rest for their big day. Theo agrees, and soon they're tucked into bed, an awkward silence stretching between them. Lying there, Yuelina thinks how surreal it is that the wedding is just hours away. Theo breaks the quiet, asking about her trip to the dessert shop. She explains that while her friends bake the cake, she wants to add the final decorations herself. A small, rare smile touches his lips as he says he's looking forward to it. Yuelina lays out the morning schedule, reminding Theo that with the ceremony in the afternoon, he needs to be back from the temple by noon. He agrees, telling her he just wants to review the blessing prayer. But his real plan is way more intense. He's dead set on making sure the priest includes the phrase "until death do us part," even if he is to get a little intimidating. As Yuelina drifts off, she whispers how tomorrow they'll truly be married. Theo simply lies beside her, watching her sleep with a look of pure adoration. As Theo lies there, he tells Yuelina the ceremony won't change much. She will still be his wife, the Grand Duchess, and the lady of the house. He even privately smirks, thinking about them finally fulfilling their marital duties. But Yuelina cuts in, saying that even after they're married, she wants to stay his lover. She vows to be a dignified duchess, but admits she prefers their current connection. Stunned, a blush creeps across Theo's face as he agrees. Surprised, she playfully asks if she should return to the attic then. Confused, Theo asks if she's really going back to the attic. Yuelina reminds him they both agreed to take a year to get to know one another. The memory hits Theo like a lightning bolt. Part of that deal meant staying in separate rooms. As he panics, Yuelina gets a mischievous look and asks if she should stay for the night. Without a single moment of hesitation, he pulls her close and says yes. He thinks to himself that agreeing to separate rooms was almost the biggest mistake of his life. With a soft smile, Theo gently cups Yulina's face. He tells her that before the wedding, this is just a way for them to get to know each other faster. They fall back into a passionate embrace, their bond sealed in the quiet of the night, long before any official vows could be exchanged. The Archduke had finally found his Duchess. The morning of the wedding arrives, and it's freezing outside. Maylene hands Yulina a special cloak woven with magic stone powder to keep her warm. She then tells their coachman to head to the dessert shop first, as they need to make a quick stop. The driver hesitates, but Yulina insists, handing him a box of gold coins. She tells him to get inside, warm himself up, and grab a snack while he waits. The man is stunned by her generosity. As they walk away, Maylene smirks, thinking Theo has no idea. Yulina and Maylene make their secret stop, entering a specialty shop instead of a dessert place. A woman greets them, confirming she has been waiting. Yulina asks if her special order is finished. The shopkeeper presents a box, unveiling a braided leather bracelet Yulina crafted herself, now set with a brilliant blue sapphire. Maylene is stunned by how beautiful it is, and the artisan praises the sturdy craftsmanship. Yulina explains that in her homeland, the braided leather symbolizes health and eternity, a meaningful gift for her future husband. Just as Yulina finishes explaining her gift, the artisan surprises her with a present of her own. She opens a box to reveal a stunning glass rose, sparkling in the light. This gift, however, isn't from the artisan. It's a token of gratitude from the fruit snack vendors Yulina once helped. The artisan explains that because of Yulina's consistent support, the family's life has improved greatly. Touched by this unexpected kindness, Yulina looks on as Maylene happily declares that with all these blessings, the wedding finally feels real. Yulina gratefully thanks the artisan, promising to visit again. But her secret mission isn't over. They slip into a pastry shop, where she puts the final touches on a huge, pink wedding cake she's been preparing herself. With a proud flourish, she declares it finished, amazed that it turned out even better than her practice runs. The professional chefs are blown away, insisting her skills are far beyond a beginner's. Relieved by their praise, Yulina asks the head chef to handle the final decorations before the ceremony begins. The head chef stops Yulina, presenting her with bags of cookies as a wedding gift. She thanks him for his kindness, but he insists he's the one who is truly grateful. He explains that after she and Theo walked through the plaza, the Archduke's estate began ordering goods from the local merchants, boosting their business. Yulina's heart melts, realizing this was another of Theo's quiet, caring gestures for his people. As they leave the shop, Maylene spots their cloaked coachman waiting patiently for them outside. Maylene frets over their freezing coachman as she and Yulina hurry into the carriage. As they ride, Maylene gushes that since their walk through the plaza, everyone has been praising them. Yulina, ever modest, insists most of the credit belongs to the Archduke. Suddenly, the entire carriage lurches to a violent stop. Before they can even question what happened, the door is flung open with a bang. A tall, imposing figure in black looms over them, and Yulina stares up in absolute shock at their intimidating, uninvited guest. Yulina's eyes widen in horror. This looming figure is definitely not their coachman. Before she can react, Maylene shoves her, screaming for her to run. But it's too late. A blast of dark energy slams into the loyal maid, throwing her from the carriage onto the cold ground. The attacker instantly grabs the unconscious Maylene, holding a sharp blade to her throat. He coldly warns Yulina not to even think about escaping if she values her friend's life. Frozen with fear, Yulina demands he let her go, but the man calmly states he just knocked her out. The attacker warns Yulina not to resist, ordering her to come with him. As he grabs her, she tries to scream, demanding to know who he is, but he quickly clamps a hand over her mouth. Yulina feels her strength fading away. She fights to stay awake, thinking only of Theo waiting for her and her desperate need to return to the estate. But her struggle is useless, and she finally goes limp. Meanwhile, a completely oblivious Theo stands at home, thinking back to how lovely she looked and admiring the dressmaker's impressive work. Back at the estate, Theo impatiently awaits his wife's return. Yuli's calmly assures him that she should arrive any minute, but the doors suddenly fly open. A disheveled and terrified Maylene stumbles inside, screaming for the Archduke. She cries that there has been a terrible incident. Between sobs, she explains that a masked man appeared in their carriage and took Yulina while she was unconscious. Theo's worry instantly morphs into pure, unrestrained fury as a dark, chilling energy erupts around him. His monster is officially out. Yulis tries to calm the hysterical Maylene, asking for a description of the attacker. Through her tears, she explains the man wore a mask. Theo's voice cuts in, dangerously low. He orders Ulysse to immediately track the shadow he placed on his wife. A terrifying, dark aura erupts from him as he commands his forces to sweep the entire area. Anyone suspicious, noble or not, is to be captured. With chilling finality, he declares they will take down every single one of them. The monster is loose, and he will burn the world to find her. Ulysse delivers the devastating report. The elite Shadow Knights assigned to guard the Grand Duchess have all been neutralized. Theo clenches his fist, shocked that his best men were so easily defeated. Ulysse confirms the grim reality and hands over a note found in the carriage, suggesting the Archduke see it for himself. As Theo reads the message, his expression morphs into one of cold, simmering rage. The note is a ransom. To save Uelina, he must deliver 1 ton of magic stones in 3 days. He crushes the paper, growling that this is the work of the refugees. Theo coldly explains the culprits are likely refugees who cursed him after the war. Ulysse clenches his fist, furious that Theo must bear the hatred meant for the Empire. Unfazed, Theo reveals he already deployed his shadows to the city walls, realizing this was a planned attack. He demands to know who knew Uelina was going out. Ulysse lists the mansion staff and Princess Letitia as possibilities. With chilling authority, Theo locks down the entire estate. When questioned, he dismisses the princess as completely insignificant. No one leaves until he finds a clue. Ulysse cuts in, saying he has one more thing to report. He explains the real reason Uelina went out, presenting a small box. She wanted to give the Archduke a wedding gift. Inside is a simple, handcrafted bracelet. Seeing this act of pure kindness in the face of his cruelty, Theo's expression darkens. He orders his knights to move beyond the walls and investigate the refugees. Then, he delivers a terrifying ultimatum. For every minute Uelina is not returned, he will eliminate one of them. The monster is officially loose. Uelina's eyes blink open into darkness. She's disoriented, wondering where she could be. The floor is cold and unforgiving. As her vision adjusts, she realizes the horrifying truth. She's trapped in a jail cell. A sudden movement draws her attention to a mysterious cloaked figure lurking just outside. The stranger's voice cuts through the silence, stating she's finally awake. Uelina jumps to her feet, gripping the bars and demanding to know who they are and what happened to her maid Mirren. The cloaked man reassures Uelina that her maid is safe. He then grabs her blanket, noting its warmth and guessing it contains a magic stone. He bitterly remarks that people like him are suffering because they lack such luxuries. Confused, Uelina asks what he's talking about. His voice fills with pain as he explains that one stone could have saved his entire family. He then wonders aloud if the Archduke will lose his wife over a single stone. Crushed, Uelina collapses, finding the situation too cruel. Her captor slams the bars, screaming that the Archduke is the truly cruel one. The captor's rage explodes. He screams that people were dying while the Archduke refused to spare even one magic stone for them. Shaking with fury, he admits he wants to harm her too, but a promise is holding him back. Suddenly, a vicious growl rips through the silence. A massive, muzzled wolf with glowing eyes emerges from the shadows. Her captor warns her not to run, or it will be her end. As he turns to leave, Uelina desperately calls out, but he simply tells her to resent her husband before slamming the cell door. Left alone in the cold, Uelina notices white flakes falling outside her cell. It's snow. The sight triggers a painful memory of her wedding day, when she and Theo promised to be together for the season's first snowfall. Now, that promise is broken. She is trapped and utterly alone. Tears stream down her face as she collapses in despair. All she wanted was to create happy memories with him, to build a new meaning for the snow so that Theo would never learn to hate it. But it was all for nothing. The room freezes as Archduke Theo enters, his presence commanding silence. A soldier drops the bomb. The Grand Duchess has been taken. While the noble women erupt in panic, Theo's expression hardens into a mask of cold fury. He declares it's the work of the refugees. His piercing eyes scan the crowd as he delivers a bone-chilling threat. If anyone present is involved, he will erase their entire lineage, from their family to their homeland. As they stammer in denial, he gives them one final chance to confess now. Theo's voice drops to a lethal low, promising that after this moment, there will be no mercy. His piercing glare lands on Princess Letitia, informing her that she will not be returning to her kingdom until Uelina is found. Stunned but resolute, Letitia agrees immediately and offers her full support. The other noblewomen, inspired by her response, also pledge to do anything they can. One woman steps forward, suggesting that if refugees are responsible, they might be able to get help from a Lady Eska, giving the enraged Archduke his first potential lead. Theo latches onto the name. Countess Eska? The noblewomen quickly fill him in. Apparently, Eska frequently volunteers in the Wall district and has connections with the refugees. Another lady recalls a specific incident where Eska kindly helped a refugee who had lied about their identity, meaning one of them owes her a debt. This is the first real lead. Without hesitation, Theo orders his aide, Ulis, to prepare the carriage immediately. He has decided to speak with this Countess Eska himself. Elsewhere, a woman sits peacefully reading a letter, unaware she's about to get a visit. A carriage barrels through the snowy mountains. Inside, Theo's aide, Ulis, reports that the Shadows and the First Order of Knights are searching everywhere. He urges Theo to rest, but the Archduke's attention is locked on the blizzard outside. He quietly remarks that it's snowing. With a pained expression, he adds that Uelina is a woman who feels the cold. He refuses to rest while she is missing. Clenching his jaw, Theo internally vows that he will not let this merciless snow take someone precious from him ever again. Wasting no time, Theo barges into Count Delkin's residence, catching the couple off guard. He cuts through the pleasantries, his intense focus solely on Countess Eska. He demands to know where she heard the legend of the Blue Wolf. The Countess claims she read it in an old bookstore, but Theo's expression turns to ice. He reveals he already checked her story. The owner never heard of the legend. With her lie exposed, Theo's cold glare confirms his suspicion. He knows she is hiding something critical about Uelina. The Countess tries to play dumb, claiming that with so many books, the owner simply must have forgotten. But Theo is done with games. He coldly declares he won't entertain any bargains for Uelina. His aide, Ulis, steps forward with a vial of poison infused with divine power. He pours the purple liquid into a teacup, explaining that a single lie will result in a swift and agonizing end. Ulis then reveals the final threat. If she doesn't talk, Theo will eliminate every refugee, a command he has long defied. He orders her to drink. Ignoring her husband's frantic pleas, Countess Eska defiantly chugs the poisoned tea. Setting the cup down, she stares Theo dead in the eyes and declares she will speak first. She reveals the ugly truth. Her family's troops have been exploiting the very refugees they were meant to protect, stealing their hard-earned magic stones. When the shocked Count demands to know why she cares, she shoves him aside. With tears in her eyes, she screams that she is a refugee, sold as a child to replace a noble's daughter because of her hair color. With tears streaming down her face, the Countess confesses the refugees received nothing for their labor. She then attempts a desperate bargain. She will reveal Uelina's location if Theo promises to help her people. But the Archduke has no time for negotiations. He rises, his expression unreadable as he draws his blade in one fluid motion. He informs her she is gravely mistaken. Whether Uelina returns or not, her own fate is already sealed. The cold steel of his sword stops inches from her throat, silencing the room. The Count pleads for his wife's life, but Theo is unmoved. The Countess cries out about the dying children, but the Archduke sees it as just another excuse. He lectures her, stating that if she truly wanted to help her people, she chose the most pathetic and cowardly path. Her fatal mistake was targeting Uelina, the weakest person she could find. With the cold steel at her throat, he demands to know where his wife is. Defeated, she whispers the location, an abandoned house west of the castle. With Uelina's location revealed, Theo wastes no time. He turns his back on the Countess, ordering Ulis to arrest her and dispatch all forces to the western houses immediately. Without a backward glance, the Archduke storms from the room, leaving the collapsing woman behind. Her husband, the Count, is stunned. He grabs his wife, demanding to know if their entire life was a lie. With tears streaming down his face, he asks if she ever truly loved him. As her last breath escapes, she whispers that she did, leaving him utterly broken. A violent cough escapes the Countess as her life fades in her husband's arms. She confesses to him that she tried to love him, but it didn't go well. With her last bit of strength, she gives Ulis a final message. He must tell the Grand Duke and Duchess that she doesn't ask for forgiveness, only that they know she was truly sorry. Her body then goes limp. Devastated, the Count holds her, whispering her name into the silence, his entire world now shattered into pieces. Inside the dark room, Uelina offers a piece of bread to the giant white wolf, urging it to eat and keep its strength. The wolf cautiously sniffs the food before gently taking it from her hand. As she strokes its fur, she reminds the animal of their promise, vowing to take it with them when they escape. She realizes her captors must have made an impossible request of Theo. Deciding she can't be a burden, she resolves to find her own way out. Just then, heavy footsteps thunder outside the door, stopping abruptly. Seeing her chance, Yuelina grabs a sharp shard and makes a desperate threat. She screams that she will end her own life if her captors don't release her immediately. It's a bluff, a calculated risk to draw them close enough for the wolf to attack. But before she can act, a voice cuts through the darkness, calling her name. Yuelina freezes, her eyes widening in disbelief. It's Theo. He stands before her, a wave of relief washing over his face as he softly apologizes for being late. The cell door jangles open. Yuelina looks up, whispering Theo's name in disbelief. He rushes to her, anxiously asking if she's all right. Cupping her face, he feels how cold her skin is, and she realizes he is truly there. He gently wraps his heavy cloak around her shoulders for warmth. The sudden safety makes her feel incredibly sleepy. With her last bit of strength, she asks him to also take the wolf she had promised to save. As she finishes her request, her body goes limp, and she collapses forward into his arms. Panicked, Theo cries out her name. As Count Delkin rushes in, Theo realizes Yuelina is freezing cold, likely in shock from hypothermia. Without a moment's hesitation, he barks out orders to prepare a carriage. He's taking her straight to the Phoenix Temple. The next day, Yuelina is safe and warm in a temple bed. A cleric tends to her, explaining to a watchful Theo that while her symptoms have improved, she will need several days to rest and fully recover. Seeing his grave expression, the cleric cautiously asks what exactly happened to the Archduchess yesterday. The cleric voices her surprise, reminding Theo that the wedding was supposedly cancelled. His sudden arrival with an unconscious Yuelina and a massive blue wolf was certainly unexpected. Theo's reply is grim and to the point. Refugees had taken the Archduchess, and the matter was being dealt with. The cleric tries to express concern for his own exhausted state, but he coldly dismisses her, demanding to be left alone. As she leaves, Theo remains, standing a silent, worried vigil over his sleeping wife's bedside. Yuelina's eyes flutter open, and she sees Theo sitting right beside her. Confused, she asks if they're already home. He gently takes her hand, explaining they are at the temple because she was in bad shape. He urges her to sleep more, but her first thought is for others. She immediately asks if the blue wolf she protected is safe. Theo reassures her that everyone is recovering well. A heavy silence falls as guilt washes over his face. He finally looks down, apologizing for everything she went through, blaming himself for her suffering. But Yuelina flips the script entirely, squeezing his hand and telling him that she's the one who's sorry. She was worried about him, knowing he hates the snow and must have been all alone. She insists she's fine and tells him not to feel sorry for her. With a radiant smile, she makes him a deal. If she's not feeling sorry for herself, then he isn't allowed to, either. Moved by her pure heart, Theo can only whisper her name. His thoughts turn back to the culprits, but Yuelina asks to help them. Theo immediately shuts her down, stating it's impossible after what they did to her. But she looks at him with deep empathy, saying she understands their desperation. She closes her eyes with a soft, peaceful expression, adding that she is truly grateful she married him. Yuelina suddenly changes the subject, asking Theo about the bracelet with the blue gemstone she had prepared as his wedding gift. He confirms it's safe back at the mansion. Seeing he isn't wearing it, she sadly wonders if he disliked it. But Theo quickly explains that's not it at all. He felt he couldn't be the first to wear such a special gift, especially since their wedding ceremony was interrupted. Yuelina's face falls as she admits how much she was looking forward to it, which then sparks a brilliant new idea. With a brilliant flash of inspiration, Yuelina proposes they hold their wedding right there at the temple. She points out they have a chapel and a priest ready to give the prayer. Theo is floored by her simple, perfect solution. But just as he's about to agree, she firmly states that it won't do, leaving him completely stunned. Her tone softens as she tells him he must rest properly first, noting how haggard his handsome face has become. She then makes a new deal. If he sleeps well and eats well, then they'll get married. Overwhelmed by her unwavering care, Theo quietly agrees. Later, Theo's aide Yulis reports that the black market refugees have been dealt with. However, Count Delkin has heard the news about Yuelina and is on his way to the estate. Protective of his wife, Theo immediately forbids Delkin from seeing her until she has fully recovered. When asked what to do about the remaining refugees at the city wall, Theo pauses. In a moment of compassion clearly inspired by Yuelina, he orders his men to give the children new identities and send them to the safety of the Phoenix orphanage. Theo reveals a brilliant solution for the remaining refugees. He instructs Yulis to offer the Kingdom of Ashland an exclusive magic stone trade deal, something they've wanted for years. The only condition is that they accept the refugees. Yulis is completely shocked by the massive political move. Theo adds that the parents can work to earn their citizenship and reunite with their children. Most importantly, he orders Yulis to make it known that this is all thanks to the Grand Duchess. Just as Yulis prepares to leave, Theo stops him, announcing they're getting married at the temple immediately. He won't make Yuelina wait. Left alone, Yulis lets out a defeated sigh as the door clicks shut. He runs through the insane to-do list in his head, secure the city walls, process the refugees, and draft a world-shaking political letter to the Kingdom of Ashland. The sheer volume of work is already overwhelming. But when he remembers he also has to prepare for a sudden wedding, his composure completely shatters. The poor aide grimly accepts he'll sleep when he's dead. Meanwhile, the man who caused all this chaos is already fast asleep, resting peacefully right beside Yuelina.